Limited, goodwill arising on acquisition of S Limited on 1st of April 2019. 1st of April 2019. So first of all, it is important here to recall that in case of a piecemeal acquisition, the goodwill on acquisition is always computed on the date the parent company acquired the control or acquired controlling interest over the investee company. So basically in our case, we know that the parent company acquired the control of the investee company or basically over S on this date. That date. And that's why you can see here the examiner was requiring the candidate to compute the goodwill arising on acquisition of S on which date? 1st of April 2019. So what we need to do here is to have two columns, and our figures are in million of shillings. So how do we compute this goodwill arising in a piecemeal acquisition? Number one, we take the cost of additional investment. In this case, when we talk about the additional investment, we are talking of the additional 30% shares, the additional 30% shares which were acquired by H in S, and I think we are given the amount which was paid because that is what we refer to as the cost of additional investment. So that one is in note number one. That on we are told that H Limited acquired a further 30% interest in S on 1st April 2019, paying a cash of 22. So to this, what do we add? We add the fair value of original investment. Fair value of original investment. So in this case, when we talk about the original investment, we are talking of 40% shareholding. 40% shareholding which H Limited had acquired in what? In S. And also we are given that value here. That is the fair value of the original investment in note number one. Additional information number one, where you are told the fair value of the previously 40% interest in S had a fair value of 3,000. 3,000. Yes. 3,000. So that's basically what we add there, the fair value of the original investment. Equally, if for example we were using now the full goodwill method, because here we are using the partial goodwill method, if we were using the full goodwill method, we come and we add the fair value or basically we add the NCI at fair value. We add NCI at fair value. That is when using the full goodwill method, full goodwill method. But take into account we're using the partial, we are not going to add that value there. We get the total here, which will give us 5,200, and then to this, what do we less? We less the fair value of net assets acquired. So by now we know how to compute this. To compute the subsidiary company fair value of the net asset on the date of acquisition, always we take the ordinary share capital of the subsidiary plus the pre-acquisition reserves, plus the reserves that subsidiary was having at the date the parent company acquired the controlling interest. So what we start with is the ordinary share capital of S. Where do we get that? In the statement of financial position of S, specifically under equity, and its ordinary share capital is 5,000. Then at equity we have the retained earnings of 1660, but that is not the amount which we include here. We include the retained earnings of this company on this date, which is given in note number one, whereby we are told the retained earnings of S Limited on 1st of April 2019, the date the parent company acquired the controlling interest was 860. Also, we check whether that subsidiary company revalued its asset on the date of acquisition. Actually, revalued the asset on the date the parent company acquired the controlling interest. And we know that the subsidiary, that is S, on 1st of April 2019 revalued two assets as per the information given in note number 2. It revalued plant, this particular plant, which had a revaluation gain of 150, and we said that is a pre-acquisition revaluation reserve, and also it revalued database of customers, which had a value of 90, which equally we said is a pre-acquisition revaluation reserve. So we have the revaluation reserve or gain in respect to plant, which is 150, and also in respect to database of customers, which is 90. Yes, so those are the two revaluation reserve. So what we need to do here is we get the total, and because in our case we are using the partial goodwill method, we are only interested with the net assets which were acquired by the parent company. So let's get this particular total here. So we add this, we have 5,000 plus 860 plus 150 plus 90, which will give us 6,100, and then we get 70% of that, which will give us 4270. So we less it from the figure we have there, up there, 5,200, and that will give us 930. So that is now the goodwill arising on acquisition of S, And actually that what was required in part B of that particular question. The marks allocated there were 4. So automatically the items which are marked in such, all the items marked there include that one, this one, and also all this. So basically, by getting those particular items, a candidate was supposed to get all the allocated marks. Yes, so I think that is it. That what was required in part B. So let's move to part C. Part C is quite simple because we are required now to prepare the consolidated statement of financial position of this group, that is for H group. So in our case here, remember that H Limited, this is the parent company, whereas S at the end of the year is a subsidiary, because we said in preparing the consolidated statement of financial position in a piecemeal or stage acquisition, we should check the status of this investee company at the end of the year. The investee company at the end of the year is a subsidiary. So therefore, basically, in terms of how we prepare the consolidated statement of financial position, we add similar items of assets and liabilities of H and those of S as we make the necessary consolidation adjustment. So let's do that. This is part C, and this is H group consolidated statement of financial position, position as at 31st of March 2023. As at 31st of March 2023. So what we start with here are the non-current assets. So remember, we need to have a single column here, and our figures are in million of shillings. So when preparing this consolidated statement of financial position, it is important to note that we use the statement of financial position of individual companies, which is given under paragraph 2. So the first item of PP is, of non-current asset is PP, property, plant and equipment. So we are adding PP of the parent, which is H, and those of S, plus we make any consolidation adjustments. So here we have some adjustments. One of it is this revaluation gain on plant, which we said we add to the group PP. So here we add 150, and then we also have the depreciation other charge, this one of 100, which we said we less from the group PP. Do we have any other adjustment affecting PP? No. So we will get the final figures here. So then from there we have investment in S. Investment in S, remember, is a purchase consideration paid by the parent company in acquiring shares of S. That one we don't include it here. What we include here is any goodwill arising from acquisition, which we have computed here. That is 30. Okay, we don't have any other item, but we also have to recall that this company, on the date it was acquired, it had some database of customer, which you have said in accordance with International Accounting Standard number 38, that one should be recognized as what? As an intangible asset here. So we have intangible asset, which is customers database. Customers data base. And the database we are told had a value of what? Of 960. Not 960, but rather 90. Yes. So I think that basically what we have. Then before we get the final figure here, we can record the current assets. The current assets. So for current asset, we start with the inventory. So for the inventory, we add that of the parent, 27, plus that of subsidiary, 18. And then we check whether we have any consolidation adjustment affecting this. We have this particular goods in transit. So the amount of 100, we said we added to the group inventory. This one, we also have this unreleased profit of 20, which we said we less from the group what? Inventory. Do we have any other? No. So we will get the final figure there. And then from there we have the trade receivables. Trade receivables, equally we add those of the parent, that 120, plus those of the subsidiary, 2180. Do we have any adjustment affecting receivables? Yes, we have this amount of intercompany debt, 600. So that one to be deducted there. And then finally we have cash and cash equivalents. Cash and cash equivalent. So for cash and cash equivalent, this one do not have any adjustment because we don't have any cash in transit. So we just need to get the final figure, and then we get the total assets. We get the total assets. So let's get these final figures here. We start with the PPE. We start with the PPE here. So for the PPE, we have 5550, 5550 plus 4200 plus 150 minus 100. So which will give us 9,800. 9,800. Okay, so we compute the final figure for inventory, which is 27 plus 1800 plus 100 minus 20, which will give us 4580. What about receivables? We have 3120 plus 2180. That is 2180 minus 600, which will give us 47. And then for the cash and cash equivalent, we have 1130 plus 770, which will give us 1900. And then we get the total assets. The total asset, we add non-current and current. We have 19 plus 47 plus 4580 plus 90 plus 930 plus 98, which will give us a figure of 22,000, which are the total assets. We proceed, we record equity. So for equity, we start with the ordinary share capital. Ordinary share capital. And for ordinary share capital, we only record that of the parent company. So for share capital, we don't combine the share capital of the parent and that of the subsidiary. We only record that of the parent company. So then below that, we have the retained earnings. So this one, we are going to compute it as the last item. And then we will get the total equity. and then we compute something else called the non-controlling interest. The non-controlling interest, and also we include it there. We're also going to compute that together with the retained earnings. Then from there we have the non-current liabilities. Non-current liabilities, we have 10% loan note. So this is an item of liability. We combine that of the parent, that of the subsidiary. We have 1800 plus 12, no adjustment for this. That will give us 3000. And then we have the current liabilities. Current liabilities, we have the trade payables. Trade payables, we add those of the parent, 1560 plus 840 minus now, or basically we have some adjustment here affecting group payables. So one, we have this 100 million, we add it here. And then we also have this amount of intercompany debt, 600. So we less it there. 600, we less it there. These are plus 100 minus 600. Okay, we will get the final figure there. And then finally we have the current tax, or next we have the current tax. So for current tax, no adjustment for this, 350 plus 250. So this one we can get the final figure, which will be 600. 600, and then we will get the total equity and liabilities, total equity and liabilities. So, but before we do that, there are two items which we have not yet computed here, and that is what I want us to compute. That is the non-controlling interest and the retained earnings. So let's start with the non-controlling interest, and then we compute we start by computing non-controlling interest, then we compute the group retained earnings. So I think we can do away with this. Yes, so we start by computing the non-controlling interest. Non-controlling interest. So non-controlling interest, by now we know that these are the net assets, or basically this is the minority shareholders' share of the net asset in this subsidiary, in that subsidiary. So how do we compute minority shareholders' share of the net asset in the subsidiary? Our subsidiary is S. So what we do, number one, we take the net assets of the subsidiary at the end of the year. And basically the net assets of the subsidiary at the end of the year, we take equity, because net assets can be computed using two approaches. You can take assets minus liabilities, or you can just take share capital and reserves. That will give you one and the same thing. So therefore what we do, we take the equity of S, or the net asset of S at the end of the year, which is given as 6660. This one we get it from the statement of financial position of S as the total equity, But we have a number of adjustments to be made to that figure. One of the adjustments is that this company, on the date of acquisition, revalued assets, but it did not account for that revaluation reserve, which arose from the revaluation of asset. If that was accounted for, it was supposed to be part of the this net assets. So, and S Limited revalued two assets. It revalued plant, which had a gain of 150. It also revalued this intangible asset, which was database of customers. So that will give us a total revaluation reserve of how much? Of 240. The other thing which is also important to appreciate is that included in this particular figure here is the retained earnings of S. So therefore, anything to be adjusted in the retained earnings of S must be adjusted in this figure, because retained earnings of S is part of that. And we have a number of items, starting with what we have here. S Limited had a depreciation other charge of 100 million. So we take into account that depreciation other charge of 100, which we said should be deducted from the retained earnings of S. That's what we said. Deduct that from the retained earnings of S. That's what we are doing here. We are deducting that from the retained earnings of S. So here we don't have any depreciation or any amortization. Then we have this particular goods in transit, and we have this unreleased profit. This unreleased profit should be by the selling company, which is H, not S, amount of intercompany debt, and so on and so on. So I don't think we have anything else other than what we have captured here, the depreciation, other charge in note 2, and release profit in note number 4 is for H. Yes, so basically this is what we need to take into account, and then we compute the NCI share of this. NCI share of this would be equal to 30%, because as at the end of the year, the parent company will be having 70% shareholding in S, meaning that the NCI in S at the end of the year is 30%. So let's first of all we compute this figure here, 660 plus 240 minus 100, which will give us 68, and then we get 30% of this. 30% of that, which will give us 2040. 2040. Yes. So basically that is the non-controlling interest. So, and then finally what we need to do, let's compute the group retained earnings. The group retained earnings. So for the group retained earnings, this one is equal to 100% of H Limited retained earnings, and then 70% of S Limited post-acquisition retained earnings. So therefore, we have two companies here, our two companies here, H and S Limited. So what we do, we start by taking their retained earnings as given in the respective statement of financial position. Specifically at the equity, the retained earnings of this is 3940. For this one is 1660. But for this company here, that is S, first of all, we need to eliminate the pre-acquisition retained earnings. Pre-acquisition retained earnings is the retained earnings of S on the date the parent company acquired a controlling interest. That is how much? It's 60 as given in note 1, such that we will be left with only post-acquisition. So this remains the same, and then these remain 800. And then we also have a number of adjustments to these retained earnings. So we come back here. So number one, S Limited had a depreciation other charge of 100. Depreciation other charge by S of 100, that should be deducted from its retained earnings. And then we also have this unreleased profit by H, unreleased profit by H Limited, which is 20. So we deduct that from the retained earnings of what? Of H. There is something else we also need to recognize here that when the parent company acquired 40% shareholding in S, the parent company had paid how much? The parent company had paid 2500. But now, if you go to the statement of, not the statement of financial position, but in note 1, on this particular date when the parent company acquired 30% shareholding, this original investment was revalued to 3,000. So this investment was revalued upward with an amount of 500. So this is supposed to be recognized as an income by the parent company. So therefore, because we are not preparing the consolidated income statement, so we come and we add it here. The revaluation gain on investment in S, which is 500. Which is what? 500. Yes. So I think those are the only adjustments which will be affecting that figure here, or which will be made now to these figures for the retained earnings. So we have 3490 minus 20 plus 500, which will give us 780, and then this will give us 700. It will give us 700. Will give us 700. Yes, so then what we need to do is we get the group share of this. So the group share of this will be 100%, and then the group share of this will be 70%, will be 70%. So this will give us 3970. What about this one? It will give us 490. That is 700 times 0.7, which will give us 490. So first of all, we add these two figures, plus 3970, which will give us 4460. But also there is something else we need to include here, because what we have taken into account as far as the retained earnings of this company here, we have taken into account the group share of its retained earnings from this date here to the date of consolidation. But also remember, the parent company initially had acquired 40% shareholding in what? In S. So therefore, we also need to take now the group share of the post-acquisition retained earnings of S when S was an associate. And actually, that is a figure which we computed here. Because here we took the retained earnings on this particular date and the retained earnings on this date. We got the difference, which was 500, and then we got the group share of that, which was 200. So this figure which we have here. So we also add it here. So the total group retained earnings will be 4660. 4660. So basically what we need to do, we add all that. So first of all, this will give us 14660, and then we add what we have down there. We add 2040 plus 3000 plus 600 plus 600. Yes, and that basically will give us the same figure. Okay, there is something we have not included here. Sorry for that. Yes, so let's compute the payables figure. The payables figure, that figure is not yet included in the last column. 1560 plus 840 plus 100 minus 600. Yes, so we have a figure here of what? Let's take that afresh. 1560 plus 840 plus 100 minus 600. Yes, that will give us 1900. So let's maybe work that afresh. So we have 14660 plus 2040 plus 3000 plus 1900 plus 600. Yes, that will give us the same figure we have up there of 22,000. 22 what? Thousand. Yes, so basically that is it. That what was required as far as that particular question is concerned. And basically what we have been able to do is to illustrate how to prepare the group accounts, or basically the consolidated financial statement, in case of what if as a piecemeal or a stage acquisition. So that brings us to the end of that particular session. See you in the next class as we discuss on a different concept of group accounts.
Welcome back to the lesson. Today we are going to examine the purpose of strategy. You recall that we defined strategy as a well-defined, deliberate, comprehensive plan that is designed to achieve long-term objectives of an organization. So the purpose of strategy is to define a clear direction for an organization, outlining its goals, the methods of achieving it, and the resources that are required to do so. So an effective strategy serves several key purposes, and this is what we are going to examine in our today's lesson: the purpose of strategy. The first purpose of strategy is that strategy provides direction. Provides direction. Strategy provides direction. It sets the overall direction for an organization, acting as a roadmap that guides decision making and resource allocation. A strategy helps everyone within the organization to know what each and everyone is required to do. It helps ensure that everyone in the organization is working towards a common set of objectives. It gives the direction. This is where we are moving, right? That is the direction. So everyone works towards achieving the objectives. So it helps the members within the organization to work towards a common set of objectives. That is the first purpose of a strategy. A strategy can also create what we call a competitive edge. Creates a competitive advantage. Creates a competitive advantage. Strategy helps organizations identify and develop unique strengths, unique capabilities that differentiate them from competitors. And that then enables an organization to create a competitive advantage that allows them to outperform rivals in the industry. That's the second purpose: creating a competitive edge. A strategy also aligns resources. It can help in the alignment of resources towards achieving the intended objectives. It helps to an organization allocate its resources, and these are financial resources, technological resources, human resources, capital resources, in a way that maximizes their impact and supports the achievement of strategic goals. A strategy can also help to manage risks. Manage risks. Now, strategy involves assessing and mitigating potential risks that could threaten an organization's success. Identifying and mitigating potential risks, because a strategy is a predetermined course of action. It is essentially a plan. So an organization is able to identify potential risks, then put in place mitigating measures to ensure that the organization succeeds. And by proactively addressing risks, organizations can increase their chances of achieving their goals. That's the fourth purpose. 5, a strategy can help the organization to adapt to change. Adapting to change. Now, in today's dynamic business environment, strategy is crucial for adapting to changing circumstances, because it allows organizations to anticipate and respond to emerging trends, contemporary issues, technologies, emerging technologies, market conditions, and so on. Adapting to change. Strategy can help create value, can be key in creation of value. Ultimately, candidates, the purpose of strategy is create value for the organization's stakeholders, including employees, the shareholders, customers, lenders, uh, and the broader community. And such value can be financial. This value can be uh, it can be social. The value can also be Welcome to the lesson. Today we are going to study strategic and tactical decisions. The subject is strategic management. We are going to highlight the differences between strategic and tactical decisions. We'll also make an observation on the relationship between the two. But it's important to first of all note that strategic and tactical decisions are two levels of decision making in an organization. These are two levels, each serving distinct purposes and having different characteristics. In our today's lesson, we highlight the characteristics between strategic decisions and tactical decisions. But first of all, what's the meaning of strategic decisions? What is the meaning of tactical decisions? Now, tactical decisions, or let me begin with the strategic decisions. Strategic decisions. Strategic decisions are high level decisions that shape the overall direction of a company. Differences, we have, let me have basis of the difference, or let me have strategic decisions, tactical decisions. I've just said that strategic decisions are high level decisions that shape the overall direction of the company. Strategic decisions are high level decisions that shape the overall direction and long term goals of an organization. Are high level decisions that shape strategic decisions are high level decisions that shape the overall direction of the company, right? Whereas tactical decisions are more specific and short term. These ones are long term. Tactical decisions are more specific and short term decisions. They are more specific and short term. These ones are overall. Tactical decisions are specific and short term decisions that focus on implementation. They focus on implementation of strategic plan of an organization. They are concerned with the day-to-day operations of the company and how to achieve the strategic goals. Day-to-day, these are day-to-day decisions. Day-to-day decisions. Whereas strategic decisions are high-level decisions that shape the overall direction of the company and they are long-term in nature. You understand? That is number one.
Hello learner, welcome to Manifested e-learning platform. My name is F.A.M. Ningwiri and I am a practitioner within the financial services industry in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to discuss about portfolio management. The focus is on contemporary issues and emerging trends. We are going to discuss about program trading, and we say the following, I can write the following, that it refers to volume trading which is done by systems, is done stroke executed by systems usually automated based on an underlying, based on an underlying, let me write it properly, apologies for that, underlying based on an underlying program or idea. Let's stop there for 1 second, guys. It refers to volume trading which is done or executed by systems usually automated based on underlying program or idea. It is a wide range of portfolio strategies. It is a wide range of portfolio strategies, involving the purchase or sale, purchase or sale of stocks. We can say purchase or sale of 15 or more stocks, 15 or more stocks having a total market value, total market value of $1 million, $1 million or even more, Stop there. It is a wide range of portfolio strategies involving the purchase or sale of 15, ladies and gentlemen, or more stocks having a total market value of $1 million or even more. Now, once we have introduced what program trading is, it can almost be referred to as algorithmic trading, high volume trading that involves the utilization of a given number of strategies, ladies and gentlemen. And we're also saying that the strategies could be, or the types could be either principal, they could be either basis or even contra-day strategies thereon. So we can continue and say that program traders are almost always, program, can come on this other side, traders are almost always program traders are almost always executed by computers. Executed by computers. computers, although there are instances, although there are instances, we can say although there are instances in program trading, there are instances when this isn't the case, when this is not the case. For example, institution X, institution X wants to sell a basket of 15 stocks, wants to sell a basket of 15 stocks totaling $2 million, totaling to $2 million, $2 million, $2 million. It would simply split up. It would simply split up the sale among different brokers, among different brokers. In other words, you're saying that people plan the strategy and you're saying the computers are the ones that do the work. So traders are almost, is R, I've written R twice, are almost always trades are almost always executed by computers. But although there are instances when this is not the case, for example, institution X wants to sell a basket of 15 stocks totaling $2 million. It would simply split up the sale among different brokers. So when people plan strategies and the computer does the work, this is how program trading looks like. So we have this computer right over here. Please forgive my drawing right over here. And I'm saying that here is where the coding or the codes are actually created. Of course, there has to be what you're calling the CPU right over there like that, and it's the one that actually does or processes or executes trades. Buy and sell. I can put it in a different color over here. Buy and sell. Buy and sell of securities. Buy and sell of securities. Then we are saying the types can be of three of them. Types of program trading can be where the principal over here, we are saying this is where replication of an index is actually ensued. So replication of an index, where the portfolio manager or the strategies try to copy the returns that have been generated by an index. And that is all done by the program trading or by the computer. So replication of an index. Then the second type of program trading is basis over here. And over here, trying to identify price inefficiencies, strategy to identify price inefficiencies. So the computer tries to identify price inefficiencies, trying to identify undervalued stocks or tries to identify undervalued stocks. Undervalued stocks is what the computer system actually buys those stocks, of course using an algorithm, and the overvalued stocks are actually sold. Then finally, the third type of program trading is contra trading, buying and selling through buying and selling consistently like that. So we're saying we buy in one market and sell in another market right there. So we're saying that's what happens in a contra, buying and simultaneously selling the same security. Buying and selling the security simultaneously. So of course this uses futures or options, and that is actually executed using the computer system. So we are saying what? We are saying that the types of program trading include the principal, which involves replication of an index, and that is done by the system, by the computer system or algorithm. Basis trading, which involves a strategy to try and identify pricing inefficiencies, undervalued stocks and overvalued stocks. Then there is contra trading, where you buy and sell securities simultaneously in different markets using futures contracts. Let's move over on this other side. Let's look at the advantages. Advantages of program trading. We're saying it is quick to execute and implement. It is quick to execute and implement. Number two, over here we say places trades according to strategy. It places trades according to strategy. Number three, exploits opportunities without emotions. It exploits opportunities without emotions. So it is quick to execute and implement. Execute and implement are the keywords there. Second, it places trades according to strategy, either basis, principal, or contra, actually executed using algorithms. So you can be able to come up with an algorithm that actually executes principal strategies, basis strategies, and even contra strategies. Very simple. It exploits opportunities without emotions. That is very key. So having looked at the advantages, we move over and discuss the disadvantages. Disadvantages. We are saying that number one, it brings about extreme volatility. For example, in the 1990s, it brings about extreme volatility. And for example, in 1990s, there was a bit of a flurry of activity that took place as a result of program trading. Number two, it is expensive. It is costly to implement and trade. It is costly to implement. So these are the two main disadvantages over here, that it brings about extreme volatility, for example, in the 1990s, and it is costly to implement. So this brings us to the end of the lesson. We hope you have enjoyed it, and I will leave you the assignment. The assignment is as follows, right down here. Assignment. Explain what is meant by program trading. Explain what is meant by program trading. So thank you for being with Manifested Publishers. Continue being with us, and we are here for you. Hello Lana, welcome to Manifested e-learning platform. My name is F.A.M. Ngwiri and I practice within the financial services industry in Kenya. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we are discussing about portfolio management. The focus of today's class, ladies and gentlemen, is contemporary issues and emerging trends. We are going to narrow down our discussion towards investing in international markets. Now, what we're going to discuss under this wonderful topic of contemporary issues is just the general issues or the issues which are being discussed along in foreign markets and also in our local markets right here in Kenya. We are going to discuss about the considerations before investing in foreign markets, and then we're going to move ahead and discuss about the methods of investing in foreign equity securities, and thereafter we're going to look at the factors to consider before investing in foreign markets. So let's dive right in, ladies and gentlemen. We start by mentioning the following, ladies and gentlemen, that the considerations to be the considerations to be factored when investing in foreign markets, international markets include, so put it like that. Number one, we talk about political factors, or what we call geopolitics, political factors. What we're saying is how peaceful is the country in as far as politics is concerned. So this is a consideration that you need to factor in. So I just put a bullet over there and say geopolitics and its influence on foreign direct investment. Geopolitics and its influence in or on foreign direct investment. Number two, ladies and gentlemen, so just going to bring about some distinction there. Political factors, going to be very brief, not too detailed. Number two is economic factors, right there. So probably, maybe at that point, you may not really get to understand what we are talking about when discussing about investing in international markets. Let me just bring you up to speed. Please forgive me for that. So we are saying that this is, say, for example, Kenya. We want to invest in Uganda, right there. Possibly, maybe in Tanzania. That. I'll use TZ to denote Tanzania, UG to denote Uganda, and K to denote Kenya. So what are the considerations before a Kenyan wants to invest in Uganda or a Kenyan wants to invest in Tanzania? The first factor, ladies and gentlemen, is political factors. How is the politics or the political temperatures right over here? Could be, say, for example, in one of the countries over here, you could be able to have a regime that is kind of dictatorial. It may not really be able to allow for foreign direct investment to come into their countries like that easily. The second point right over here, we're talking about economic factors. So the economic factors of these countries, because you're saying that the Kenyans over here want to invest in Uganda, so the factors, the talking points over here should be the GDP, inflation, interest rates, and possibly exchange rates, amongst other factors there. So when talking about economic factors, we say the influence of GDP, interest rates. This is gross domestic product, the interest rates, exchange rates, We're talking about inflation. All these have an influence towards Kenyans investing in Uganda and investing in Tanzania. If, for example, the GDP is not is probably maybe the growth rates in Uganda and Tanzania are not up to the speed that the Kenyans actually want, then they would be able to prevent them from investing in those countries. Because probably maybe you're holding a portfolio right over here. This is just an example, guys. And probably holding a portfolio over here that also wants to grow. You want to grow the value of the portfolio. And the only way to do it is to invest in those economies that also produce significant growth in GDP, inflation, rather GDP only, and maybe inflation rate. You don't want to have modest amount of inflation because you're saying the purchase of goods and services or purchasing power in Uganda and Tanzania, if you put it on a Kenyan scale, it might also be quite expensive for the Kenyans to actually put it to invest in Uganda there. The interest rates, the prevailing interest rates, a 10-year bond yield, is it, or maybe the lending rates within Uganda and Tanzania might not really be favorable over there. The exchange rates, Kenya shillings to Uganda shillings, probably the Ugandan shilling is actually strengthening more than is actually strengthening more than the Kenya shilling. Then that actually would present an opportunity for the Kenyans to actually invest in Uganda shillings, because we're saying the Ugandan shillings is actually strengthening against the Kenya shilling. So that's what we're saying. Currency risk or currency exchange rates needs to be factored in or needs to be considered when investing in international markets. I'm just using this as just an example over here. These same factors also affect when you want to invest even in European countries and also in the US there. So domestic factors, we're saying that the influence of GDP, interest rates, and exchange rates, inflation on the investment manager's portfolio, on the investment managers. We go up over here, portfolio. So those have an impact on the investment decisions as to whether you're going to invest in Uganda or Tanzania or wherever, Europe or even the US. Next point, we're talking about socio-cultural factors. Number 3, social-cultural factors. Socio-cultural factors, and we're saying these socio-cultural factors considered needs to be based on cultures and beliefs. So we're saying that the cultures, beliefs, and maybe traditions of a given country have an impact on investments, on foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investments. This is how so. We can come back over here to a diagram over here, to a drawing. We're saying that if we are saying we have a predominant, if just for example, if you're saying that in Kenya that we are predominantly maybe say for example Muslim or are believed to have the Muslim faithful or have a following towards the Muslim proposition, then we would only seek to invest in those countries that have got Sharia compliant laws or products. So those are what you're saying, the cultures and beliefs. And we're also talking about maybe say if Kenyans, for example, are also predominantly Christian, then it would mean that they would want to invest in countries probably that have got maybe the norms and the cultures that are almost similar to what the Kenyans actually believe in. Like that. So that also has an influence in foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investment from that country, from Kenya, cannot be able to come into Uganda as expected, because probably maybe there's a barrier in terms of cultures and beliefs and norms, as well as traditions. So moving on, we can talk about, I'm just being very brief, number 4, and for consistency purposes, I was supposed to underline this using red. Forgive me for that. Here, socio-cultural factors. And number 4, we're talking about technological factors. Technological factors. And we're saying technology, the impact of technology, of course, following the adverse effects of COVID-19 pandemic, led to innovations of how individuals can actually make, conduct meetings, trainings, and even modes of payment. It can also be done through using the over the internet there. So of course, individuals came up with payment platforms that can allow seamless seamless transfer of funds without any risk over there. And that means what? Precise point is this: commercial banks actually used to have probably maybe a given number of tellers, and even now what you're saying, automated teller machines. Now you're saying that individuals to some extent are not going to automated teller machines as the way they used to. They are now, because of the innovation that has been done by the CB, commercial bank, towards payment platforms online, as well as mobile banking, has actually transformed the commercial banking ways of doing business over here. Now, in terms of the tellers, you don't find as many tellers as the way they used to be, because you can be able to conduct your transactions online or via your mobile phone. So we're saying advancements in technology, has allowed individual and institutional investors to invest in foreign equity securities or foreign securities, removing bottlenecks, removing bottlenecks that were previously in place. Because we're saying that nowadays you can even trade using just a mobile banking, just using your phone. You can even trade on cryptocurrencies, you can even cryptos, and you can also trade on currencies, you can do also on commodities, just by the confines of the convenience of your phone. So you don't really have to physically go to an exchange or even do it on online or using a computer machine and so on and so forth. That's the way it is. That's what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. So technological factors also have brought about ease and the way individuals actually transact. So in a country that is technologically savvy, then there's going to be a challenge in terms of how you can be able to execute investment decisions there. So if countries are not moving with a fast pace at which technology is actually growing, so you'd expect then there is going to be a hindrance in terms of receiving foreign direct investment there. 5 there. So we talk about social, cultural, technological, and then there's ecological factors. Our commercial banks are financial services firms, financial services firms financing initiatives are financial services firms financing initiatives that drive or that cater for climate change, cater for climate change. That is a question mark over there. Commercial banks right over here, what are they financing? Who are they providing loans to? Are they providing loans to individuals and institutions and for a noble cause that are geared towards climate change or that are geared towards conserving the environment? My apologies. That's the question that you should be asked. So if commercial banks over here, CBs, are financing, say, activities that pollute the air, maybe even geared towards, maybe to some extent, civil rights, or maybe civil rights, ecological is geared towards the environment, sorry. So it's civil rights is probably maybe legal environment. So pollute the air and maybe conserve or maybe are geared towards maybe bodily harm, causing bodily harm, like that. Say, for example, I'm just using this as an example, BAT, British American Tobacco Cigarettes, producing company. So what are commercial banks' activities geared towards? Are they geared towards polluting the environment or providing finance to firms that pollute the environment? Or are they providing loans to institutions that are going to produce products that cause bodily harm, including cigarettes, alcohol, and so on and so forth like that? That's what we should be able to consider under the ecological factors. And that really affects. So if BAT is trying to seek financing or investors want to invest in BAT, and then there's going to be a deterrence, there's going to be some foreign direct investment may not really come because they're saying that the element of ecological factors are going to prevent them from receiving finance from commercial banks or from maybe say investors in foreign countries their own. So that is ecological factors. And we move on to this other side. We discuss other factors. Here, after ecological environment, we move ahead and discuss about legal environment, legal factors. And we're saying under legal factors, we talk about the impact of regulatory change on securities holding. So if initially the allocation or the preferred allocation from the regulators was saying it was going to be 0.25, 0.25, 0.25, 0.25, like that, all a quarter like that, we're saying that it changes and says that this is equities, fixed income, derivatives and alternatives. It changes and says that the preferred portfolio should have something to do with something over here 0.35 and here is 0.15, for example, like that. This is 2.5. So it means that the portfolio holding or foreign direct investors would have an appetite. If initially they had an appetite for this, they'll not be able to provide financing to this part over here as much as the way they did because of that regulatory change. We're also seeing activities that are geared towards civil rights, like that, and so on and so forth, might also be contributory towards foreign direct investment. Individual investors or institutional investors may not be willing to invest in countries that do not follow or are not observant of civil rights or civil activism, civil activists, and so on and so forth like that. So that is part of the legal factors there. So it would deter foreign direct investments. Countries would not be able to invest in those countries which do not follow or do not have civil rights. So other factors include other factors over here include, and we're talking about something to do with country risk. Country risk. Country risk. So we're talking about country risk. This is the risk that is posed by a country, especially in trying to determine maybe in terms of its credit rating, its ability to borrow from international markets, say maybe from the World Bank, the IMF, and so forth. So this country risk is also a factor that deters foreign direct investment or investing in international markets. Then we're also talking about maybe transaction costs. Transaction costs. Transaction costs in the foreign country where you would wish to place an investment. If the transaction costs are actually high, then that would deter participation in foreign direct or in foreign or international markets. The next point over here is currency volatility. Currency volatility. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, I had discussed right over here about the exchange rates. So probably maybe I may not it would not be necessary for me to explain this point again because I already talked about it in the currency exchange rate. And I said the currency, how erratic is the currency exchange rate. Maybe say, for example, the KES versus the Uganda shilling, like that. Is it very volatile? At one time, is the Kenya shilling losing ground against the the Uganda shilling, or is the Uganda shilling losing ground against the Kenya shilling? How erratic that moves would affect foreign direct investment or participation in international markets. We're also seeing the final point is, liquidity. When in participating in international markets, liquidity is a key concern, and maybe you're investing in markets that do not provide liquidity or are not as liquid as maybe say foreign markets. Maybe emerging markets may not provide that element of liquidity as much as foreign markets would do. So that would deter investors in participating in international markets, there. So having discussed the considerations when investing in international markets, we can then move on and discuss about the methods that are used in investing in foreign equity securities. So methods of investing in foreign equity securities. We can do that right on this other side here. Methods of investing in foreign equity securities. Methods of investing in foreign equity securities. Methods of investing in foreign equity securities. So how do we invest in foreign equity securities? The first method is we can mention American depository receipts. Number one, American depository receipts. What is also called as ADRs. Under ADRs, we say that are a convenient way, are a convenient way to buy foreign stocks or foreign securities. To buy foreign securities. Convenient way to buy foreign securities. Foreign companies use American depository receipts or ADRs. Use ADRs to establish a presence. in the US markets, in the US markets, the US markets, the US markets, and sometimes have some capital, sometimes require capital. These are what we can say a convenient way to buy foreign securities. They're saying foreign companies use ADRs to establish presence in the US markets and sometimes require capital and sometimes require capital. I'll move on this other side right here. So we say that each ADR that a foreign company issues, represents underlying share, an underlying share, not written it properly, underlying share or number of underlying shares. They are listed, traded. They are listed, traded, and settled just like shares of the US companies. Settled just like shares or securities. It's like securities. Of US companies. What are we saying? Each ADR that a foreign company issues represents an underlying share or number of underlying shares. So an institution over here issues depository receipts based on the number of shares right there. They are listed, traded, and settled just like securities of US companies on the NYSE or the NASDAQ. Let's move on to the second one. Global depository receipts. Global depository receipts. So for consistency, underline in red. We're saying that a depository receipts or depository receipt are depository receipt, or we say let's just describe what it is. A bank, pardon me for that, a bank issues shares of a foreign company in international markets, typically in Europe typically in Europe, and makes them available makes them available to investors within and overseas, to investors within and outside a country, outside a country, Let's stop there first and we proceed. A bank, maybe a depository bank, issues shares of a foreign company in international markets, typically in Europe, and makes them available to investors within and outside a country. So this is the country here. This bank or a firm over here issues, makes a deposit in terms of the shares with this bank over here. This bank then issues depository receipts in foreign markets, like that. So once it issues foreign depository receipts in foreign markets, investors in Kenya, in Uganda, can actually invest in those securities in those other countries once they've been issued that. So that's a simple way of how to invest in foreign securities. So we're saying that a bank issues shares of a foreign company in international markets, typically in Europe, and makes them available to investors within and outside a country. So that is it for global depository receipts, but we may proceed as a conclusion, as a parting shot, and we can say that many global deposit GDRs, many GDRs are denominated in USD, US dollar, but some may also be issued. Some may also be issued in euros, and are traded on the LSE, London Securities Exchange, or Luxembourg exchange. So many GDRs are denominated in USD, but some may also be issued in euros and are traded on the LSE, Luxembourg, or Luxembourg exchanges, amongst other exchanges there. Once we've discussed the second one, which you're saying is global depository receipts, we move over on this other side and discuss others. Foreign direct investment. Number 3, foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investment. And we're saying under the foreign direct investment right here that one is expected to open a global account with a broker in your home country, e.g. Fidelity, or to open an account with a local broker in the target country. In the target country. That is it for foreign direct investment. You decide that this is Kenya, you want to invest in Uganda, you go and open, say, for example, a CDS account, Central Depository and Settlement account in Uganda. Then, once you open a CDS account in Uganda, you can be able to invest or purchase securities as the way you'd actually wish. Of course, when currency flows from Kenya to Uganda like that, we expect to have that what we call exchange rate or conversion exchange rate between Kenya and the Kenya shillings and Uganda shillings there. So you need to convert the Kenya shillings into Uganda shillings for you to be able to participate and invest in securities in Uganda. That's what you're saying, direct investing. And so we're saying that one is expected to open a global account with a broker in your home country, e.g. Fidelity, or to open an account with a local broker in the target country right there. So there are two ways there. So first of all, open a global account with a broker in your home country. So in your home country, which has got if your country has got, say this is Kenya, has got a global broker over here, then that's one of the ways you can be able to participate in foreign markets, and you'll be able to trade using that broker over there. And the second case is the one that I just given you over here. You decide to open a CDS account right over here, and then of course you convert the Kenya shillings into Uganda shillings so that you can be able to participate in foreign markets there or invest in Uganda. We're saying number 4, guys, global mutual funds. Mutual funds. Global mutual funds is also another way. Pardon me, I keep underlining with black. Global mutual funds, we're saying here, one can opt for a mutual fund. One can opt for a mutual fund that focuses on international equities or fixed income. I said opt for a mutual fund that focuses on international equities, focuses on international equities or fixed income, or fixed income, or fixed income, or fixed income, or fixed income. That's it for global mutual funds. One can opt for a mutual fund that focuses on international equities or fixed income. That's it, by investing in a pool of products. So this mutual fund accepts funds all over the world. And then it is, of course, professionally managed by a portfolio manager right over here. And so now this is Kenya. You are the one who's actually invested in that mutual fund that could actually be focused, maybe say, or divided into two, maybe fixed income and maybe equities like that. So this is Kenya. Investors actually invest in fixed income part. They also have an option to invest in the equities international markets. Mutual funds that are available to international investors. Number 5, we're talking about multinational companies. Number 5, multinational companies. And here we can be able to say that occurs when domestic companies, it occurs when domestic companies, when it occurs, saying that it occurs when domestic companies that desire significant sales, that drive significant sales, that drive significant sales that drive significant sales right over here from abroad, from abroad. So let me now highlight the salient points. So when domestic companies, or it occurs when domestic companies that drive significant sales from abroad are purchased. Full stop there. For example, we're saying if we have Coca-Cola company in the US market over there, Coca-Cola, significant sales of Coca-Cola actually come, ladies and gentlemen, from foreign or from maybe the customers who are actually abroad from the US there. So Coca-Cola, e.g. Coca-Cola. So significant sales of the company, yes, it's an American company, but significant sales or significant revenues of Coca-Cola actually come from outside the country there. That's how you can be able to participate in investing in international markets, how you can be able to invest in international markets over there. You could also invest in international markets based on using, foreign, forex trading. 6, forex trading, where you buy and sell currency pairs of companies which are, or not companies, buy and sell currency pairs of countries or exchange currencies. Say, for example, Euro USD stroke CHF or Euro USD. So investing in the Euro USD currency pair using forex trading, you are also in a way investing in international markets there. So this is also another way of how you can be able to invest in international markets, amongst other ways. But these are the most common ways of how you can be able to invest in international markets. Now, to conclude, we will discuss about the factors to consider, when selecting an investment stroke asset class. The first one is security. Let's talk about when investing in asset classes, they need to provide some element of security such that it cannot actually be stolen by someone or cannot be purchased by someone unless you actually authorize for that. Number 2, liquidity. Securities must at least provide some element of liquidity at short notice. So when you want to sell off your asset class, or maybe say if it's real estate, then you can be able to do so with relative ease. That is liquidity. Number 3, asset classes should be able to generate some element of return. So an asset class or an investment should be able to generate some return. There are times when they may not be able to generate positive returns, but at least after some time, an investment or an asset class should be able to generate for you some return. There, number 3, growth. They should be able to maintain their purchasing power. So growth is also a significant element of it. And of course, growth is tied with inflation. So securities should be able to actually grow in terms of capital gains there. So these, having discussed about these factors to consider when selecting an investment, we can be able to end this session, ladies and gentlemen, so that I can be able to give you an assignment for you to be able to just review. So the assignment that I have for you today here, explain Explain the methods of investing in foreign equity securities. Explain the methods of investing in foreign equity securities. That is what I want you to go and break down and understand, so that you can be able to comprehend this part of investing in international markets. Thank you for being with Manifested Publishers. God bless you. Hello Lana, welcome to Manifested e-learning platform. My name is F.A.M. Lingwiri, a practitioner within the financial services industry in Kenya. We are learning about equity portfolio management. The focus of today's lesson is equity index weighting schemes. In today's lesson, we are going to learn about the types of indices that exist within the equities market. Thereafter, we're going to analyze the biases of those index weighting schemes. So to jumpstart this topic or this lesson, we are going to analyze the types of indices. Now, types of indices. The first type of index that exists is price-weighted index. Price-weighted index. There. Now, under the price-weighted index, we can say the following. We can say refers to the arithmetic average. Arithmetic average of prices in the index. Price-weighted index refers to the arithmetic average of prices in the index. Build on this explanation and say that it adds market prices. Adds market prices of each stock. Adds market prices of each stock in the index, then divides in the index, then divides the total by the number of stocks, in the index. So we're saying that it adds market prices of each stock in the index, then divides the total by the number of stocks in the index. Now, we do not need to do an example of the price-weighted index. This has already been covered in the new unit that is called Introduction to Finance and Investments. And so if you want to see how we can be able to compute the price-weighted index, please refer to the Manifested e-learning platform unit called Introduction to Finance and Investments. Here, we just need to build on equity portfolio management types of indices, and then we try and assess and analyze the types of biases that are there on each index. Number two is market capitalization weighted index. Market capitalization weighted index. This is also called a value-weighted index. Under this price-weighted index, we are only going to consider the prices or the market prices of equity securities. Under this market capitalization weighted index, we will be able to get the price times the number of shares outstanding. So price times number of shares outstanding, like that, gives us market cap, or the value of the equity security. Now, let's explain what the market cap weighted index is all about. You can say it sums the total market values, total market values of all the stocks in the index, of all the stocks in the index. It adjusts for stock splits. It adjusts for stock splits. We are saying market capitalization weighted index, it sums the total, sums the total market values of all the stocks in the index. It adjusts for stock splits. So the difference between the price weighted index and the market capitalization weighted index, just to mention in passing, is that the price weighted index only considers, these are the stocks that have actually been listed over here, the market prices, it only considers this column over here. That market prices over there. So we're saying that it is just an average of all the stocks in the index. If the index reaches outside over there, it just sums up all the stocks in this index right over here, and then divides by it divides by the total number of stocks in the index. So this, you add up all of this and then you divide by all of these values in the index, not on the entire NSE or the entire index or the entire exchange listed securities. No, we're only saying that if these other securities are included in the index, you just add the prices of the securities and divide by the number of prices in the index right over there. Now, market capitalization weighted index, it includes the number of shares outstanding, like that. So this is market prices, number of shares outstanding right there, like that, like that. I'm assuming these are the number of shares outstanding. Then you're able to get the market cap, that. So you get this times this, you get y, and so on and so forth, like that. That. So this market cap, if the index reaches up to that point over here, like that, now, price weighted index, the index is up to over here. We're only considering this column over here. Now, market capitalization weighted index, also called value weighted index, factors in these values over here. So it sums up all of this like that in terms of market values, and gets the market values and divides by the total market value of, or divides by the total number of securities which have been included in the index over there. So we are saying that in terms of market cap, the challenge is that you could be able to have that security trying to have a large market cap. Rather, I'm saying this security might have the largest market cap over here. Say, for example, in this case in Kenya, Safaricom. Safaricom has got largest market cap. If it has the largest market cap, if the stock price of Safaricom goes down, it means it will impact on the overall value of what? Of the index. There. So it influences the index significantly. So that's one of the biases that we shall be looking at shortly. So that's the difference between market cap and price weighted index. So we can move on to another types of index weighting scheme. Number 3, free float adjusted market capitalization index. Free float adjusted market cap weighted index. There. Free float adjusted market capitalization weighted index. We can say the portion of the firm's outstanding shares of the firm's outstanding shares are available for purchase. Outstanding shares are available for purchase. It is adjusted. It is adjusted for the amount of stock. The amount of stock. For the amount of stock that is actually available. We can further build on this and say that it assumes that the investor has bought all the available shares. Has bought all the available shares. All the available shares. What are we saying about free float adjusted market cap weighted index? The portion of the firm's outstanding shares are available for purchase. It is adjusted for the amount of stocks or stock that is actually available. I'll be able to shortly explain. It assumes that the investor has bought all the available shares. If there are 100,000 shares that are available to the investor, that are available to investors, what we can do is that a portion of this is actually reserved for the founders of that company. So let's say maybe 50,000, not 50,000, maybe say 20,000 shares. So out of this, 20,000 shares are available for the founders. And that means what? It means that only 80,000 shares will be released to the public. What we are saying is that the portion of the firm's outstanding shares are available for purchase. So this is available for purchase by outside investors. These ones are actually reserved to the founders of the company. So we are saying that this index of free float market capitalization weighted index adjusts for the amount of stock that is actually available. So we are saying that the free float is just the free amount of free shares that is available for investors. So there is always a bias in this free float adjusted market capitalization weighted index, in the sense that what happens is that the index might be adjusted or might be biased upwards because of this issue of the difference between the number of shares issued to the founders, the number of shares issued to the public, and that brings about some upward bias towards the index. Let's move on this other side. We analyze the fourth type of index for equally weighted index. We say that all stock returns are given the same weight. All stock returns are given the same weight This implies that the index is computed as if the investor has an equal investment in each stock. Equal investment in each stock. Equal investment in each stock in the index. In the index, and you can put a full stop over there. We build on this and say that the index must be periodically rebalanced. Index must therefore be periodically rebalanced. Must be periodically rebalanced. Now, what are we saying about equally weighted index? We're saying that all stock returns are given the same weight, and this implies that the index is computed as if the investor has an equal investment in each stock in the index. The index must therefore be periodically rebalanced. Now, once we have learned about the types of indices, we can move on to another subsection that talks about the biases of these 4 types of indices. So biases. Index biases. So we say that number 1, what is the bias of a price-weighted index? So price index, price-weighted index. So we say the major bias is that the price, the securities that have higher prices influence the direction of the movement. The movement of index. The index. The major bias is that securities that have higher prices influence the movement of the index. Of course, in a particular direction, obviously. We talk about movement, we're meaning, or we are referring to movement in terms of direction. So if you have securities such as X, Y, Z, V, this one has got 20, this one has got 50, this one has got 150, and this one has got maybe say something like, for example, it has got maybe say 20 or 19, maybe 10, like that. So these are the index constituent companies, X, Y, Z, V. We're saying that the major bias is that securities that have higher prices, this one, is the one that is going to dictate the movement of the index. So if this one increases from 150, and they're saying maybe at the end of the month end, we're saying now instead of 20, it goes to 17, here it goes to 55, and this one goes to maybe say 120, like that, and this one remains around 11, like that. This is the one that's going to dictate the movement like that. So the index is going to move down generally, even if this stock moved up. Yes, you can see this one moved up from 50 to 55 at the end of the month. This one, because it has moved down to 120, this is the one that is going to dictate the movement of the index. That is the major bias of price weighted index. Let's move on to the next one. Market capitalization weighted index. Because the market capitalization weighted index talks about the market caps. So number 2. Market capitalization weighted index. Consistency. Yeah. So market capitalization, we still have that example over here. X, Y, Z, V. Here the prices are 20, 50, 150, 10. So we have to get the market cap by multiplying with the number of shares outstanding. Number of shares. This is the market price. Market prices. So number of shares, maybe it is 100,000. This is maybe say 200,000. This is maybe say 100,000, and so on and so forth. This one is maybe 50,000, like that. So the market cap has to be determined. And how do we get the market cap? Market cap, this times that. So 20 times that is 2 million. This one is 5 times 2 is 10. Is 10, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 1 million. This times that, we're saying is 150. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As you can see, the impact. Then this one is going to be 10. 5, sorry, pardon me. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. 500,000. So we're saying that this market capitalization weighted index is impacted more based on the one that has got higher market cap. You can clearly see Z down over here is the one that has got the highest market cap. Now let's see the impact. Now, just the same way as we had done under the price weighted index, let's see the impact if the prices change to the values over there. So you're seeing that this you're getting is 20, like that. This is 5 times 2 is 10. Is 10, and then we add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this one should be 10, like that. 5 times 2 is 10. It should be 10 million. Should be 10 million, pardon me, for that error. Pardon me for that error. Should be 10 million, like that. So we are saying what? We are saying that the one that has got the highest value over here is the one that has the greatest impact, right there. So what is the bias over here? The bias right over here, clearly you can see, is that if this one moves now to the prices are, so end month, in terms of value. So we have 17, 55, 120, and 11. Like that. So this one, so we just multiply, of course, times the number of shares outstanding. So this is the one that is changing, the market prices. So the ending value is going to be that price right over there. So we're saying we need to have the following. We'll get 17 times 100,000 to 1.7 million. So value 1,700,000, like that. Then the next one we are saying is going to fall to 55. We're saying it's going to be 11 million over here. Like that. And then this one we are saying is going to be 100,000, and it's going to be times 120 is going to be 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then this one is going to be 50,000 times 11. Is it 11? Yes, it's 11. It's going to be 550,000. That. So what are we saying? We are saying that this is the one that has got the greatest value and is the one that is actually going to dictate and the movement of the index there. So the bias, we can say, the bias is that the value that the security that has got the highest value or highest market cap is the one that actually dictates the movement of the index right there. So we can just indicate that in writing. So I can write that over here. We can say that the major bias in this index weighting scheme is that the security with the highest market cap dictates the movement of the index. The major bias in this index weighting scheme is that the security with the highest market cap dictates the movement of the index, as I have just demonstrated. Let's move on so that you can be able to see the free float adjusted market capitalization with index, the biases. Free float adjusted market capitalization weighted index. Under free float, we are saying that based on the explanation I'd given, that you could be able to float 100,000 shares. But in the arrangement, you find that 20,000 are given to the founders, and maybe the balance 80,000 is floated to the investors or the available investors over here. So what is the bias here? The bias is that this the index could be adjusted or could be inclusive of the free float, and sometimes this 80,000 could even surpass the 20,000, and maybe say that we're saying that the number of shares that could be determined could even be slightly more, like more than the 80,000 that is actually there. So we're saying it could be 80,000, or sometimes it could even be 90,000, which factors in the free float, especially more so when the founders of this weighting of the index decide to actually release some of the shares to other investors. We're saying that that is going to be a significant bias thereon. What am I saying? The bias under free float adjusted market capitalization index is that the index, which is formulated based on the available shares to the investors, could be adjusted upwards, especially more so when the founders actually decide to release some of the shares to the market there. So that is the major bias. We're saying that the major bias of this index weighting scheme is that the free float shares could increase following the release of shares that had been shelved. Release of shares that had been shelved by the founders. That's the major bias. The major bias is of this index weighting scheme is that the free float shares could increase following the release of the shares that had been shelved by founders. The fourth type is the equally weighted index. Equally weighted index. And the equally weighted index, we had said that all stock returns are given the same weighting. And so we're saying that small cap stocks are the ones that could be able to have a major impact on the equally weighted index. We're saying the small cap stocks are which ones? So these are securities which are listed on the exchange, those ones. The number of stocks, the number of prices, so prices are indicated right there beside each of those stocks. The number of shares are also indicated. So the market cap is provided. So you get these values over here, X, 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 and so on and so forth, and like that. Once we have this, we are saying we can arrange this market cap in descending order. In descending order. There's a button in Excel that is indicated like that, like that. Sort. Sort. So we arrange it based on descending order. Descending order means that you start from the largest over here, you move down to the smallest. So what happens? So we're saying here you'll have the high cap or large cap, let me say large cap stocks, and here you'll have small cap stocks. So in an equally weighted index, the weights are assigned, the weights of the returns of the securities are assigned equally. And so we are saying that the major bias of equally weighted index is the fact that small cap stocks tend to have more magnitude onto the equally weighted index as compared to large cap stocks. So we are saying that the index under the equally weighted index is computed as if the investor has an equal investment in each stock. This index must therefore be adjusted periodically for, must be rebalanced periodically. So these ones are the ones, or the stocks which are maybe from right over there are the ones which will have a major impact on index. And we can say something on that note. So we say that the major bias of this index weighting scheme is that small cap stocks will impact on the index due to the fact that small stocks with small values, that stocks with low prices or low small shares outstanding will impact or not impact, will tend to magnify the index returns. Magnify the index returns. So we're saying that the major bias of this index, this should be small. Major bias of this index, the major bias of this index weighting scheme is that small cap stocks will impact on the index due to the fact that stocks with low prices or small shares outstanding will magnify the index returns significantly there. And that said, this brings us to the end of today's lesson. I have an assignment for you. The assignment says, moving over on this other side, saying that assignment explain equity index weighting schemes. Number one, explain the equity index weighting schemes. Equity index weighting schemes. And number two, we say analyze the biases. Analyze the biases of the above equity index weighting schemes. Explain the equity index weighting schemes that you know, and analyze, number two, the biases of the above equity index weighting schemes. This brings us to the end of today's lecture. Like I've already said, thank you and God bless you.
Now, the first thing to do when you're working with Excel is to be able to create a workbook or to come up with a workbook. And from the options that are available here, we can use the blank workbook. Now, in the blank workbook, if you click on it, this is what you'll be able to see. This is a Microsoft Excel window. Modern versions of Excel window usually come with a maximum of one worksheet, but a user can be able to add more worksheets, as we are going to see as we progress with this particular session. Now, let us familiarize ourselves with the Microsoft Excel window. I'm going to start with the File menu. You can see File. So if you click on File, you'll get a drop down of so many other areas that you can be able to use. There is Home. There is, of course, where we are currently. There is New, from which you can create new workbooks. There is Open, from which you can open workbooks that may be created of late. You can get more information, especially on how to protect your workbook and all that. You can also manage your workbook. There is Save. You use this if you want to save your workbook. There is Save As. Of course, you also use this one if you want to save. The two might look the same, but actually serve different purposes once you start working with Excel. We have Print. You can be able to print your work. You can share your work with email, or you can share to cloud. You can export from Excel to other file types. For instance, you can export to PDF. You can close, that is, if you are done, you just click on close. You can see, if you click on close, it is that particular workbook that closes, but Excel still remains open. There was also account, of course. There is feedback. We also saw option. So back to that was the file menu. Then there is also the ribbon, the menu bar. You can see the menu bar here, which have different types of menus from which you can be able to select from. The first one, of course, is home. Home has different groups. Each group has a number of tabs from which you can be able to select from. For instance, in the home menu, you can see the clipboard, which provides you an opportunity to copy, to paste, to cut. We have another group for font. Font provides options such as font type. You can see font type like Calibri there, and so many others. Arial, Times New Roman, and so many other font types. There is font size. Of course, you can adjust the size of your font. There is grow font. You can also increase the size of your font. Instead of using this, a user can also grow font or even shrink font using this. So they serve the same purpose as the same font size here. There is bold, there is italic, there is underline, and underline has different options. You can do double underlining. There is borders. One can be able to add borders to their work. There is also an option of fill color. You can be able to fill color here. Font color, of course, provided in this option. From font, we have alignment. And alignment is where you see options such as to align to the left, to align to the center, and to align to the right. There is also decreasing and increasing indent. Of course, there are other forms of alignment here. Middle alignment, there is bottom alignment, and there is also top alignment. There is merging and centering. You can use the option merge center, merge across, and merge cells. You can also unmerge. Wrap text is provided by this option here. There is a group for numbers where you can adjust from general. Of course, general means you can type in a cell anything. It can be a letter, it can be a number, it can be a currency, anything that is general. So there is no specific format. There are other options. There is number specifically for numbers, currency if you want to enter currency information in that cell. There is accounting, of course, short date, long date, and other options there. Of course, they have been summarized below here. This is currency, this is percentage. You can add the commas, of course. You can increase decimals or decrease decimals. Because there's an option of conditional formatting under styles. There's another group here for styles. Conditional formatting is used when you want to edit your data, but using colors, using shapes in that order. So conditional formatting. Another style is formatting your data as a table. Of course, you can have your data in your worksheet and you want to format it as a table. There is cell styles. This one provides different cell styles that you can be able to use. Now under cells, this provides formatting for cells, like you can be able to insert cells, of course, add cells, rows, columns, or sheets to your workbook. You can delete. You can format. For instance, you can format the row height, the column width, and other types of formatting. You can even lock cells. The last one is editing. One can be able to edit and editing. Of course, we have the option here for AutoSum and other ways of editing. You can sort and filter. You can find and select in that area for editing.
How are you over there? My name is Patrick Kamau Kamure. You are lecturer in taxation. Welcome to today's lesson of public finance and taxation, where we continue looking at the taxation of the business income, where, if I can give you a little of recap of what we did, is that we said that there are three businesses that we need to see how they are taxed. One of them is the partnership, is the sole proprietorship. The other one is the partnership, and the third one is the limited company. In our previous lesson, we did the taxation of the sole proprietorship. So for today, we want to go to the next business, which is the taxation of the partnership. So partnership is where we have two or more people who come together to do business together, and they don't register their business as a company. Because of that, we normally say that partnership do not have a separate legal entity from the owners, and that will mean that when you're taxing the partnership, you tax the partners themselves, not the partnership itself, because it is not separate from the partners. They are partners, and the business, they are one and the same thing. So now we want to see, how do we normally tax the partnership business? First of all, I want to write over there the introduction or definition of the partnership as I've illustrated. So we have partnership is a business owned by by two or more people which is not registered as a company, and so does not have a separate legal entity. That is the definition of the partnership. But our objective or goal is to know how we usually tax the partnership business. So these are the items that you need to consider when you are taxing the partnership business. So areas to consider, or items to consider: while taxing partnership business. Number one, determination of taxable income. Determination of taxable income, and say this is done using either or A, gross profit method, or number two, or B, net profit method. What we are saying is that when you are determining the taxable income of the partnership, just like other business, and as we introduced earlier on when you are introducing to the taxation of the business today, any business, when you are determining the taxable income, you either use the gross profit method or net profit method. So the same criteria apply to the taxation of the partnership. You either use the gross profit method or net profit method to get the taxable income. We have Roman 2. Another items that you need to consider when you are determining taxable income of the partnership or taxing the partnership is the following expenses: are not allowable in partnership. i.e. salary to the partner, to partners, interest on capital, interests on capital from partners to the partners, commission and bonuses to partners, drawings by partners, and any private expense of the partners. That is the second thing that you need to know, that those expenses, when they are incurred by the partnership, they are considered to be non-allowable expenses. Salaries to the partners, interest on capital, bonuses, the commission, the drawings. In short, we are saying any expense relating to the partner, like private expenses of the partner, we don't allow them when you're determining the taxable income. The third one that you need to consider, the following incomes. Are non-taxable incomes in partnership, i.e. what are those incomes that are not taxable? Interest on drawings, profit on goods sold to partners, and any other income. Any other income from partners. That's another thing, that when you're determining the taxable income of the partnership, if there's any income that the partnership received from the partners, we treat it as non-taxable. This you'll hear like interest on drawings, like when the partner withdraw anything from the partnership, like goods, the cash, they are charged interest. That is an income to the partnership, but it is usually not taxable. Another thing is like sometimes they can have a provision, or the partners can have a provision that if a person wants to buy goods from the business, can buy and they are going to be charged a profit like any other customer. So that profit is not taxable in the partnership, and any other income that the partnership may get from the partners. The fourth one is the income distribution schedule. Distribution schedule. What does that mean? Once taxable income of partnership is determined, it is distributed to partners using income distribution schedule where they bear individual tax burden. They are taxed individually at graduated scale rates in the same way as employment income. after the distribution. The gross tax once determined then set-offs such as personal relief, insurance relief, and withholding tax on investment incomes are deducted. Income distribution schedule has the following format. So what we are saying is that about the income distribution schedule, once the taxable income of the partnership is determined, either using the gross profit or the net profit, we tax the income on the partners themselves, and we tax them at graduated scale rates. Graduated scale rates is the same as the employment income, the way we taxed the sole proprietorship, where once you distribute to the partners, because the partners are the one who bear the tax burden, you tax them individually. It is partner A, how much is the taxable income, tax individually at graduated scales. Partner B, how much is the taxable income, tax them individually. And then once you get the gross tax of each partner, you less the set-off. Set-off, we said that they reduce the actual tax they are supposed to pay, and they are like personal relief, the withholding tax on investment income, and insurance relief if they have life insurance cover, education insurance cover, or NHIF. Now, I want to show you how the distribution is done through the income distribution schedule or allocation schedule. So it has this format: income distribution stroke allocation schedule. We start by distributing the taxable operating income, and then we list the partners. Partner A, we are assuming partners are A, B, and then we have a column for the totals. Shillings, shillings, shillings. So the taxable operating income you would have determined using either gross profit method or net profit method. You can distribute it this way. The first one is usually the salary. So salary to partners. If partners have the salaries, if this one had a salary, you put there this one and the total. The next one is interest on capital. Interests on capital. So interest on capital for this partner, for this one, and this, if there is any. Then commission or bonus. You put on this, this, and this. After that, those three are the one that you usually post. If there is commission or bonus, interest on capital, salaries to the partners. Then you less interest on drawings. Interest on drawings. So interest on drawings here, you less if anybody withdrew the goods and they were charged interest there. Now, after you have distributed those one, the taxable operating income you'd have determined, you minus what you have distributed, minus this, minus this, minus this, but this one you add. Then whatever remains you share according to the profit sharing ratio. We call it profit share. Shared according to profit sharing ratio. So you come, how much is this? This total. And then after that, get the total taxable operating income. Total taxable operating incomes means we take the salary, the interest on capital, if there is commission or bonus, there is interest on doing profit share, you get the total here. You do the same for this, you do the same for that. Now, you have just distributed the operating income. Then you add taxable investment income. Taxable investment incomes shared according to profit sharing ratio. Sharing ratio. So, if you have something like rent, non-qualifying dividend, non-qualifying interest, royalty, all those, remember, withholding tax is not final. You come and share here according to the profit sharing ratio. This one, total. And then now from there, you can get total taxable income. Total taxable incomes, which will take the operating income plus investment to get the total. Operating plus investment, there. And now, if you're asked about now taxing, getting the tax payable by partners, you will tax this one A individually on this using the graduated scales, the way we tax a sole proprietor's income. The same case, this one, A, B, tax on this one to get the tax they are supposed to pay. So that is what you need to know when you are taxing the partnership business. And from there now, I want us to look at a question. So I read the question, then I'll show you how it is solved or computed. This is what the question says. And from there now, I want us to look at a question. So I read the question, then I'll show you how it is solved or computed. This is what the question says. Kamara, Susan, and Kubasu are a partnership, trading as Kasuku traders, sharing profits or losses equally. They have provided the following statement of profit or loss for the year ending 31st December 2021. We have the gross profit, VAT refund, foreign exchange gain, dividend income net, a profit or disposal of furniture, rent income, then total income, then less expenses, insurance premiums, legal fee, depreciation, repair and maintenance, VAT paid, sundry expenses, interest on capital for Kamara, Susan, and Kubasu, motor vehicle expenses, custom duty, accountancy fee, bad and doubtful debts, rent, rates and rent, salaries and wages, net loss. Additional information number 1. Insurance premiums include 282,500 paid to insure Susan's private car. Legal fee include parking fine, settling a dispute with a customer, appeal against tax assessment, court expense for breach of contract, preparation of tender documents. Number 3. Sundry expenses include interest charged on hire purchase, cash embezzled by cashier, registration of trademark. Number 4. Repair and maintenance comprised of the following: repair of furniture, installation of surveillance camera, cost of office furniture. Number 5. the partners took goods for personal use which had cost price of 225,000. The gross profit margin was 20% as recorded in the partnership books of account. The investment allowance were agreed with the Revenue Authority at 1475,000 during the year ending that 1st December 2021. Salaries and wages included salaries to the partners as follows: Kamara, Susan, Kubasu. So we are required to have the adjusted partnership profit or loss for that year and distribution schedule of the profit or loss computed in C1 above. So we prepare the income distribution schedule after getting the taxable income. So the first question is to get the taxable income of the partnership. Question is, which method are we supposed to use? Here we said if you are given net accounting profit, then you use the net profit method. Here we are given the net loss, which is a negative profit. That automatically means that you're supposed to use the net profit method. So we solve the question. We start with the name of the business, Kasuku Traders. Which is a partnership. We get the taxable income for the year ended that 1st December. (2021). As we had said, when you are given the net accounting profit or loss or income, we start with it and then we adjust it. So we'll start with net loss provided, which we are given in shillings, and we have 2956,000 negative or a loss. Then we add, we had said when you're using the net profit method, you add non-allowable expenses in P&L and taxable operating income not in P&L. Non-allowable expenses in P&L and taxable operating income not in P&L. What does that mean? We usually start with the first item, non-allowable expense in P&L, meaning in this P&L is the profit and loss account, which is the income statement. That in this income statement, as you can see, incomes were added and expenses deducted to get the net profit, which is a negative profit anyway. So we are saying of those expenses that were deducted, is there an expense that is not allowable? So that now it had been deducted to get the net profit. It's not allowable. It's not supposed to be deducted. We add it back. Before we go to the last one, the last one I'll show you where we find it, because that one, as you can see, not in P&L. So we finish with this first one, as we had illustrated earlier on. Let us start with the expenses. We just follow the ones that are in the P&L. Insurance premium. Insurance is for the business, and it is usually allowable expenses. The other one is legal fee. Legal fee is also allowable, as long as they have not extended to what they entail. Depreciation, no. Depreciation is not allowable, as we have been saying, so we add it. It had been deducted, remember, and it is not allowable. 575,000. The other one is repair and maintenance. Repair and maintenance, that is allowable. It's for the business and it's allowable. VAT paid, we said any form of tax we don't allow. Any form of tax, VAT is a tax, value added tax, is not allowable. Had been deducted to get the net profit and it's not supposed to be deducted, it's not allowable. We add it back. Next, sundry expenses. that those sundry expenses are small expense put together for the business, and they are allowable. Interest on capital, we had even said it here that anything paid to the partners is not allowable. Partner salary, commission, interest, drawings, and private expense we don't allow. So that one had been deducted and it's not allowable. So interests on capital, which we have Kamara, we have Susan, Kubasu. So Kamara for 7,500. The other one is 185,000. The other one is 146,000. Then we continue motor vehicle expenses. Motor vehicle expense, that those are expenses to run the motor vehicle. Don't say it's the cost of motor vehicle. When you hear motor vehicle, they are the expense to run motor vehicle, like fuel, repair. Those are allowable. But if they say the motor vehicle costs, that's now the cost of a motor vehicle. Fixed asset we don't allow. So this is allowable. Next is custom duty. Custom duty is a form of tax. We don't allow taxes. So we'll add it. Which we have 227,500. Next one is accountancy fee. Those are professional fee you pay. They are allowable because they are for the business. Bad and doubtful debt. Now when you hear doubtful debt, is a provision, a general provision, because you are doubting that they might not pay, they might pay. So it's just a provision. We don't allow provision unless it's specific provision for bad debt. The next one is rates and rent. Rates and rent, those are allowable expense because they are for the business. Salaries and wages, we also said those are allowable. They are for the business. They are revenue and commercial expenses. Now look, we are done with non-allowable expenses in P&L. Now we can look for taxable operating income, not in P&L. What does that mean? It means that an income that is taxable, but it has not been included in the P&L, in the income statement up here. So meaning it didn't increase the net profit that we have down there. Although it's a loss, it's a negative profit. It didn't. So if it is not in the P&L, it didn't increase this net profit. Where do we find it? We can only find it in the additional information. So we go to the additional information to check for an income not in P&L. If they happen to be taxable operating, then we are going to add. However, when we go to the additional information, there's something else we normally check. You see, we say we are done with the expenses in the P&L, but you may go to the additional information and you are given analysis of that, those expenses that are in the P&L. Like the last expense we had salaries and wages in the P&L. You may go in the additional information and you're told that was to the partner. Remember, salary to the partner we don't allow. So we still come back and disallow it. So in the additional information, we not only look for taxable operating income not in P&L, but we also look for analysis of the expense in P&L. If they happen to be non-allowable, we still add them. Like if you go to the additional information number 1, we are told insurance premium incurred. Now insurance premium is an expense. When you go to the income statement, you'll find it is the first expense. So now we are to that one, it includes 282,500 paid to insure Susan private car. Those we don't allow. Why? Because they are private expenses of Susan, who is a partner. We don't allow. So we disallow the 282,500. Insurance, Susan car, 282,500. Then number 2, legal fee include. Legal fee is an expense. Now, is it in the P&L? Yes. When you go to the P&L, the second expense, legal fee. Now, we need to determine if there's a component that is not allowable of that legal fee, so that we add it because it is in the P&L. It included parking fine. Parking fine, we don't allow them. Let me analyze them, then I post the one that are not allowable. Parking fine are non-allowable, so that will add. Setting a dispute with the customer, that is allowable. So if you remember what we said, legal expense related to customer is allowable expense. Then the other one is appeal against tax assessment. We said any expense relating to tax is not allowable. Relating any expense, any form of tax we don't allow. Expense relating to tax we don't allow. So this is not allowable. It's relating to tax. Court expenses for breach of contract. We said that legal expense relating to breach of contract we don't allow. The other one is preparation of tender document. Now that is allowable expense. So now let us disallow the ones that we have said. Parking fine. $150,000. Tax assessment. Expense, which we have 62,500. We have breach of contract, costs or expense, 400,000. Preparation of tender that we said is allowed. After that, we go to number 3. Sundry expense include. Now sundry expense is in the P&L. When you go to the P&L, you will find it there. So we need to determine the part that is not allowable. It included interest charged on hire purchase. We had said interest on money borrowed is allowable. Interest on money borrowed. So hire purchase is like you had taken an item through hire purchase, you had borrowed it, so you are paying the interest. That's allowable. Cash embezzled by cashier. We had said any expense that is not income generating, we don't allow. So it doesn't matter who embezzled. As long as it's an embezzlement, it is not income generating. We disallow. We will add it here. The other one is registration of trademark. We had said expenses relating to trademark, patent, copyright, we don't allow them. So these two, we disallow. Cash embezzled, by cashier, 565,000. The other one is registration of trademark, which we have 281,250. After that, we go to the point number 4. Repair and maintenance comprised of the following. So, repair and maintenance, if you go to the P&L, you'll find it. It is there, one of the expense. So, we check the part that is not allowable. We are told it included repair of furniture. Repair of furniture, those are normal business expense and it's allowable. Don't say it's relating to a fixed asset because it was incurred after the fixed asset had been purchased. It's already allowable. Installation of surveillance camera, that is the one that is not allowable because we had said when we were looking at the capital allowance, expense incurred before you start using a fixed asset. We normally claim capital allowance on them when we are claiming the capital allowance of that particular asset. So this one is not allowable because it's part of the cost of the fixed asset, the CCTV. Cost of office furniture, those are also not allowable because they are fixed asset. So we disallow the two. Installation of surveillance camera, where we have an amount of 812,500. The other one is the cost of office furniture. Costs of office furniture. Cost of office furniture, 525,000. Then we now go to number 5. The partners took goods for personal use which had a cost price of 225,000. The gross profit margin was 20% as recorded in the partnership books of account. So partners took goods, they were charged profit. It's like the goods were sold to them. Now, they were at the rate of 20%. Now, if you go to the income statement to check whether that profit is there, it is in the gross profit that you can see in the income statement. And what did we say about the income in the income statement? At the moment, we are interested with the income not in the P&L, not in the income statement. So if an income is in the income statement, we ignore for now. So we move on to the next one. Investment allowance were agreed with the revenue authority at 1475,000 during the year. Remember, investment allowance is equivalent to capital allowance. Capital allowance or investment allowance are allowable. Right now, we want the non-allowable expense in P&L. So that being allowable, we ignore. Number 7, salaries and wages include. If you go to the P&L, you'll find salaries and wages there. In that salaries and wages, we are told it included the one that were paid to the partner. We said anything paid to the partner, we usually don't allow it. So, salaries to the partner, where we have Kamara, Susan, Kubasu, which we have 600,000. We have 450, and we have 225. And that is the end of the additional information, meaning we don't have any other item we are supposed to add. Because we are done with the expenses in P&L, unfortunately, we didn't find taxable operating income not in P&L. Otherwise, it could have been in additional information. Now that we are done with the addition, remember we said now you come to the deduction. Deduction, we deduct 3 items. Less, non-taxable operating income in P&L. That is one. The second one is all investment income, or investment incomes in P&L, and allowable expenses not in P&L. So we are saying we first look for non-taxable operating incomes in P&L and all investment incomes in P&L before we look at the allowable not, because this one is not in P&L. We start with the first 2. Now we go to the P&L and look for them, but I like to delete this part here so that I can continue, and then once we are done, I can come and we distribute here. So the continuation is here. So let us go to the P&L, look for non-taxable income, meaning that in this income statement up here, there could be an income that is not taxable that was included. We remove because it increased the net profit there. We remove because it's not taxable. 2, if there is any investment income here, investment income increased the net profit, we remove it so that we remain with operating income only, as we had said. So we start with the first income, gross profit. Gross profit is a taxable income and does not have an issue because we are in the business of buying and selling the goods. So the profit we make is a taxable. But there was additional information number 5, that the partners took goods for personal use which had cost price of 225. The gross profit margin was 20% as recorded in the partnership books. We said any income to the partner is not from the partner is not taxable. So it's like the partners purchase the goods from the partnership because they are being charged the profit. We remove that profit. So profit on goods taken by partners. So here we are told the goods, the cost of the goods was 225,000. This is the cost. I want to remind you that whenever you are given margin and markup, I know you have done financial accounting or financial reporting. You are told whenever you are given the markup or margin and you want to get the profit, you must be very careful. That, remember, I want to illustrate here. Remember, markup, let me start with the margin. Margin is usually equivalent to profit over sales, which in this case we are told is 20%. So 20% stand for 20 over 100. Now we use the margin the way it is to get the profit if you are given the sale. Now, in our question, we are given the cost. The cost, we use the markup, which is the profit over cost. So in this case, then we have to ask yourselves, how much was the markup? You don't have to worry. You just need to use the margin to get the markup. How? See here we have profit over sales. Margin is profit over sales, which is 20 over 100. Profit, it is 20 then. Sales is 100 then. And here in the markup we have the profit. So bring this 20 here because it is the same. It's a common factor in the markup and margin. Profit, 20. And then now get the cost. Remember, even when we are doing the gross profit method, we were saying a sale minus the cost of sales, we get the profit. Now, if you want to get the cost, remember here we want to get the cost. If you want to get the cost of sales, then take this cost of sales together with the negative to the other side, and the profit will bring here. Remember, profit is positive here. When it come here, it will be negative. Cost is a negative here. When it go beyond the is equal sign, it will become positive. So it's like saying the cost will be the sale minus the profit. So in this question, do we have the sale? Yes, the sales is here, which is 100. So we take 100 to get the cost minus the profit. Do we have the profit? Yes, the profit is 20. The one that we have even used here, minus 20, meaning it is 20 over 80. So now that we have the markup, and the markup is the one that you use the cost, now we can apply it directly. This is fraction 20 over 80 times 225 because that is the cost. So we'll come here and talk of times 100 over 80. And not 100 over 80, 20 over 80. 20 over 80. We do the computation so that we can get the profit that was charged on the partners. 225,000 times this 225, let me confirm, is 225. 225 times 20 divided by 80, which give us 56 to 50. So 56 to 50 we minus. Remember, we are minusing because it's an untaxable operating income in P&L. So I now continue here. Now we go back to the P&L, look for other non-taxable income and investment. After the gross profit, we have VAT refund. VAT refund is not even an income because you just overpaid your VAT and it's being refunded to you. So we remove VAT refund. VAT refund 102,500. It is a non-taxable income. It's not supposed to be taxed. The other one is foreign exchange gain. We only say the non-taxable foreign exchange gain is the unrealized one. Unrealized we should not tax. Actually, if we were told unrealized, we should have removed because it had been included to increase the net profit and it's not taxable. But when it is cited, what does that mean? It means it is realized. So if we say that it is realized, so that is taxable, we won't remove. Dividend income net. Dividend is an investment income, and we said all investment income in P&L, all investment income in P&L, we remove them. So we remove dividend income. And somebody may ask, do we remove the net or the gross? My answer is, you remove the figure that increased the net profit. The figure there, whether net or gross, right now they are saying net 562,500. The 562,500 is the one that increased the net profit that we are adjusting. So remove it, whether gross or net. The figure is the key, 562,500. Then profit on disposal of furniture. If you remember, we said income from selling fixed assets we don't tax. So had been included in the in the income statement, they increased the net profit, it is not taxable. So profit on furniture. So profit on furniture, which we have 591,000. The other one is rental income. We said all investment income in P&L we remove. Rent is an investment. We remove rent income, which we have for 15,000. And that is the last income in the P&L. So we are done with non-taxable operating income in P&L and all the investment income in P&L. Now we look at the last part, allowable expense not in P&L. An expense that was supposed to be deducted in the P&L in the income statement to get this net profit, it had not been deducted, meaning this net profit, it is overstated. So we need to remove it. If it is not in the P&L, where do you find it? You find it in the additional information. Let us go to the additional information for an expense allowable not in P&L. Now we start with number 1, insurance premium. Now remember, we want expense not in P&L. Insurance premium is in the P&L. Leave it. Number 2, legal fee. Legal fee, if you go to the P&L in the income statement, you'll find it there. Leave it. Including, don't say, like in the legal fee, we are told it includes setting a dispute with the customer and also preparation of tender. Remember, those we said are allowable. Don't go to the P&L and you won't find them and say now they have not to be deducted. No, all of them are in the heading of the legal fee. So they are all inside the legal fee that is in the P&L. So as long as the heading is in the P&L, ignore it. So number 3, sundry expense is in the P&L. Repair and maintenance is in the P&L. Number 5 was about gross profit, not even an expense. Number 6, investment allowance were agreed with the revenue authority to be 1475,000 during the year. Now, investment allowance or capital allowance, it is allowable. It had not been deducted, because if you go to the P&L, you will not find it having been deducted there. So we deduct. It is allowable expenses, not in P&L. Investment allowance written as that, in short, or CA for capital allowance for the year. For the year. For the year. For the year, which is how much? Here we are told it was agreed to be 1475,000. 1475,000. We continue getting the allowable not in P&L. Number 7, salaries and wages include. Salaries and wages is in the P&L, and there is no other expense that is not in P&L. However, I want to mention this. Sometime you may not be given this investment allowance agreed. Like you may not be given that point number 6. Let's say it is not there. If you are not given, make sure you come back to the expenses that you disallowed. Check if you have a fixed asset. Remember, fixed asset we disallow so that we come and allow the capital allowance. Allowable expense not in the capital allowance. So if you are not given this, like in this case, we had which fixed asset? Here we had installation of CCTV. If you remember, we said capital allowance is at the rate of 10%. And then the next one is the installation of CCTV. There was office furniture, cost of office furniture here. Remember, office furniture, we are supposed to claim at the rate of 10% as well. So if you are not given this capital allowance, we could have come here and say capital allowance on installation of CCTV camera, 10% of the figure that we have, 812,500, we minus that figure. Then capital allowance on furniture, 10% of 525,000, we get the amount before. But if you are given the capital allowance, then you are okay. So with that one, then we are supposed to now get, since there is no other, we have considered every factor here, we can get the net taxable operating income. So taxable operating income, I want to do that first. So what we do, we start with this negative, we add all these figures, we minus these figures so that we can get the net. So I'll start. The first one is 2956 negative. Remember to minus negative. 2956,000 plus now positive 575,000 plus 233,750 plus 407,500 plus 185,000 plus 146,000 plus 227,500 plus 155,000 plus 282,500 plus 150,000 plus 62,500 62 did it first plus 62,500 plus 400,000 plus 565,000 plus 281,250 plus 812,500 plus 525,000 plus 600,000 plus 450,000 plus 225,000. Then now we start minusing 56,250. We minus 102,500 minus 52,500. We minus 591,000 minus 415,000. We minus 1475,000. So giving us 125,250. So we have 125,250. Now, having gotten the taxable operating income, this one, I want you to get the difference with the sole proprietorship and also the company. For the partnership, we don't add investment income here. Investment income, first we have to distribute this operating income among the partner until here we get the total taxable operating income. So the total we get here will be the same as this, and then the investment income we add here. So the investment income are not added here, they are added in the distribution schedule. So for now, this we cross it that way for the partnership, because now we need to distribute. Now after that, we have answered required one. We were supposed to get the adjusted partnership profit or loss for the year. Here it is. Required 2, distribution schedule for the profit or loss. We have answered required 1. We were supposed to get the adjusted partnership profit or loss for the year. Here it is. Required 2, distribution schedule for the profit or loss. So distribution schedule is the way we had said. So we'll come and now distribute whatever we have determined. So I'll delete just part of this. And then I'll also change the names here because they are 2. And then I'll also change this. Let me delete this. So I'll call this the partnership name, Kasuku Traders Partnership. Income distribution or allocation schedule. And then here we noted there were 3 partners, by the way. So I'll delete this so that I can introduce the 3 partners. I'll give them the initials. As you have seen, there's Kamara. So I write KA to stand for Kamara, Susan SU, and Kubasu KU, and then totals because of the space. So shillings, 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 shillings. So we had said the first thing we normally distribute is the salaries to the partner. So you just need to go to the question and determine if there was salaries to the partner. When you read through from the income statement, there was none. Additional information number 1, 2, 3. It was in point number 7. So you come and say now salaries to the partner, Kamara, 600,000. Susan, 450. Kubasu, to 25,000. And now we get the total. We add the 3 to get the total. So 600,000 plus 450,000 plus 225, which give us total of 75,000. There. Then the second one is interest on capital. This one, when you go to the income statement, you have to remember the 4 that we talked about first. The salary, interest on capital, commission or bonus, there's interest on drawings, those 4. So you follow them that way. The next one is the interest on capital we had written. So we check. It is there in the income statement, interest on capital. So we would have here 47,500. The other one is 185,000. The other one is 146,000. And now we get the total. So 407,500 plus 185 plus 146, which give us 738,500. Then the other one that we had here was the commission or bonus to partner. But I'm very sure as we went through the question, there were no commission or bonus to the partner. So if it is not there, ignore, just assume it. You go to the fourth one, raise interest on drawings. In the question, we didn't have interest on drawings to the partner, none. So now we do the last one, fifth one, which we said is the profit share. Profit share. So profit share, how do you get? We said we take the operating income, this one, of 125 to 50 minus what you have distributed. You have distributed this and this, which is total of 75,000 and also 738,500. Then what remains, you share according to the profit sharing ratio. That's what we said. Profit share, you share according to the profit sharing ratio. If you look at the first paragraph, is where we have the profit sharing ratio. Kamara, Susan, and Kubasu are in partnership trading as Kasuku, sharing profit and losses equally. They are 3, each to get a third. So first one, a third. The other one, a third. The other one, a third. So let's see what remains. We'll start with 125 to 50, and then we minus 1275,000. And then we minus 738,500. Then we have negative. It will be negative. We have negative 1888. So I'll extend this a bit. 250, which is a negative. Now each is supposed to get a third, so you divide by 3. Each to get 629, 416. I want to round off to, because it's 416.6, 417. So 417, which is a negative. Same case here, because it's for each. And the other one is 629, 417. All they are, remember, are negative. So from there now, we need to get the total taxable operating income. Operating income. So total taxable operating income would mean we take this plus this minus this because it's a negative. The same case for everyone. So we start with 600 for the first one, 1000 plus 407, 500 minus 629, 417, and then we get positive 3, so this would be 378, 083 positive. And then now we go to the second one for Susan, 450,000, and then we add 185,000 minus 629, 417, 5583. Then for Kubasu, 225,000 plus 146,000 minus 629, 417. This is a loss of 258, so negative 258, 417. Then now we get the total, which would be 1275,000, and then we add 738, 500, and then we minus 1888, 250, which we get 125, 250, 125, 250. And that answer, you'll find it is starting with the operating income, because remember we have been distributing this operating income. Actually, we can even write it here, 125, 250. So at the end, the total column should tally with the operating income, because we have distributed through salary, interest, and profit share. Once you do that, now we said the investment income come here. You add the taxable investment income. Taxable investment incomes. So for the taxable investment incomes, so we need to go to the question, especially in the income statement, determine if we had an investment income, and then we share if it is taxable. The first investment income in the income statement is the dividend income, which we are told it is net. What we say is this: if you are given an income like dividend or interest, and you're not told where it's coming from, always assume it's a non-qualifying dividend or non-qualifying interest. Like this one, they have not indicated where it's coming from. So being non-qualifying means that the withholding tax was not final. We need to tax it further. So the dividend that we don't put here are the one that we indicated as exempt or qualifying, because exempt are not taxable. And here we are talking about taxable. Qualifying, withholding tax, it's final. You are not supposed to tax it again. So only non-qualifying. So this one, being that it has not been indicated, we assume it's non-qualifying, so it should be here. So dividend income, where we have 562,500, and then it is net. Remember we said that for non-qualifying dividend, if you are told net, withholding tax is 15, meaning they have already deducted 15, meaning this is 85%. Remember we said you only tax the gross. So if this 85, 100 will be what? To get 100, multiply by 100 over 85. And then profit sharing ratio, each was to get a third. A third. So it will be 562, 500. We multiply by 100, divide by 85. You get 661, 764. Uh, 765, we round off, and then divide by 3, which comes to 220, 220, 588. Now with that one, we have distributed the dividend. There is another investment income, rent. We said if you're not told where the rent is coming from, you assume it's a commercial rent so that you tax it further. So here we have not been told. And then for the rent, you must minus the allowable expense relating to rent. Repair, caretaker salary for the rental. But for this question, we haven't been told whether there were any expenses relating to rent. So we distribute the way it is. So rent income, which we have a 415,000, and then profit sharing ratio, each to get a third. So that would be in total 415 divide by 3. Divide by 3, giving you 138,333. 138,333. 138,333. And then since there is no other investment income, we can now get total taxable incomes. So total taxable income, we do them this way. If the operating is positive, that's the time that we add investment. Like this one is positive. But if it is negative like this, we don't add. We cross it there. Remember we said that a loss from one activity can only be deducted against profit of the same activity. So operating for this guy, this person, they had a negative. It will be carried forward to next year. So next year when they generate a profit, he generate a profit or she generate a profit from the operating, she deduct this loss. So for this year, he will be taxed on the investment income only. So for this one who have positive are the one that we add. The negative we don't add, we only add the positives. So we start with the first one, 378,083. 083 plus 220. 588 to 2588, and then we add 138,333, which give us 737 004. We go to the next one, 5583, and then we add to 20 588 to 2588, and then we add 138,333. We get 364 504. For this one, remember we said we don't add the negative, carry forward to next year, we only add the positives. So 220 588 plus 138 333, which we get 358 921. And then we go to the total, 125 250 plus 661 765, and then we add 415,000, so giving us 1202 015. Yeah. And the question ends there, and this total cannot be the same as this way because this we didn't add. So this we carry forward to next year. So as per the question, that is where we stop, and that is how we determine the taxable income of the partnership, and we do the distribution. For now, we are going to stop there until I see you in our next lesson, where we are remaining with one business, that is the limited company. We see how limited companies are usually taxed. Thank you very much. However, make sure that You do the assignment that is being shown at the end of this video. Thank you very much.
Welcome, learner, to our human resource management subject, and we are looking today at Friedrich Hasberg's two-factor theory, and we want to look at it in terms of the two aspects two factors presented by Friedrich Hasberg. Friedrich Hasberg's two-factor theory is also referred to as motivation hygiene theory. Is also referred to as motivation hygiene theory. And in 1959, Friedrich Hasberg proposed a two-factor theory, and according to Hasberg, there are some factors that result in satisfaction, while there are some other job factors that may prevent dissatisfaction. So according to Hasberg, the factors which enhance satisfaction should be maintained, and the factors which prevent dissatisfaction should be addressed to ensure that employees are motivated within a working environment. So Hasberg classified these job factors into two categories, and these two categories are hygiene factors. So you have the hygiene factors. You have the hygiene factors and motivational factors. Hygiene factors and motivational factors. And according to Hasberg, within a given environment, there could be some aspects built in the job itself. And these aspects that are built within the job itself, according to Hasberg, these are the satisfiers. And that is what Hasberg proposed, that managers have to be able to find out, organizations have to be able to find out what are these inbuilt factors within the job in relation to motivational factors that may enhance employee motivation, and they can be cultivated, and they can be put in place, and workers can be encouraged to be able to perform. So we want to look at the two factors. So we will start with the hygiene factors. Hygiene factors. These hygiene factors that were brought out by Hasberg, the hygiene factors are those that may, in the working environment, if they are not addressed, bring dissatisfaction within that particular setting. And Hasberg proposed that an organization has to address those hygiene factors. And what are some of the hygiene factors according to Hasberg? So according to Hasberg, the hygiene factors in an organization may be things like pay. And when it comes to pay, number one, pay. So this could be pay structures, and pay levels. So what Hasberg was suggesting, if an organization wants its employees to perform, then they have to look at the hygiene factors in relation to pay. And in this case, you are looking at pay structures, you are looking at pay levels, you are looking at commensurate pay that should be given to employees depending on their performance. Then the next thing could be company policies, organizational policies, organizational policies and procedures. So an organization has to look at the organizational policies and procedures in terms of the guidelines that are available within the work environment that govern the relationship between workers, supervisors, managers, and how work is done in that particular work environment. So when that is now addressed, then there are also aspects of fringe benefits, benefits. So these ones are the extra perks that are provided to workers. For example, an employee in a given organization could be told, if they are in an environment where parking is a challenge, that worker could be having a specific area where they park. So when they come to the work environment, they are able to find ready parking. They don't have to move up and down looking for parking. They could, for example, have good physical working conditions. So physical working conditions, physical working conditions. Physical working conditions should be looked at. So when it comes to the working environment, physical working environment. So this physical working environment may encompass things like maybe the machines, the tools, the equipment that employees are using. So here, machines, tools should be in good condition. Should be in good condition. So if an employee is working and the machine they are using, the machine the employee is using, and the equipment the employee is using is in good order, then that employee will enjoy even doing that particular work. So when you give employees equipment that are current, modern technology, even that worker will want to come and see how they can also be able to use those equipment. Then number 5, you have status. Employees should be recognized. And appreciated. Recognized and appreciated. So if you have designations or titles, then an employee will feel recognized, will feel appreciated, and this can also help in enhancing that employee's, for example, position. Then you also have interpersonal relations, interpersonal relations, interpersonal relations. So these should be cordial. Cordial relations should be cultivated within a given environment. Interpersonal relations, an organization should ensure that the way workers relate to each other, the way they also relate with managers and so on, the way subordinates and superiors relate, that should be cordial relations. Then you have the aspect of job security. Job security. So this could, for example, be given in terms of contracts, stable appointments, among others. So an organization should be able to provide job security, ensure there is work for employees, and that way employees can put in more effort. So this could be some of the hygiene factors which must be addressed within a given working environment to ensure that workers are able to be motivated to be able to work in terms of their areas of operation. Then you have now the second part. That one was hygiene factors. Then you have what we are calling motivational factors. Motivational factors. Motivational factors, or sometimes they were referred to as satisfiers. Motivational factors or satisfiers. So we have looked at the one side. These aspects are not inherent in the job. These are things which are around the job. So Hasberg recommended that in terms of the motivational factors, an organization has to look at the job itself now. The organization has to look at the job itself in terms of how that particular organization is able to work. So in terms of motivational factors, there is the first one, which is recognition. Recognition. So the employees have to be recognized in the organization. The organization, like now, if you have a general manager, you have a maybe plant manager, they have to be recognized within that particular organization, and they have also to be recognized in terms of their accomplishments. In terms of accomplishments, which must also be, which have to be appreciated. For example, an employee has invented some way of doing work that has to be recognized in a function, and if possible, that worker could also be given some reward in relation to that particular recognition, and that one will motivate that worker and other workers to be able to work effectively. And then number two, there is the aspect of sense of achievement. What happens, Lana, human nature is that if somebody does something and there is an element of achievement, right? For example, if an employee is given a target, okay? An employee is given a target, for example, you have got 1,000 acres of land that is arid, for instance, and you put there a team and they are supposed to be able to translate these 1,000 acres into farmland and be able to make harvests from there. So these kind of workers in that kind of a team, they will have a sense of achievement if they achieve this target of translating arid land that is 1,000 acres into arable land that can be able to sustain life and be able to feed people and so on. Then there is the element of growth and promotion. Growth and promotion. So an organization has to provide opportunities for advancement. Opportunities for advancement. If workers have achieved, if workers have performed, then these workers should be promoted, for example. So these ones could be, for example, promotion to higher grades. So that will make those employees who have been promoted to move to higher grades. It will make these employees to be able to work hard, and other employees will also want to work smart so that they can also grow in terms of their career expectation, as the case might be. And then it is important that employees within organizations are also made responsibilities. So we are looking at motivational factors. So if you have a team, for example, if you have a team and you make them responsible for production, for example, responsible for production, so they will set targets, they will bring together their schedules, they will decide when they are supposed to maybe stop the machine and do overhaul, and when they have those responsibilities as a team, if they achieve or if they are challenged to be able to achieve challenging targets and so on, then that particular kind of a group can be able to operate, can be able to be motivated in terms of a team, in terms of the members and so on. Then there is the element of meaningful work. Meaningful work. So that work should be worthwhile. Whatever employees are doing should be worthwhile, something they can be proud of. For employees to be proud. Employees should be proud of what they are doing. If they are doing things that are making lives better, if they are doing things that are changing the environment, that are changing the society, they are, for example, producing products that are being used to save lives. They are making products which are used to feed people who are hungry, dress or clothe people, provide intervention measures and so on, assist humanity. So this meaningful work will make it worthwhile, and it is a motivational factor for employees, and it is one of the satisfiers that management has to make sure within a given work environment, employees are motivated. So having looked at now hygiene factors, we have also looked at motivational factors. What are some of the implications of two-factor theory? Implications of two-factor theory. Implications of two-factor theory. So we want learner to look at what are some of the implications of the two-factor theory. So one, managers and supervisors must create a conducive work environment for effective motivation. Two, employees should be involved in decision making. Number three, why this Friedrich Hasberg's two-factor theory is critical. Jobs must be designed. To enhance employee motivation. So what you are saying, Lana, in this point is that if you look at the hygiene factors, these are factors which are outside the job. But if you look at the motivational factors, these ones are factors which are inherent within the job. Then progressive recognition should be made to employees, to encourage motivation. So you have a situation where employees have performed well, and it had been agreed that if you achieve, it is important that you are recognized. So the recognition should be made. And number five, organization should combine intrinsic and extrinsic rewards. Organizations should combine intrinsic and extrinsic rewards in their motivation. So what happens, it is not only the extrinsic factors, intrinsic and extrinsic factors are important. So organizations must seek to strike a balance in terms of how they may want to motivate their workers. And then it's also important, number six, job enrichment. Should be used to provide employees with vertical job loading factors, vertical job loading factors, vertical job loading factors to motivate workers, through challenging tasks. So learner, these are just some. Job enrichment should be used to provide employees with vertical job loading factors. So here is where higher level jobs are tasks are brought down to encourage employees to be able to perform in a given organization to achieve that sense of achievement for the meaningful of the work, so that the work is also exciting. So learner, summary of Friedrich Hasberg's two-factor theory. We have looked at Friedrich Hasberg's two-factor theory, and we have indicated that Friedrich Hasberg's two-factor theory may also be referred to as motivation hygiene theory. It was proposed in 1959 by Friedrich Hasberg, and according to Hasberg, there are some job factors that result in satisfaction, while there are other job factors that prevent dissatisfaction, and Hasberg classified them as hygiene factors and motivation factors. We have had a look at some of the hygiene factors, and we have indicated that some of those hygiene factors are pay, where you are looking at pay structures and pay levels. We also have hygiene factors like organizational policies and procedures and guidelines. We also have fringe benefits or extra perks, number 3. Number 4, physical working conditions like machines, tools should be in good conditions to facilitate smooth working. Number 5, status, where we have said that employees should be recognized and appreciated. Number 6, interpersonal relations should be cordial. Number 7, job security should be provided to workers where they are appointed in contracts that are stable. So, learner, those are some of the hygiene factors. Then when it comes to motivation factors, which we have indicated like satisfiers, number 1, there should be recognition, where employees should be recognized for their accomplishments and appreciated. Number 2, sense of achievement, where workers are given targets that if they achieve, they also feel they have conquered and achieved something. Number 3, growth and promotion opportunities should be provided to workers. Then number 4, responsibilities, where team production could, for example, be encouraged. Number 5, meaningful work should be made available, where workers feel that it is worthwhile to be able to perform those tasks. Then we have also looked at the implications of the two-factor theory, and we have indicated that it has several implications, including number 1, managers and supervisors must create a conducive work environment. Number 2, employees should be involved in decision making. Number 3, jobs must be designed. Jobs must be designed to enhance employee motivation. Number 4, progressive recognition should be made to employees to encourage motivation. Number 5, organizations should consider combining intrinsic and extrinsic rewards in their motivation processes. And number 6, job enrichment should be used or provided to employees with vertical job loading factors to ensure that workers are able to perform higher level activities, to challenge them and to give them an opportunity to make a contribution and feel that their knowledge and skills have been applied. So before we finish, you have an assignment, learner. Assignment. And your assignment today is assess the application. Assess the application of Hasberg's Friedrich Frederick Herzberg's two-factor theory in human resource management. Human resource management. So learner, that is your assignment. Assess the application of Frederick Herzberg's two-factor theory in human resource management. So I want to take this opportunity to thank you very much for being attentive in our lesson today. Thank you. Welcome, learner, to our continuing lessons in human resource management. Today we are looking at motivation theories and practice of human resource management, where we are looking at classical theories of motivation, and we are looking at Douglas McGregor theory X and theory Y. Now, this Douglas McGregor is known for proposing theory X and theory Y, which are two assumptions about human nature, and theory X and theory Y on which are theory X and theory Y on how managers perceived and handled employee motivation. The theory X and the theory Y were developed by McGregor in the 1960s. And these theories have extensively been used to inform decisions in management and in human resource management. So what Douglas McGregor did, when it comes to theory X assumptions are the negative sides of the assumptions where some managers had the assumptions about workers. And theory Y is the positive side, according to McGregor, that there are some managers who made assumptions that, for example, in theory X, that employees are inherently lazy, and these employees may dislike work, these employees must be coerced to work. So when managers have that kind of a view about workers, then those supervisors or managers will handle employees with coercion or a dictatorial management style. But on the other side, where an organization, a supervisor or manager views employees with assumptions of theory Y, then the theory Y is the opposite of theory X. And in theory Y, it is presumed that individuals will even like to do work so long as the environment is created to have them to work effectively. And what Douglas McGregor proposed is that managers should emphasize on the theory Y assumptions to be able to create environments that help employees achieve their objectives. So we can have a look at theory Y and theory X, and then we see what were some of the assumptions that were made under theory X and theory Y. So here you have theory X assumptions. Theory X assumptions. Okay. Now, when it comes to theory X assumptions, as you have said, Lana, this is the positive side. Okay. This is theory Y, theory X. Theory X is the negative assumptions that supervisors or managers may have regarding workers. And what are some of these assumptions? What are some of these assumptions of theory Y? We have just indicated that in terms of a working environment, a manager may argue that the average worker is inherently lazy. So this kind of a manager makes an assumption that a worker is inherently lazy, for example. 2, dislikes work. 3, cannot take responsibility. 4, should be coerced. Should be coerced. Should be coerced. So that means forced. Should be coerced or forced to work. Should be coerced or forced to work. 5, will avoid work at all options. So if an employee has an option to avoid work according to these assumptions, a manager assumes that this employee will avoid work at all options, at all options, or maybe opportunity. So these are the kind of assumptions, and these are not all the assumptions. These are some of the assumptions that were proposed by Douglas McGregor, that when you look at a work environment, there are some managers, and these managers may have this kind of assumptions about workers. And when they have this kind of assumptions about workers, then these kind of managers are likely to adopt what is called a dictatorial approach to managing these particular employees within the working environment. Then, on the other hand, there is now the theory X assumptions. Theory Y assumptions. Theory Y assumptions. Now, the theory Y assumptions, this was the negative. So theory Y is the positive side. And when it comes to the positive side, according to Douglas McGregor, employees, the average employee will work willingly. The average employee will work willingly. So what is important is for the management to create a conducive environment. So according to McGregor's theory, when it comes to the theory Y assumptions, what are some of these assumptions? One, workers can take initiative for their work. Two, workers are responsible so long as the right conditions are created. Workers will seek extra, will take initiative and seek extra responsibilities. So what we are saying, Lana, if you look at the theory Y assumptions according to McGregor is arguing that this is the progressive side, and workers can be what is called highly ambitious, creativity, is inherent among the workforce and so on. So these are the issues. On the theory Y assumptions, if managers make an assumption that the average worker will take initiative for their work, the workers will be responsible so long as the right conditions are created, workers will take initiative and seek extra responsibilities, workers are highly ambitious, workers are willing to be involved in decision making, and when it comes to performance, these employees are able to provide output. So what McGregor provided is that Douglas McGregor, as a note learner, McGregor indicated that it is the responsibility of management to create the right work environment, right work environment for employees to operate in. So according to Douglas McGregor, looking at theory X and theory Y, McGregor, Douglas recommended theory Y for progressive managers. So for motivation purposes, McGregor Douglas provided that managers who are progressive should be able to create a conducive environment, and once they create a conducive environment, the assumptions on which they should base decisions on regarding their workers could be the theory Y assumptions, and encourage employees to be able to perform. So those are the issues that surround the theory X and the theory Y assumptions in relation to a work environment. So we can go through this learner slowly again. We have looked at Douglas McGregor theory X and theory Y, and we have indicated that in the 1960s, Douglas McGregor is known for proposing two assumptions about human nature, and these two opposing assumptions were theory X and theory Y, and according to Douglas McGregor, these were the set of assumptions that managers perceived their subordinates or their work environments, and the kind of the managerial decisions they took were influenced by these assumptions. Then we have looked at theory X assumptions and indicated that the theory X assumptions were the negative assumptions that managers could make regarding their employees, and that would then influence the kind of management styles they adopted. And we have seen that the theory X assumptions may include: 1, average worker is inherently lazy; then 2, an average worker dislikes work; 3, an average worker cannot take responsibility for their actions within the work environment; and then 4, an average worker needs to be coerced in order to be able to work, and coercion here we have said is forced. And then number 5, an average worker will avoid work at all options or at any opportunity. So this then will make managers who are managing employees with this kind of a perspective to adopt a dictatorial or autocratic management style. So when workers are handled with that kind of a style, sometimes it may create challenges. So that is as far as the theory X assumptions are concerned. And when it comes to theory Y assumptions, this is the positive side. And the average worker, according to the managers who perceive workers this way: 1, workers can take initiative for their work; 2, workers are responsible so long as the right conditions are created for them. Then 3, workers will take initiative and seek extra responsibilities. 4, average workers are highly ambitious. And 5, creativity can be inherent within workers or it can be cultivated. So those are the theory Y assumptions, a set of which some managers may perceive their subordinates and now be able to sometimes adopt what is called a democratic leadership style or management style to be able to get work done. And according to McGregor Douglas, it is the responsibility of management to create the right environment for employees to operate in. And Douglas McGregor highly recommended managers to increasingly adopt the theory Y approach to be able to create a democratic management style to be able to achieve both employee and organizational objectives and motivate workers to their level based in terms of performance. So Lana, before we finish, I want to leave you with an assignment. And your assignment for the lesson today is describe Douglas McGregor's theory Y, theory X, and theory Y. Theory Y as it is used in management. So Lana, this is your assignment. Describe Douglas McGregor's theory X and theory Y as it is used in management. So we have come to the end of our lesson today, where we were looking at Douglas McGregor, theory X and theory Y, and we have looked at the theory X assumptions and theory Y assumptions, and also your assignment. So thank you very much. We hope to meet in the next lesson.
So we have the second rate, capital allowance, at the rate of 25% per annum, straight line basis. When we talk of capital allowance at the rate of 25% per annum straight line basis, what do we mean? It means this. Although we are going to look at those items that we give at that rate, but assume you are told that an item that qualifies for capital allowance at 25% per annum straight line basis had costed 100 million. That is the cost. That is the cost. And then somebody asks you, get the capital allowance for the first year, being told that the first year is 2022, and then you are told it was purchased on 1st of July 2022. That is when it was purchased. This is what we mean. It means that you say, we have said the rate is 25%, so 25% per annum. Remember what we said per annum. Per annum means per year. And then that means that per 12 months. Meaning, if an item is used for less than 12 months, then you have to apportion based on time. Of which case you are supposed to multiply by how long was it used in this first year, 2022. From July to December, those are 6 months. You multiply by 6 over 12. Because this per annum. Then you multiply by the cost, the 100 million. And that will give us how much? Till mean we take 25%, we multiply by 6 over 12, and then we multiply by 100 million. That means it is 12.5 million. 12.5 million. How about in case somebody tell you that now we are in the second year, and that will mean 2023. So get capital allowance for the second year, which in this case is 2023. And then you are told that it was used in the whole of 2023. How will you get the capital allowance? We have said 25% is per annum. But this time in the second year, it was used the whole of the year. That will mean that you multiply by the amount which is 100 million. Because it is straight line, and now we are not going to apportion times the months over 12, because now it was used the whole of the year. And that will translate to 25 million. That is the one that you're supposed to claim or use it to deduct against the taxable income of that year. How about somebody tell you now we are in the third year, and again it was used the whole of the year. So capital allowance for that year would be, remember, 25% is straight line on costs, 100 million. That give you 25 million. And this one is per annum, and it was used the whole of the year. But how about if somebody tell you now, get the capital allowance for the fourth year. For the fourth year, you are told that it was sold by 30th of June. Now, the fourth year, that year was 2024. So we are in 2025. But it was sold on 30th June 2025. So how would the capital allowance look like? We are supposed to say 25% is per annum. But now in that year, it was used only for 6 months. So you are going to multiply by 6 over 12, this being per annum, and then you multiply by the cost. Remember the original amount, the 100 million, and that will translate to 12.5 million. That is what we mean by capital allowance at the rate of 25% per annum straight line basis. Now, having seen how it is applied, the next thing that we should ask ourselves, which item do we normally claim capital allowance at that rate that we have indicated at the rate of 25%? Here, we classify the items into 3. So there are 3 subheadings. So these are the headings. Number 1, so the items that qualify, let me just write heading here, items that qualify for capital allowance at this date. At this rate are, so we have number 1, we have all vehicles. All vehicles. Vehicle is any item that has a motor that help it to move. If you look at it that way, that will mean like a motorbike. It will mean cars, vehicles, anything that has a motor that help it to move. Now, under vehicles, we have a list, long list. As long as you can imagine any vehicle, anything that has a motor that help it to move, that's why it's called motor vehicle, motor. It has motor that help it to move, then it will fall here. So I want to give you this list. Example of the vehicles are, we have caterpillars, bulldozers, we have graders, we have tractors, prime, transits, good, movers, we have the buses, we have lorries, we have motorbikes, we have mowers, we have saloon cars. Let me write pickup before saloon car will be the last one. So we have pickups, we have Sarunkas, we have the sport utility vehicles, we have tuk-tuks, among others. So here we are talking about whole host of any motor vehicle that you normally can think about. It normally fall under the rate of 25% per annum straight line basis. Now, before we move out of the vehicle, because now we have listed them, we should be going to number 2 after the vehicle. There's something I want you to note about this Sarunka and sport utility vehicle. 2 things. Note. Number 1, for Sarunka and sport utility vehicles and sport utility vehicles. Now, sport utility vehicles are written in short SUVs. Sport utility vehicle, in short, they are written as SUVs. If the value is more than 3 million, the amount for warranty, the amount for capital allowance is restricted to 3 million only. Very important that for sport utility vehicle and Sarunka, if it is bought for more than 3 million, like you are told a Sarunka or a sport utility vehicle was bought for 4 million, 3.5 million, 5 million, 10 million, don't give that amount capital allowance. Give 3 million only. So you restrict, that's what the rules say, restrict, give it 3 million. Don't give above 3 million. You just give 3 million. So if it was purchased for 5 million, when you are claiming capital allowance, you say 25% of 3 million. If it was bought for 4 million, 4.5, 25% times 3 million. But if it was bought for less than 3 million, then give the whole amount, like 2.8, 2.9, 3 million itself, 1.5, Sarunka and sport utility vehicles only. Less than 3 million, give that amount. Above 3 million, restrict to 3 million only. That is note number 1. Note number 2. We want to see examples of the sport utility vehicles. So examples of SUVs in short are Land Rover, Land Cruisers, Mercedes-Benz, all these ones, among those ones. So for Sarunka sport utility vehicle restricted, you don't have to be told the sport utility vehicle is a sport utility vehicle. If you are told Land Rover, Land Cruiser, you are given Mercedes-Benz, no, those one are the sport utility vehicle. We are saying restrict if they are more than 3 million. That is the first one under the 25%. We go to number 2 still under the rate of 25%. So number 2 under the rate of 25% is computers and its attachments. Computers and its attachments. So computer itself and anything that can be attached to a computer fall under the rate of 25%. So you do know what we mean by the computers. The question should be, what are the computer attachments? Although you can try to look at the items that you can attach to a computer, but these are the one, you don't have to worry. So computers attachment are so we have printers, photocopiers, fabricators, scanners, ETR machine, we normally have the flash disks. All those ones are the ones that you can attach to a computer, but we also have some items that are usually incorporated in the computer, which are also assumed to be part of the computer, such as websites, computer programs, all those ones, they are also considered to be part of it. Software is the last one, although it's just part of the computer program. Software, all those ones. So whenever you see this computer, all of them are under the rate of 25%. Now we go to the third one and the last one and under the rate of 25. I told you there are three. So number 3 and the last one, cash register and calculators. Those ones are the one when you see them compute capital allowance at the rate of 25% per annum straight line basis. That marks the end of the items that we give capital allowance at the rate of the 25%. Now we go to the third one, capital allowance at the rate of 10% per annum straight line basis. So now I'd rate this one so that I bring now the 10%. So I'll change the rate here. Previously it was 25. Everything remained the same except the rate, which is now the 10%. So 10%. So capital allowance at the rate of 10% per annum straight line basis. What do we mean by that? This is what we mean. If you are told an item costed 100 million, it costed 100 million, and this was in the year 2022. Now you are told this item qualifies for capital allowance at the rate of 10%. Although we are going to see those items that qualify at the rate of 10%. So you are told it qualify, or you find out it qualify for 10%. So if somebody asks you, can you get the capital allowance for the first year? The first year, remember, is the year 2022. And then you are told it was bought on 1st of July 2022. It was bought on 1st of July 2022. So in this case, it will mean that we take 10% in the first year per annum. And take note, I told you whenever you see per annum, know that per annum means per 12 months. So times the cost, which is 100 million. Maybe before I come to the costs, remember, it was bought on 1st of July, meaning in the first year, it was used only for 6 months. And since we are talking about per year here, it will be times 6/12, because it's per annum, per year. So then we can multiply by the cost, which is supposed to be 100 million. So how much would be that? So 10% of this, that's 10, times 6/12, that is supposed to be 5 million. So 5 million is the one that is supposed to claim as capital allowance, or deduct it in the income statement when you're determining the taxable profit of the business. How about in case somebody asks you, get capital allowance for the third year, for the second year, Now second year will mean 2023. That will mean that we take the 10% per annum. Now second year it was used the whole of the year, so we want a portion based on time. So we multiply by now the original amount, the 10 million, and the 100 million. That will give you 10 million. So how about in case somebody asks you, how about the third year? So capital allowance for the third year. The third year now would mean 2024. That will mean we take 10% per annum. It was used the whole of the third year, so we want a portion based on time. So times 100 million, that will give you the 10 million. How about somebody asks you, how about the capital allowance for the fourth year? And you are told now the fourth year is 2025, obvious, and then it was sold by 31st of March 2025. What does that mean? It was not used the whole of the year. And because we say the capital allowance is per annum, per 12 months, this will mean this. For the year, it will be 10% per annum. Then how long was it used in that year? This must be 3 months, because we are talking about January, February, March by 31st. So those are 3. You multiply by 3 over 12 and then times the cost, which is 100 million. Let us see how much that will be. It will be the 10% times 3 over 12 times the 100 million. That will mean 2.5 million. So what we are supposed to come and deduct against the taxable income in the 4th year, in the 2025, will be the 2.5. It was sold during the year. So that is how we compute the capital allowance at the rate of 10% per annum straight line basis for every year. From there, the next question we should be asking yourself is, which items qualify for capital allowance at that rate of 10%? Which items? So here is the list. So the following are the items that qualify for capital allowance at the rate indicated. So these are divided into 2, and we normally divide them into 2 only. So we have number 1, the following buildings. So the key thing here is buildings. So the following buildings: A, buildings for storage of raw materials or finished goods. For storage of raw materials or finished goods. So if you have any building that is used for storage of raw material or finished goods, know that it qualifies for capital allowance at the rate of 10% per year, as I have explained. But now somebody may ask, which are the examples? So examples of this building. So the key thing is storage, and then e.g. examples are warehouses, godowns, and stores. Godowns and stores. Those are the ones that we normally give the capital allowance at the rate we have talked about under the buildings. Then we have B. Still under the rate of 10% under the buildings. We have facilities for welfare of workers. Facilities for welfare of workers. So these are the facilities that are used for the welfare of workers or to help the workers. So what are those facilities that are for the welfare of workers? This is the example. Example of them are staff quarters, staff clinic, staff canteen, sports pavilion. This were sports pavilion where they carry out their sporting activity. Nursery. When you talk of nursery, it means there's some business or company that normally have a nursery. You as an employee, if you have a small kid, you can take them to work. You leave them at the nursery, and you can go see them maybe during your working time, maybe break time, in lunch time. So they are there. So that nursery is for the welfare of the worker. So all this one we give at the rate of 10% under the buildings. Then we have C, commercial buildings. Commercial buildings. So commercial buildings such as we have shops, offices, showrooms, exhibition halls, we can have exhibition halls, and then we can have gym, etc. A building that is used for gym, that's a commercial purpose. So the key thing is the commercial. And the other one, remember we said it's welfare of workers. And as C, we have welfare of workers, facilities for the welfare of workers. So commercial buildings is where business are carried out. So find that a building is used for shops, where people open shops. Others are used for offices, showrooms, exhibition halls, gym. All those are commercial purposes. So we normally give them at the rate of 10%. So under the building. So we are still at the rate of 10%, and that is the end of under the buildings. So now we go to number 2, still at the rate of 10%. Number 2. The following items used to run the business other than those at the rate of 25% per annum. So in this case, what you are saying is that there are those items that are used to run the business. Like if you look at when you set up a business, what are the items that you require so that your business can be run? One of them are like computers, for computation, for storage of information, data entry. You have a phone to call people. You have something like chairs, the tables, name them. So those are the ones that you're saying are supposed to be at the rate of 10%. Other than those, at the rate of 25%. If you go to the 25%, we have said all vehicles are there. Computers and its attachment, cash register and calculator. Those are also used to run the business. But now the one that come at the rate of 10% are others that we didn't indicate at the rate of 25%. So I'm going to give you a list of those one, but here I want us to change this a bit. This is supposed to be building. So we have the buildings, on the buildings, and on this here we also have another buildings. Those ones are the ones that we needed to change a bit, and this one, buildings. All right, so we want to see what are those ones that we normally claim at the rate of 10%, other than those at the rate of 25%. So it's a list. So whenever you have an item, look, is it, and it's used to run the business, is it at the rate of 25? If it is not at the rate of 25, automatically it comes to 10%. So example, e.g., we have bicycle, we have manual, cash register, trailer, furnitures and fittings, equipments such as hospital equipments, so equipment is a general term, but we are giving an example, e.g., hospital equipment, CCTV cameras. We have the farm machine, such as picking machine. We have others such as fixed grains. We have others such as billboards. Signposts, neon signs, etc., among others. As long as an item is used to run the business and it's not at the rate of 25%, then you should know it comes at the rate of 10%. Allow me to add one more. Fax machine. So all those ones. Fax machine, remember, is not supposed to be part of the computer. It's usually an independent item. So it's supposed to be at the rate of 10%. So that marks the end of those items that we gave capital allowance at the rate of 10%, which was the third rate. From there, we go to the last rate, which is supposed to be the capital allowance at the rate of 33 and a third percent, or a third of on cost straight line basis. So we want to see what we mean by that and which item qualify for that particular rate. So I'll draw it once more. I'll change the rate here, which I want to write 33 and a third percent in bracket a third per annum, straight line basis. Now here we ask ourselves, which are the items that we usually give capital allowance at the rate of 33 and a third percent, or a third per annum on cost? And first of all, what do we mean by that? It means this: if you can be told an item that qualifies for this rate was acquired at a cost of 90 million, and then somebody asks you, get the capital allowance for the first year. In the first year, let's say your total is 2022. How much will it be? We are saying you take that 3 and a third, or a third. When you convert that 3 and a third percent into a fraction, it will be a third. So it means that you just take a third of 90 million, and that will give you 30 million. That is the first year. The amount to be taken to the income statement to be deducted, where you are supposed to deduct the depreciation now, the capital allowance. If somebody asks you, how about the capital allowance of the second year? So that again is supposed to be a third of the 90 million, and that is supposed to be 30 million. If somebody asks you about the capital allowance of the third year, that again a third times 90 million, which is supposed to be 30 million. That's what we mean by a third per annum on cost. The next question is, which items do we give capital allowance at the rate that we have talked about here? So there is this to give you those items. So we have these items are called loose tools, and they include So this is the example of those we call loose tools. The one that we, loose tools means small items, so they include screwdrivers, spanners, bolts, utensils, etc. Among, let me add just one more, pliers, etc. Yeah, so those are small items. So when you see them, give them the capital allowance at the rate of 33 and a third percent per annum every year. That mark the end of the capital allowance in terms of the rate. However, before we close that chapter, or before we look at a question, there's some 2 or 3 notes that you need to take about the capital allowance. Very, very important. So note number one, that capital allowance is granted on purchase costs plus all the costs incurred before use of an item. That is one. That when you are claiming capital allowance on an item, take the purchase cost, how much it costed. Don't take the market price, don't take any other value. Don't take the written down value. Written down value means that you take the cost minus accumulated capital. Don't take that. Take the purchase cost. That's what we are saying. It's usually on purchase cost. And then if there are some costs that are incurred before the use of that particular item, add them together. And these costs are like which one? Example of costs incurred before use. Before use are, we have costs such as transport, insurance, testing costs, etc. Allow me to add two more, just two. Custom duties and VAT, value added tax. VAT and is the value added tax on those particular items, etc. As long as they are incurred before use of those items, then we normally give them the capital allowance together, whether it's 50, whether it's 25, whether it's 10 or a third percent. That is note number one. Note number two. This is now on general capital allowance, is that in case an item is purchased through hire purchase, use the cash price to claim capital allowance. That's what we are saying, that if an item is purchased through hire purchase means that, for example, if today you want to buy a motor vehicle and you go to the dealer can tell you that if you have your cash price, you buy this motor vehicle for 10 million. But if you don't have that money and you want to pay the amount bit by bit, for example, over a period of 2 years, so you'll be paying bit by bit, maybe you can be paying 500,000 every month, then that is called the hire purchase, of which case you can be told the hire purchase price would be ending up to be 12 million. So at the end you will have paid 12 million. So when you are claiming capital allowance, don't say because the purchase price is 12 million now, the hire purchase is the one we use. No, use the cash price. Don't use the hire purchase price. We normally claim on 10 million and then the extra 2 million is taken to be interest. That interest is usually not a capital expenditure. We normally take it to the income statement and deduct it without claiming capital allowance. So we only claim on purchase price of that, cash price of that particular item. Note number 3. In case an item is donated, use the market price to claim capital allowance. So that will mean that sometimes you get an item in your business like a motor vehicle, but that motor vehicle you didn't purchase. Somebody just donated to you. It can be your parent, your friend, or any other party. Tell you, just use this motor vehicle. It's yours, but use it in your business. So remember, as you use it in your business, it is going to lose value. And now we had said that the capital allowance, you are supposed to grant it on the purchase cost. But now we don't have the purchase cost because now it is donated. In that case, without the purchase cost, you use the market price. How much would it fetch if it was supposed to be sold in the open market? That amount is the one that you use to claim the capital allowance. Note number 4. Note number 4 is that in case of a trading transaction, use the value of the new item traded in, i.e. The value of old item plus the cash added. Now, in case of a trade-in, the key thing is trade-in, we use the value of the new item. Value of the new item. What do we mean by the trade-in? This is what we mean. Sometimes you could be having an item, let's say a motor vehicle, and this motor vehicle is an old one, and you try to value it and it's coming to 2 million. Now, you want a new motor vehicle, and the new motor vehicle value is 5 million. You see, you want to dispose the old motor vehicle to go away, you get cash of 2 million, and then you bring a new one. There are 2 ways you can do it. One, you can dispose that old motor vehicle, correct the 2 million. Then once you correct 2 million, add an extra 3 million so that you can buy this new motor vehicle whose value is 5 million. Now, when you are claiming capital allowance, you have brought in an item, you know, the new motor vehicle whose value is the 5 million. Which value are you supposed to use to claim the capital allowance? In this case, we are saying use the new value. Forget about any other information. But in case there is no new value, but you are given the value of the old item, take it and add the cash. Because what we mean by that is that you can go to the trader who buy and sell motor vehicle, the one, for example, who is supposed to sell to you the 5 million worth of the motor vehicle, and you tell them, now, because I have an old motor vehicle, why don't you take the old motor vehicle, I add you the cash of 3 million, then I take the new motor vehicle. So you can still, if you don't have the value of the new motor vehicle, just take the value of the old motor vehicle plus the cash you added. That is the one that you use to claim capital allowance, and which would be the 5 million. So that mark the end of the capital allowance and whatever you need to know about the capital allowance. From here, we are going to look at a question to see what we are talking about practically. If you have several assets and how you want to claim capital allowance, how do you normally claim it? How do you normally do the computation? So that once you do the computation, when we come to the next topic about taxation of the business, when you are getting the taxable profit or loss of the business, the amount that you're supposed to come and put it here. So I'd like us to look at that question in our next lesson.
Hello learners, welcome to Manifested Publishers e-learning portal. In our today's session, we are looking at costs of production or theory of costs. So theory of costs can be looked into 2 perspectives. We normally have the long run and the short run. So I'll begin with the short run analysis of costs. Short run. So short-run analysis can be looked into 2 perspectives. We have the long run and the short run. So I'll begin with the short-run analysis of costs. In the short run is where at least one factor input must be fixed. Fixed means when the market conditions change, that factor will not change. So like, for example, when we are changing the level of output from one level to another, a fixed factor will not change. It will remain the same regardless of the level of output that you are changing. And a good example is something like rent. Like when you have rented a premise and then you are using that premise for your business purposes, the time you are not using that premise, whether you use it or not, you will still have to pay rent. So meaning at zero level of output, fixed cost or fixed input factors will still be incurred. And then the time you use, it does not matter the level of usage. The more you use, still that input factor will remain the same. So we can define it. What is a fixed input factor? What is a fixed input factor? This is a factor which does not change or vary, or vary with the level of output. So it remains the same. Graphically, if we are to present a fixed factor, this is how it will look like. So this is a fixed cost. So this is the level of output, which is in units. And here we are talking of costs. So we begin from zero output. So when you are producing zero output, a fixed cost will still be incurred at this point. Even if I increase my output to 1, to 2, to 3, and so on, that cost is remaining constant at all levels. And that's what we refer to as a fixed factor or a fixed input factor. Then number 2, we have variable input factor, which is also a variable cost. So a variable input factor is that which varies, with the level of output. So that simply means when we are changing the level of output, that factor will change in the same proportion. The time we increase, it will also increase, and the time we decrease, it will also reduce. So to illustrate this graphically, this is how it will look like. We have output, which is in units, and then we have costs. So a variable factor will look like this. This is total variable. So we are beginning with the zero output. So at the time I produce 1 unit, the cost will not be the same. It is rising. The time I increase my production, the cost is also increasing, and so on. So if this is 1, this is 2, 3, and so on, the time you increase, it will also increase, and that's how it continues. We also have what we refer to as total cost. Total cost. This is the sum. This is the sum of fixed and variable costs. So how do we illustrate this? This is how we represent a variable, a total cost. So we have 0. This is output level, which is in units. And then we have costs. So the costs here are fixed costs, total variable cost, and total cost. So we have a relationship between this cost. We are saying that total cost is simply the sum of the fixed cost and the variable cost. So these fixed costs are those that are remaining constant, and then the variable are those which are changing in direct proportion with the level of output. So when we take fixed costs plus variable cost, it will give us a sum which we are referring to as total cost. So how do we derive these curves? We have a relationship between total cost curves, total variable cost curves, and fixed what? And fixed cost curves. So what is the relationship? The total cost curve is drawn based on the law of diminishing returns. So what happens is, like when total variable costs are rising, initially we do not have any cost that is incurred. The only cost that is being incurred here is a fixed cost, which is remaining constant. So when we have zero output, where we have zero output, so that means no output is produced, fixed cost equals total cost. Where there is zero output, fixed cost equals total cost. But the time variable cost begin to rise as the level of output changes, then total cost will begin to rise. So at the time variable costs are continuing to rise, the total cost will continue rising. And therefore, total cost curve can be explained by diminishing or increasing returns to the variable factor. And this variable factor is that which is bringing about the level of change. So it normally increases or it decreases depending on the factor, variable factor. That means when the variable factor is decreasing, total cost will decrease. But when the variable factor is increasing, total cost will always increase. So that when we take fixed cost plus variable cost, we'll be able to get what we are referring to as total cost. We have other costs again which are associated with the short run, and we have what we refer to as average fixed cost. Average fixed cost. Average fixed cost. So what is average fixed cost? Average fixed cost is simply the fixed cost per unit. Fixed cost per unit is the fixed cost per unit of output. And so that simply means to calculate or to get average fixed cost, which can be abbreviated as average fixed cost, we simply take the total fixed cost and then we divide by output, which is indicated by Q. So we say where Q is simply referring to output in units. And graphically, how do we represent this? This is how it will look like. So we have output in units. Then we have costs. We have an average fixed cost. This is the average fixed what? Fixed cost. So we say this curve is continuously falling, but even as it falls, it is not able to touch or to reach both axes. So we say it is asymptotic. Asymptotic simply means though it is falling and it seems to be reaching the x-axis, it can never reach the x-axis. That is the average fixed cost. We also have another one known as, this was our number 1, number 2. This is number 3. I can call this number 4. So I can use this space. So we move on to number 5. So our number 5 cost is average variable cost. Average variable cost. This is the variable cost per unit. So mathematically, we say that average variable cost equals total variable cost divided by output in units. So we say that where Q is referring to output, which is in units. Graphically, it will be as follows. So this is output in units, and these are costs. So this will be our variable, average variable cost. The cost curve is U-shaped. So we'll explain why it is U-shaped. It is U-shaped simply because of the diminishing returns to the variable factor. And then we move on to the other cost, which is average total cost. Average total cost. This is our number 6. Average total cost, which is simply the total cost per unit. Or is average fixed cost plus average variable cost. So it is equal to this total cost. Average fixed cost plus average variable cost will give us this. I can use the same format. Total cost equals average fixed cost plus average variable cost. So how do we illustrate this using a diagram? It has the same shape with that of average variable cost, and it is also U-shaped. So this is the average total cost, which is also the same as average cost. So here we have output in units, and then we have costs. Our next cost will be marginal cost. Marginal cost. So a marginal cost is that cost is an additional cost that arises, or it is a cost that is increasing the total cost just because of an extra unit that is produced. So the additional cost that is incurred for producing an extra unit. The additional cost that is incurred for producing an extra unit. So in simple words, what is a marginal cost? Like, for example, you may have been producing at, let's say you are producing 10,000 units, and now you are increasing your production to 15,000 units. A marginal cost is that cost which will be incurred for you producing an extra unit. So in this case, our extra units will be 5 units. You want to produce 5,000 units more than what you've been producing. So the costs that are associated with the 5,000 units that you are producing is what we are referring to as a marginal cost. So a marginal cost cannot be incurred where there is no change of output. It only arises when we have changed, and that change is an increase because it is the cost of an additional or producing an extra unit. So how do we illustrate the relationship? So a marginal cost is also U-shaped, just like a average total cost and average variable cost. We can now illustrate the relationship that is existing between the average costs, and this is how it will be like. Relationship between average fixed cost, average variable cost, and marginal cost. And just to add on marginal cost is simply change. It is change in total cost over change in Q. Change in total cost divided by change in Q. That will give you the marginal cost. So change for the table form questions is referring to the difference between the highest and the lowest, or the new and the initial. And if we've been given a function, then change will refer to differentiating that particular function. So what is the relationship between average fixed cost, average variable cost, and marginal cost? I'll explain that using a diagram. So we have output, which is in units, and then we have costs. So we have the average fixed cost, we have the average variable cost, then we have the marginal cost, and then we have the average total cost. Average total cost. So what is the relationship between average fixed cost, average variable cost, average total cost, and marginal cost? So marginal cost is intersecting with the average variable cost at its lowest point. That is when it is at its minimum is when we have intersection of the marginal cost and the average variable cost. And then when marginal cost is below the average variable cost, the average variable cost must be decreasing, not increasing. When the marginal cost is below average variable cost, then the average variable cost must be decreasing. And then at the intersection of the average variable cost, at the intersection of marginal cost with the average variable cost, then the average total cost must be at its minimum. At the intersection of marginal cost and the average variable cost, the average total cost must be at its minimum. And then once we have that intersection, when the MC is above the average variable cost, the average total cost is increasing, the average variable cost is also increasing. And then average fixed cost is falling continuously. So as others are rising, this is falling continuously, though it is not able to reach at the x-axis. So we say it is asymptotic, meaning it cannot touch or intersect with the x-axis, neither can it intersect with the y-axis. So this is the relationship between these curves. And that brings us to the end of short run analysis. So just to give a summary, in short run analysis, it's a period where at least one factor must be fixed and the other one must be varied. So what are the costs associated with the short run? We have the fixed cost, the variable cost, the total cost. Be able to explain, be able to back up your explanation with the graphs required. And then we also have average cost. So we mentioned fixed average fixed cost, average variable cost. We have average cost or average total cost, as well as marginal cost. Be able to explain, and what are the graphs. If they are required in your exams, you should be able to explain, backing up your explanation with the graphs, and then show the relationship that is existing between graphs, both for the costs and the average costs. And that's all about short run analysis. Bye bye. Let's meet in the next session. Hello learners, welcome today to our today's session. We are doing a mathematical approach to the theory of costs. Mathematical approach to the theory of costs. So we normally have two different types of questions set on this question. And one is, you may be given a table, and in that table you already have figures like on the level of output, you are given the fixed cost, you are given the variable cost, and then you can be told to use that to calculate the total cost, the marginal cost, the average fixed cost, average variable cost, and the average total cost. So in case you are given such a question, then how do you go about answering that question? So I'll give an illustration. We are assuming a case where you've already been given the level of output, you know the fixed cost, and you know the variable cost. How can you use this to derive all other costs of a particular firm? So I'll give a table. We have output. So this output is in units. Then we have fixed cost. We have variable costs. Then we will use this information to calculate the total cost. Then we'll calculate the marginal cost. Then average fixed cost. Average fixed cost. Then we'll calculate average variable cost. Average variable cost. Then we'll calculate the average total cost. Average total cost. So in this case, you've already been given the output. So we said that fixed costs will remain constant all through. So fixed costs are not changing. output is increasing by 1 unit, and then these are the variable costs that we've been given. So how do we calculate the total cost? So to calculate the total cost, we said that total cost equals fixed costs plus variable costs. So we are simply taking the fixed cost plus the variable cost to calculate the total cost. So for this, at 0 output, we are taking 50 plus 0, which will give us a total cost of 50. Then for the next 1 unit, we have fixed cost 50 plus 20, which will give us 70. Then next we have 50 plus 30, which will give us 80. 50 plus 35 will get 85. 50 plus 45 will get 90, 95. Then 50 plus 65 will get 115, and this will give us 160. That's how we calculate the total cost. Then next we calculate the marginal cost. We say this change in total cost over change in Q, which is the same as change in TC over change in Q. So whenever we've been given such like a table, the formula that we'll use in this case is this change, and where we've been given a function, then this is what we will use. So for this case, we are using this change in total cost over change in Q. So this is simply the same as we are taking Y2 minus, Y is referring to total cost, Y2 minus Y1 over X1, X2 minus X1. So what is our Y2? What is our Y1? At 0 output, there was no variable cost that was incurred, so that our total cost is 50. So the marginal cost is the change where when when you are not producing, no variable cost will be incurred. And when we are beginning to produce at unit 1, the variable cost is now 20, and it has increased the total cost from 50 to 70. So what is the change? It is simply that 70 minus 50. So at our 0 level, there is no marginal cost that is incurred. But when we are beginning to produce 1 unit, that is bringing a change because of a change in the variable cost, then the output is increased to 70. So to calculate the marginal cost, we are, for the first unit, we are taking 70 minus 50 divided by 1 minus 0. So our Y2 is this new cost, which is the new total cost, and our Y1 is the initial cost, which in that case is 50. So 70 minus 20 divided by 1 minus 0, which is just like 1, will get what? Will get 20. And that's our marginal cost. Then in the next, we have again increased the output by 1. So what will be the marginal cost? It is now 80 minus 70 divided by 2 minus 1. So because we are increasing the level of output by 1, that means we will simply be dividing by 1. So it is the same as 80 minus 70 over 2 minus 1, which is just the same as 30 divided by 10 divided by 1. So the marginal cost for the second unit will be 10. And then 85 minus 80 divided by 3 minus 1 will give us 5. Then next we have 95 minus 85 which will give us 10 divided by 4 minus 3, which is 1. So the answer is just 10. And then we move on to 115 minus 95. This will give us 20. And then we are taking 20 divided by 4 minus 5, which is just 1. Then marginal cost for the last unit is 160 minus 115, which will give us 45. That's how we calculate the marginal cost, change in total cost over change in output. Then how do we calculate average cost? We say that average fixed cost equals fixed cost over output. So for the first unit where we have 0 input, our fixed cost was 50. So when you take 50 divided by 0, the average cost here will be 0. And then for the next output, our fixed cost is 50 divided by 1, which will give us 50. For the second output is 50 divided by 2, which will be 25. 50 divided by 3, that's for the third output, it will give us 16.67. And then for the fourth is 50 divided by 4, which will give us 12.5. Then 50 divided by 5 will give us 10. And then 50 divided by 6 will equal 8. Then we'll have calculated the average fixed cost. We do the same for average variable cost. We say that average variable cost equals total variable cost, or which is just the same as variable cost over Q. So our variable cost for output unit 0 was 0. So this will give us 0. Then for the first unit, the variable cost is 20. To calculate the average, we are taking 20 divided by 1, which will give us 20. For the second unit is 30 divided by 2, which equals 15. For the third unit, we have 35 divided by 3. And this is equal to 11.67. For the fourth unit, the variable cost is 45. So 45 divided by 4 will get 11.25. For the fifth unit, we have 65 divided by 5, which equals 13. And for the last unit, the variable cost is 110 divided by 6, which will give us 18.33. Then lastly, how do we calculate average total cost? So we say that average cost or average total cost equals average fixed cost plus average variable cost. So since we've already calculated the average fixed cost and the average variable cost, we simply sum these together. So we'll have 0 plus 0, which will give us a 0. 50 plus 20 will give us 70. 25 plus 15, this is 40. Then 16.67 plus 11.67 equals 28.34. Then 12.5 plus 11.25 equals 23.75. And 10 plus 13, this is 23. Then we have 18.33 plus 8, which is 26.33. So that's how we answer such a question. We have another type of question where you are given functions. So where you have been given a function, then you need to know which function is this before you can go up to solve such a question. And again, the knowledge of differentiation is very important. You need to know how to differentiate a function, because we said To calculate marginal cost, we find change in TC or in total cost divided by change in Q. So this means that function has to be differentiated, or the total cost function will be differentiated for you to get the marginal cost function. So before I do this, I'll help you to just remind you what differentiation is, or just to give a short illustration of how we differentiate functions. Like assuming you've been given a function like y equals 2x cubed plus 10x squared plus 15x plus 110, and then you are told to differentiate that function. Differentiating simply means finding the derivative of that function, or what we refer to as finding the dy over dx of the function. So to differentiate this function, what we do is we take the power, this is the power 3, you take the power, multiply by the constant. So this will be 3 multiplied by 2, which will give us 6. So we have 6x. Then we reduce this power by 1. Reducing this power by 1 means it will be 3 minus 1. And that will give us 2. So the power will be reduced by 1 so that we have x squared. Then plus, we take the power, which is 2, multiply it by the constant. The 2 times 10 will give us 20x. Then reduce this power by 1. So reducing the power by 1 means we'll have 2 minus 1, which will give us x raised to power 1. So mathematically, we don't write x raised to power 1. We just write x. So it will be 20x. And then next we are plus. This x is the same as x raised to power 1. So I say that in mathematics, we are not saying that it is x raised to power 1. We are just writing x, but it is x raised to power 1. So to differentiate, we are taking this 1, we multiply by the constant, which will give us 15. And so we reduce this power by 1. When you take 1 minus 1, we'll get a 0. And that means we'll have x raised to power 0. So x raised to power 0 is just like that constant having no unknown. So we write 15. You don't write x raised to power 0. And then plus x 110. 110 is a constant, and this simply means it has an unknown that is raised to a 0. So when we have an unknown which is x that is raised to power 0, in differentiation we are taking the power which is 0, then multiply that 0 by the constant. The answer will just be 0. So whenever you've been given whenever you've been given a constant, just put a 0, because it means it has an unknown that is raised to power 0. So whenever we differentiate a constant, the answer is always 0. So our function will now be 6x squared plus 20x plus 15 plus 0. So we now say that this will be 6x squared plus 20x plus 15, so that we leave out a 0. And that's how we differentiate. So there are some times when we may be given quadratic functions or cubic functions, which may represent the total cost. So in such a case, you may be asked to identify or to determine the fixed cost function, determine the variable cost function, and use that again to calculate the average fixed function as well as average variable cost. So how do we go about that? So I'll use a simple quadratic equation. We are assuming that we've been given a total cost function, which is a cubic function of the form A plus BQ plus CQ squared plus DQ cubed. So a cubic function is simply that function whose highest power is 3. And so in this case, when you are told to identify or determine the fixed cost, what are the fixed cost or what is the fixed cost function? Fixed cost is simply referring to the constant part of that function, and in this case, it is just equal to A. So when you are told to determine the fixed cost, sometimes, or maybe the fixed cost function, it will simply be fixed cost equals to A. Why A? Because A is a constant. Then what will be the variable function? Variable cost function, this will be equal to BQ plus CQ squared plus DQ cubed. Why so? We say that a variable cost is that cost which will change or which will vary when the level of output is varied. So any constant that has a known means that when that unknown is changed, it will change. And therefore, our known here is Q, and therefore the variable cost function is simply beginning from BQ plus CQ squared plus DQ cubed. And then sometimes you can also be told to calculate now the average total cost. How do we, before I come to average total cost, we'll be told to calculate the average fixed cost. How do we calculate the average fixed cost? So we say that our fixed cost equals A. And we say that to calculate average fixed cost, it will be equal to fixed cost divided by Q. So that means if our fixed cost equals to A, then our average fixed cost will simply be equal to A divided by Q. And this will be our average fixed cost. Then sometimes you may also be told to calculate the average variable costs. Average variable cost. So we say that average variable cost equals variable cost over Q, where variable cost is simply referring to the total variable cost. So we are still using this function. We've said that our variable cost equals, so if our VC equals BQ plus CQ squared plus DQ cubed, and then we are told to calculate the average variable cost, then to get a VC, we will simply be dividing everything by Q. So it will be the same as BQ plus CQ squared plus DQ cubed divided by Q. So divide by Q simply means BQ over Q plus CQ squared over Q plus DQ cubed divided by Q. And what will be the result? We'll have B plus. So this is cancelling. We'll have plus CQ plus DQ squared. When we are dividing mathematically, we do what? We subtract the powers. So we have BQ divided by Q. Then this will be 1 by 2 minus 1, 3 minus 1. So the resultant figure will be, average variable cost will be B plus CQ plus DQ squared. Then if we have been told to calculate the average total cost, how do we calculate average total cost? We say that it equals average total cost equals total cost divided by Q. So we were given the total cost function, which is this. So if that is our total cost function, if TC equals A plus B Q plus CQ squared plus DQ cubed, then to get average total cost, we are simply average total cost, we are dividing the whole of this by Q, which is the same as A over Q plus BQ over Q plus CQ squared over Q plus DQ cubed over Q. So what will be ATC equal to? It will be equal to A over Q plus B plus CQ plus DQ squared. And that will be our average total cost. There are again some instances where you will now be told to calculate the marginal cost. So if you've been given the total cost function and you are told to determine the marginal cost function, what we do is you simply differentiate the total cost function. So differentiating the total cost function will give you the marginal cost function. So we say that marginal cost will be change in TC over change in Q. So if our total cost function is, if our TC equals A plus BQ plus CQ squared plus DQ cubed, then to find MC, we are simply finding the dy over dx of the total cost function. And what will it be? I said that whenever we have a constant, that constant will automatically disappear. So A will not be there. Then Q is the same as Q raised to power 1. So we take 1 times B. So we'll have B. We reduce we reduce 1 by 1. And then Q will disappear. So we have B plus, then CQ. We are taking the power, we multiply by the constant. So we'll have 2 multiplied by C, which will give us 2C. And then we reduce the power by 1, which will now be 2CQ. It will not be Q squared. We've reduced the power by 1. Plus, we have 3 times the constant. So our constant here is D. So we'll have 3 multiplied by D, which will give us 3D. We reduce this unknown power by 1, which will now be Q raised to power 2. And therefore our marginal cost function will now be B plus 2CQ plus 3DQ squared. And that will be our marginal cost function. So we can take an illustration, a mathematical illustration. Can wrap this part. So as we come to the end of this session, I want to give you an assignment. And this is the assignment. You are told that the total cost, cost and demand functions of a firm under monopolistic competition are represented as follows. So total cost equals 850 minus 8Q plus 10Q squared. P equals 200, where Total cost equals, sorry, TC equals total costs. Q equals output. And P equals price. Then required part one of the question, fixed cost function. Fixed cost function. Roman 2, variable cost function. Part 1, we have fixed cost function. Then Roman 2, variable cost function. Roman 3, average cost function. And then Roman 4, marginal cost function. So you'll try the question using the principles I've given, and then you'll be able to get all that you are required to get. So bye-bye. Let's meet in the next session. Hello learners, welcome today to session 3 or lesson 3, where we want to look at long-run analysis of costs. Long-run analysis of costs. Long-run analysis of costs. So in the short run, we said that this is normally a period where at least one factor must be fixed and the other should be variable. In the long run is where all factors can be varied, and therefore we do not have any like law of diminishing returns to variable factor, because we are assuming that all factors can be varied. Varied meaning we can interchangeably vary the proportions of different factors. Why? Because they will not remain constant, as in the case of short-run analysis. So what operates in the long run is the economies or these economies of scale. So when the firm factors can be varied, the firm can either experience economies of scale or diseconomies of scale. So in this lesson, we want to look at economies of scale in relation to internal economies of scale. So what are economies of scale? Economies of scale are simply those advantages that a firm enjoys after it has expanded. We normally have what we refer to as an optimal size of a firm. And an optimal size of a firm is simply that efficient size that a firm can have, so that it's able to produce at the minimum or the lowest production cost per unit, so that it has no option of either increasing or decreasing its level of output. So in that case, we say that the firm is operating at its optimal size. And that's when economies of scale will come in. So in economies of scale, we want to begin with internal economies of scale. So what are internal economies of scale? These are those benefits, or I refer to them as advantages, that a firm can experience that are coming from within. They have nothing to do with the outside. What are the happenings that are happening in the organization, like when the firm has expanded, that can be a benefit to the to the farm. That's what we refer to as internal economies of scale. So they are as follows. We have what we refer to as technical economies of scale. So technical economies of scale, like when a farm increases in its size, it is normally able to use sophisticated or modern technology. And when it is using modern technology, it will be able to increase its level of output than that farm that has not expanded. And under technical economies of scale, we have such benefits like what we refer to as indivisibilities. So what are indivisibilities? Indivisibility is simply where a farm is able to take advantage of a process that cannot be reproduced on small scale. So one of the technical economies that a farm will enjoy is what we refer to as indivisibilities. And indivisibility is simply where a farm is able to take advantage of a particular process that cannot be reproduced on small scale. So that simply means this farm will have a process or a particular process which a small farm cannot have. Like for example, when a farm has a particular machine that can enable it to produce, and when it is producing to in large scale or in large quantities which a small farm cannot be able to produce. Why? Because a small farm produces on small scale. We say it is enjoying a benefit of indivisibility. We have another one which we refer to as increased dimension. Increased dimension is where a farm can increase its equipment, can increase the capacity of its equipment so that it is able to produce a larger output without increasing costs. That is increasing without increasing production costs. So increased dimension is where when a farm has a particular equipment, it can decide to enlarge or to increase the capacity of that equipment so that it's able to produce a larger output than what it has been producing before without necessarily increasing the production cost. I can give an example like for these commercial services, you've been having or owning a matatu. A matatu has one driver, and then because your business has enlarged, you now decide to bring in a bus. So a bus still will need one driver, but the capacity is more large than that of a matatu. So in that case, that benefit is called increased what? Dimension. You are producing more, but you are not necessarily increasing the production cost. And if it is there, then it is very minimal. And then number 3, Roman 3, still part of technical economies of scale, we have another benefit of linked processes. So linked processes is simply where a farm can link up its processes that can enable it minimize its costs. So linked processes is where, like, we have farms that buy raw materials, and once they buy those raw materials, they use the raw materials in the production of goods and services. And then once they have produced goods and services, they again market for those goods and services before they are sold. So linked processes is simply where a farm can decide to supply for itself raw materials as well as produce the goods. It can even go up and do the marketing by itself, so that it is reducing costs such as fuel cost. You don't need to like get raw materials from another supplier, bring them before you produce. You simply have a portion where you are supplying raw materials. So instead of buying them from outside, you simply use what you already have, and then you will be able to do what? To produce using minimal costs. Why minimal costs? Because we will cut costs to do with the transportation, etc. Those are called linked processes. And then we also have another one still on technical economics called specialization. Specialization. So specialization can be where a farm can specialize, like in terms of machinery and labor, so that it produces what's quality, so that it produces what is quality. So specialization is where a farm can simply decide like to specialize on a particular machine. So it buys a special machine that will enable you to produce what is quality, or have a specific class of workers who are able to help in production of that which is quality. So like when we talk of competition, what happens? Because they will be producing what is quality, their products will be more competitive than of those other farms. And then we can also talk about research, still under technical economics. Research is like when a farm has grown, it has an ability of conducting a market research. Like whenever it wants to introduce a new good or a new product, it can be able to know what are the needs, what are the tastes and preferences of the people before it can design and produce what is to satisfy the need of its customers, which may not be so with small farms. So research is where a farm will be in position to conduct a market research, which can enable it to produce that which satisfies its customers. And when that happens, that means profitability of the farm will increase. When customers are satisfied with what you produce, they will buy more, and when the more they buy, the more you do what? The more you will make profit. That was number one. Then number two, we have what we refer to as financial economies. So financial economies is where when the farm grows or enlarges, it normally has more in terms of assets. And for example, whenever it wants to raise like a loan or funds from a financial institution, it is in proper position to provide security or what we refer to as collateral, and because of that, they will always raise funds at a lower rate, like in terms of interest, than those that are small firms. So financial economies is where a firm is able to raise funds from financial institutions at a lower cost. Why? Because at a lower cost, because it is in position to raise assets that can be used as collateral. That can be used as collateral. Then number 3, we have marketing economies. Marketing economies. So marketing economies is where when a firm expands, it will be able to like take advantage in buying in bulk. When a firm buys in bulk, it will enjoy quantity discounts, and when it enjoys quantity discounts, it means that it will be buying at a lower cost than what others will be buying at, and therefore it will be always saving in terms of purchase. And then it can also enjoy economies to do with packaging. When it is packaging in large quantities, it is more cheaper than when packaging in small quantities. And then when it comes to selling and even distribution, it will have that advantage. So marketing economies, these are normally in the form of like buying in bulk. This enables the firm to take advantage of quantity discounts. Hence buying at a lower price, which makes them to save in terms of the purchase price. We also have packaging. Packaging is where I can just say packaging in large quantities. Packaging in large quantities enables a firm to save rather than packing in small. Why? Because when we pack in large quantities, the cost is normally spread on those units that are packaged in that one package. But when we are packaging in small quantities, then that simply means that you will incur a higher cost than a firm that is packaging in large quantities. And then number 4, we have diversification. Diversification is where when a firm enlarges, it has an ability of even producing more products. Like it can introduce new products. Why? Because it has an ability to do that. So like for example, where there is competition or when it is facing competition with other firms, it can decide to introduce new products which can enable it to fight that competition, and that enables it to continue remaining on the market. So diversification is simply where a firm is in position to introduce new products. A firm is in position to introduce new products that can lead to increased profits, as well as acting as a risk management strategy. And then number 5, we have risk-bearing economies. So what are risk-bearing economies? Like when a firm expands, it can be able to predict risks better than small firms. Why? Because like when it is conducting a market research, it will be able to know what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages of its product, who are the competitors, and because of that, it can simply be able to use SWOT analysis so that it is able to do what? To minimize its risks than a small firm. So risk-bearing economies, we say that a large firm is able to predict risks than a small firm. Why? It has an ability to conduct a market research. It can conduct a SWOT analysis than a small firm. So those are the internal economies of scale. And then we have disadvantages or these internal diseconomies. Can look at that shortly. Internal diseconomies of scale. So in our next lesson, we'll be looking at internal diseconomies of scale. So learners, have a good day. This ends or marks the end of our session.
Greetings everyone and welcome back to the lesson. The subject is fixed income investment analysis. We are back at it again to solve the questions that were tested in August 2023. We are committed to ensuring that all the past paper questions that are examined by Kasneb for the CIFA advanced level are done. We are moving on sitting by sitting. Today we answer question number 1 from the August 2023 paper. Question 1 is in 3 parts, A, B, and C. Part A reads, in relation to currency denomination, explain the following types of bonds. 1, dual currency bonds, 2 marks. 2, currency option bonds, 2 marks. That is the question. In relation to currency denomination, explain dual currency bonds. Dual currency. Candidates are bonds which are also known as multi-currency bonds or currency option bonds. These bonds are bonds that are bonds where the coupon payments and or the repayment, principal repayments, are denominated in one currency but are paid in another currency at a predetermined exchange rate. Do you understand? Dual currency bonds are bonds where the coupon payment and the principal repayment are denominated in one currency, but the payments are done in another currency. And in a dual currency bond, investors receive payments and the principal amount in a currency other than the one which the bond was issued. Do you understand? the exchange the exchange rate at which the payments are converted is predetermined in advance. It's determined in advance, or it's predetermined. The exchange rate is predetermined. And the two currencies that are involved in a dual currency bond are typically chosen based on the issuers and the investors' preferences. You understand? For example, a Kenyan company might issue a dual currency bond denominated in Kenya shillings, but offering coupon payments and the principal repayments in Uganda shillings or US dollars at a fixed exchange rate. And that allows the issuer to assess the foreign currency market while still paying back investors in their preferred currency. That is a dual currency bond. Then the currency options bond, on the other hand, currency options bonds are bonds that give the bondholder the right but not the obligation to convert the bond's principal or interest payments from one currency to another. And that is done at a predetermined exchange rate on a specific date or within specified period of time. You understand? That is a currency options bonds. Bonds, I repeat, that give the bondholder the right but not the obligation to convert the bond's principal and the interest payments from one currency to another at a predetermined exchange rate on a specific date. Do you understand? And the bondholder can choose whether or not to exercise the currency option based on prevailing exchange rates and based on market conditions. So those are the bonds, types of bonds in relation to currency denomination, the dual currency bond, and the currency options bond. I've explained the dual currency bonds. I've said that these are bonds that are where coupon payments and principal are denominated in one currency but are paid in another. Say that they are issued in one currency but paid in another. The coupon payments and principal. Coupon payments, this is the interest. Coupon payment is the interest on the bond. Coupon payments and principal are issued in one currency but paid in another currency at a predetermined exchange rate. That is dual currency bond. Number two, we have the currency options bond. Currency options bonds. I've said that these are bonds that give the bondholder the right but not the obligation. These bonds give the holder the right but not the obligation to do what? To convert the bond's principal, but not the obligation to convert the bonds principal and interest payment from one currency to another. The bond's principal and interest from one currency to another. The bondholder has the right but not the obligation. It's not obligated to convert the bond principal or interest from one currency to another. That's the meaning of the dual currency bonds and the currency options bonds. Then part B, describe 3 factors that might affect floater's price. Factors that might affect floater's price. Now, floaters are also known as floating rate bonds. These are floating rate bonds. Are bonds whose interest rates are not fixed but adjust periodically according to the specified benchmark interest rates, such as the LIBOR or government bond yield. So there are several factors that may affect the floating rate, the floating rate or the floater's price. All right, floating rate bonds. There are various factors that may affect the floating rate bonds. One obvious factor is the benchmark interest rate. I've just defined a floating rate bond as bonds whose float interest rates are not fixed but adjust periodically according to a specified benchmark interest rate. So if this benchmark interest rate changes, then the floater's price is automatically going to change. If the benchmark rates rise, the coupon payments on floaters increases, making them more attractive to investors and potentially increasing their price. Conversely, if the benchmark rates fall, the coupon payments decrease, which may reduce the attractiveness of the floaters and also lower their price. So benchmark interest rate is a factor that affects the floaters price. Credit risk, number 2. The second factor is credit risk. The creditworthiness of the issuer can affect the price of floaters. If there are concerns about the issuer's ability to repay the principal or make interest payments, then investors may demand higher yields, leading to a decrease in the price of the floaters. Number 3, market sentiment. Market sentiment. This is a sentiment of the investors. Investor sentiment and the overall market conditions can influence the demand for floaters, whereby positive sentiment and favorable market conditions may increase the demand for floating rate bonds, driving up their prices. On the other hand, negative sentiment or adverse market conditions may reduce demand and then lower the prices of floaters. So market sentiment, the investor sentiment is a factor that affects the floater's price. 4, liquidity is yet another factor. The liquidity of floaters can impact their price. Where more liquid floaters are easier to buy and sell, typically commanding higher prices than less liquid ones. If a floater becomes less liquid due to changes in market conditions or due to issuer-specific factors, its price may or is likely to decline. Liquidity. 5, supply and demand dynamics. Supply and demand dynamics. Supply and demand dynamics. Changes in supply and demand for floaters in the market can affect their prices. increased demand relative to supply can drive up prices, while excess supply can lead to lower prices, floaters prices. The normal dynamics or forces of supply and demand can affect floaters price. So these are 5 factors. Candidates were to give just 3. 1, benchmark interest rate, credit risk, market sentiment, liquidity, supply and demand dynamics. 6 marks. Part A of the question, we explained dual currency bonds and currency options bonds. These were to earn a total of 4 marks. So candidates, you can see these are easy 10 theory marks. We move on to part C. Tausi Limited issued a term bond with the face value of 1,000 shillings. The yield to maturity of the bond is 10% and it has a coupon rate of 12% per annum. The bond coupon will be paid annually. The bond term to maturity is 4 years. Required, Roman 1. The price of the bond, 3 marks. Roman 2. Macaulay duration, 2 marks. Roman 3. The modified duration, 2 marks. Number 4. The bond convexity. This is August 2023 question 1C. We are given details regarding a term bond with the face value of 1,000 shillings. So what is the price of the bond? We all know by now, candidates, that the price of the bond is the present value of the principal amount and the coupon amount. The principal amount, which is the face value, we are going to discount the face value of 1,000, and then we discount these interest payments at 12%. The bond is 10% and it has a coupon rate of 12%. The bond will be paid annually. The bond coupon will be paid annually. So that is the period, yearly. The bond term to maturity is 4 years. 4 years. So we are going to, if you are to calculate the price of this bond, the price of the bond will be equal to the present value of the par value plus the present value of coupon payments. And this one is a lump sum. The par value is paid once. It's a lump sum. The coupon payments, these are annuities. So we are going to use different present value factors. This will be present value interest factor Rn. We multiply with the 1,000, the face value, plus present value annuity factor Rn times the annuity of 120. Is it 120? Yes, 120. How did I get 120? I took the coupon rate of 12% times 1,000. 12% times 1,000 is equal to 120. This will be equal to, this factor will be 1,000 times 1 over 1 plus R, 1 plus R, 1 plus R, plus plus the factor here is 1 minus 1 over 1 plus r raised to n over r. That will give us the factor times 120. You understand? So the r will be the 10%, the yield to maturity, the 10%. So this will be equal to 1000 times 1 over 1.1 raised to, this will be raised to n raised to 4. That is the period. From the question we read, the bond term to maturity is 4 years. So this you are going to add here, 1 minus 1 over 1.1 raised to 4 raised to 4 times 120. So this is going to be the price of the bond. I'll take my machine. So the rest is the work of the machine. We discount this, we discount that, then we add. And this is over r here. This should be 0.1. 10% into decimal 0.1. So the rest is the work of the machine. So that is the value of the bond. The price of the bond is 1,000 shillings and 63. 1,000 shillings, 1,063, 397 cents. This is Roman 1, Roman 1, C Roman 1, C Roman 2. You have to calculate the Macaulay duration. Now, candidates, Macaulay duration is a concept that is used in fixed income investing to measure the average time it takes to receive all the cash flows, both the principal and the coupon payments from a bond, which is weighted by their present value. In simple terms, it tells you how long you should expect to hold the bond on average to get your money back from to get the money that you invested back plus the interest. And Macaulay is named after Frederick Macaulay, who was an economist who introduced the concept around 1938. So by that definition, candidates, you can tell the formula. I've said that Macaulay duration is a measure that helps us determine the average time it takes to receive all the cash flows from a bond. And the cash flows include the principal and the coupon payments. And we use a weighted present value, which means you are going to have the present values, then we compute their weights, then we'll multiply the weights with the period to determine the Macaulay duration. So that is the formula. We're going to have here period, and we know there are 4 periods. These are 4 years. Period is 1, 2, 3. The next column is the cash flows. We know the cash flows include the principal of 1,000, which is the par value of the bond, and the coupon payments of 120 shillings per annum. That is the cash flows. We'll have another column for the present values, PV. So we'll have the periods. Let me put them down. 1, 2, 3, 4. The cash flows at the end of year 1 is 120, 120, 120. The bond term to maturity is 4 years. All right, it is 4 years, which means in the 4th year we are going to have the 120 plus the principal, the 1,000 plus the principal, which will be equal to 1120. That will be the cash flow at the end of year 4. Do you understand? So you're going to have the present values of these cash flows under that column. That is a present value. Then we'll use these present values to calculate the weights. We're going to have a column for the weights. Then lastly, we will multiply the weights. We will multiply the period times weight. These are the periods. So that is the formula, candidates. That is the formula for calculating Macaulay duration. So let's work out the present values. This is 120 shillings per annum. We are going to discount this 20 as a lump sum. At the end of year 1, we discount the 120 at 10%. So you're going to have 120 divide, we open a bracket, 1.1, close the bracket, raised to 1. So when you discount this 120, I'm getting here 109, 109,090, 109.090. Second year is 99.174. Next, raised to 3 years, 90.157. Next, I have the 1120, 764.9. This is 975. 764.975. So you get the total here to allow us have the weights. So I'm going to add these present values, 106, 3.40. That is total present values. Then we get the weights. How do we calculate the weights? We're going to take at each period, we divide by the total, then we'll have the weights right over there. So firstly, year 1, we have 109. This 109.090 divide by 1063.4. 0.103. Next, I'll take 99.174, 0.0 1.93. Next is 90.57. 157 divided by the total, 0.085. Then lastly, I have this is 0.719. Yes. So this should give us 1.0. Those are the weights. So the last column will take the weights times the period. The first one is 1 period. The first period we take 1 times 0.103 is equal to 0.103. Next, we are going to multiply 2 by 0.093, 0.186. Next, we'll have 0.085 times 3, 0.255. Then lastly, I'll check 0.719. This gives me 2.876. After that, we'll add this product of period and weight to get the Macaulay duration. So I'm going to add, so the answer here is 3.42. 3.42 is the answer. 3.42 is the answer, is the Macaulay duration. 3.42. That is the answer. So how many marks? These are just 2 marks. Can you imagine? Just 2 marks because it is simple. This is simple. 2 marks. Remember I said Macaulay duration is a concept that is used in fixed income investing to measure the average time it takes to receive all the cash flows, both the principal and the coupon payments from a bond. So it is going to take 3.42 years. So candidates, that is Roman 2. Then Roman 3, modified duration. We want to calculate the modified duration. Modified duration. Now here, what is being modified? Here, candidates, is a refinement or a more precise measurement. The modified duration is a more precise measurement of the bond's price sensitivity to changes in interest rates compared to the Macaulay duration. It is this Macaulay duration that is being modified here, what we are calling modified duration. It addresses some of the limitations of the Macaulay duration by incorporating the bond's current yield to maturity. That is to say that modified duration is determined by dividing the Macaulay duration to modify this Macaulay duration. We're going to divide by the Macaulay duration by incorporating the bond's current yield to maturity, which is equal to 1 plus the yield, then we divide by K, where K is the number of periods per year. In our case, the periods are 4. And the yield is the yield to maturity of the bond. The yield to maturity of the bond, we read from the question, the yield to maturity of the bond is 10%. And therefore, the modified duration will be equal to the 3.42, which we calculated in Roman 1, 3.42, we divide by 1 plus the yield. The yield is 10%, which is 0.1, divide by 4. K is the number of periods. The number of periods. So this is going to give us the modified duration. Modified duration, which is equal to 3.34. The modified duration there is 3.34. 3.34. Now, part 4 of the question is about, this is Roman 2, Roman 3, then Roman 4. We have the bond convexity. Now, a bond convexity is a measure of the sensitivity of a bond's duration to changes in interest rates. And bond convexity provides additional insight into how a bond's price will change in response to interest rate movements beyond what is captured by the modified duration. So this is a more refined measure compared to the modified duration, which is a modification of the Macaulay duration. So let's compute the bond convexity of this bond. We are given the period. This is how to compute. Going to have periods on the first column. Then we'll have the weights, which we have already calculated. The weights we calculated here, we'll use these weights. Then we'll have convexity here. Convexity. We'll calculate the convexity, the last column. And convexity will be calculated at, first of all, at each and every period. Then we'll sum the convexities to get the bond convexity. And here is the formula for convexity. We're going to take the period into 1 plus period times weight. So we'll have period into 1 plus a period times weight. We divide by 1 plus yield to maturity squared. That is the formula for convexity. We're going to first of all have period 1 here. The weight for period 1 is 0.103. 0.103. So convexity period 1 will be the period which is 1 into 1 plus period 1 times the weight 0.103. 0.103 we divide by 1 plus the yield to maturity. The yield to maturity is 10%, so this will be 0.1 squared. For period 2, let me first of all calculate the answer here. I'm going to have 1 times 2 times 0.103. So this is simply 0.17. So convexity at period 1 is 0.17. Period 2, the weight period 2 is 0.093. 0.093. The period here is 2 into period 2 into 1. We have 1 plus period 2 times weight 0.093. Divide all that by 1.1 squared. So here I have 0.46. 0.46, that is period 2. Period 3, weight 0.085. 0.085. Convexity is 3 into 1 plus 3 times 0.085 divide by 1.1 squared. It's equal to 0.84. 0.84. Then the last period, the weight 0.719. 0.719. Period is 4 into 1 plus 4, 0.719. We divide by 1.1 squared. 1.1 squared. So 1 plus 4, 5 times 4, 20 squared. 11.88 is convexity fourth. This is the fourth period. Convexity, the fourth period. So having calculated convexities at each and every period, we then sum these convexities to get the total bond convexity. So I'm going to add 0.17 plus 0.46 plus 0.84 plus 11.88. 13.35. 13.35 candidates is the bond convexity. It's the bond convexity. And remember, we say that this is a measure of sensitivity of a bond's duration to changes in interest rates. So 13.35 means that the bond duration will adjust by 13.5% for every 1% change in interest rates. That is the interpretation. That is the interpretation and the answer, 13.35. We've answered the bond convexity 3 marks. 3 marks. 1, 2, 3. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Half each to earn 3 marks. These are 3 marks. That is Roman 4. Roman 3 is just 2 marks. 1, 2, 2 marks. Roman 2, maculate duration. Maculate duration is 2 marks. Maculate duration 2 marks. Then the price of the bond, again 3 marks. 1, 2, 3 marks. The price is there, 3 marks. 3 marks. And that effectively brings this lesson to an end, where we have answered question number 1 from the August 2023 sitting. The subject is fixed income investment analysis. In our next lesson, we're going to answer question number 2. I urge you to attempt it before joining our next session. Thank you. God bless you. Bye-bye.
Hello, welcome back to our revision session. In this session, we shall be looking at the December 2021 sitting of advanced taxation. So welcome, and let's solve the questions together. So we start with question 1 of the paper. Question 1 in the current setting is mostly a theory question, and so be keen to be able to look at it keenly. It will always be testing a number of topics, majorly 2 to 3 topics in most cases. So question 1A of December 2021 advanced taxation says, as economies continue to recover from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, tax collection in many countries continues to face challenges. This trend has resulted in some revenue authorities resorting to some drastic measures to boost tax revenue. One recent measure taken in monitoring of social media accounts and postings is, to access taxation compliance. Required. Justifying your response with practical reasons, argue the case for or against monitoring of social media accounts to assess taxable capacity and compliance. Note, marks will only be awarded for one position taken. Now, this question is testing what we call emerging trends in taxation. So that reminds you to be keen on all the subtopics in that topic, including issues like high tax, COVID-19 and taxation, tax agents, tax experts, and all that. So in this particular case, we are looking at the impact of COVID-19 in taxation and what tax authorities have resorted to do for them to boost their tax collection. So let's pick the question again. Justifying your response with practical reasons, argue the case for or against monitoring of social media accounts to assess taxable capacity and compliance. And we are told marks will only be awarded for one position taken. So in this case, you were to take one position. That means you are either to argue for or against the monitoring of social media accounts by tax authorities to boost tax collection. But for learning purposes, I've looked at both sides of the coin, so I'll then be discussing arguments for and against monitoring of social media accounts. But in exams, please, in such a question, take one position and talk about it in detail. So one, I'm talking about arguments for monitoring of social media accounts to assess taxable capacity and compliance. Now, today, many business activities are done digitally. So then digitalization and rise of social media has changed the way businesses or other firms conduct their businesses. A lot of firms today do their marketing activities online. A lot of them conduct business and communicate with their stakeholders online. And therefore, the move by KRA and other tax authorities to monitor social media accounts helps such authorities to maximize on their tax administration, and therefore digitalization, in short, and the rise of social media accounts enhances the way people conduct business today, and therefore the move by KRA to monitor social media accounts is a new frontier in tax administration. Number two is that tax is a constitutional obligation that everyone has to bear fairly, and therefore all people must pay taxes, and therefore nobody is to pay a shilling less or more than what they should actually pay. And therefore, the move by KRA to monitor social media postings is therefore a good one to complement the traditional methods or traditional tools that were used by such authorities to ensure tax compliance and administration. 3 is that monitoring of social media accounts supplement what we call lifestyle audit activities, such as wealth declaration by taxpayers, in order to determine whether such taxpayers are tax compliant or not. And through such audits, such authorities, including KRA, have been able to make or rather take enforcement actions against non-compliant taxpayers. In other words, I'm saying that monitoring of such social media accounts supplement or complement lifestyle audits by tax authorities to ensure maximum tax compliant by taxpayers. So those are some of the arguments for, and as I said, I'm looking at both sides of the coin. So the second bit, I'm looking at arguments against social media monitoring by tax authorities. One is that most tax regimes, including Kenya's tax system, is based on what we call self-assessment by taxpayers, founded on honesty and trust, where taxpayers are required to voluntarily disclose information about their incomes to their tax authorities. And therefore, monitoring of social media accounts by tax authorities goes against this trust and voluntary declaration of incomes by taxpayers. 2 is that social media monitoring by KRA and other tax authorities goes against what we call freedom of expression through the Constitution, as well as other instruments like the international instruments, such as the Article 19 of the UN Human Rights Convention. For many social media users, their postings and communication through social media is just for fun and for keeping their friends informed about their activities and lives. And so, when KRA and other tax authorities start monitoring such social media accounts, it infringes the the right of expression or the freedom of expression of such taxpayers. 3 is that social media mining by tax authorities, including KRA, may or might punish those who cultivate false image of themselves in the social media or online. In some survey conducted by the British social media users, more than 75% of the people admitted that they were lying about themselves on social media. And that happens in Kenya and all over the world. Many people post information on social media which are not necessarily true about themselves. So today, for example, if I take photos in front of big mansions or big cars every single day and I keep changing them, if I post such on social media, that is not necessarily, may not necessarily be me. And so if KRA uses such information to determine or that to say that I'm not paying taxes as required, then that may not be true. I may end up being punished falsely just because I'm passing information on social media that may not be true about myself. So such as some of the arguments for and against the use of social media, or rather social media mining by KRA and other tax authorities across the world. That is part A of the question. The question is all theory, remember. So I move to part B of the question. It says, a delegation comprising government officials and entrepreneurs from a neighboring countries has visited your country, which is a beneficiary of the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, to learn more on AGOA and its benefits. A delegation comprising government officials and entrepreneurs from a neighboring country has visited your country, which is a beneficiary of the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, to learn more on AGOA and its benefits. Required: prepare a brief to be presented to to the delegation covering the following. Prepare a brief to be presented to the delegation covering the following. 1 is background information on AGOA. 2, conditions to be considered as an AGOA beneficiary country. And 3, trade benefits provided under AGOA. Now, this is a question on the topic economic integration. Now, economic integration in short is simply the grouping together of countries in a given geographical region for purposes of promoting trade among themselves. Now, that reminds you to look deeply into trading blocks, especially the East African Community, COMESA, and so on and so forth. But this particular one is on AGOA, that is African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA. Now, this is the background information on AGOA. AGOA is a piece of legislation that was approved by the U.S. Congress on 18th May, the year 2000. AGOA is a piece of legislation that was approved by the U.S. Congress on 18th May 2000. The objective of this legislation is to assist economies of the sub-Saharan African countries to improve the economy and to improve the economic relations between the United States and the region. AGOA completed its initial period of validity, and that was in the year 2015. And therefore, it was extended on 29th June 2015 by a further 10 years to 2025. Now, each year, the U.S. President determines the eligible countries from the sub-Saharan Africa to be part of the AGOA. Then AGOA provides duty-free treatment to goods designated from such sub-Saharan African countries to promote the economic growth through governance and free trade. In other words, the aim of AGOA is to assist the sub-Saharan economies to grow and promote trade between that region and the United States. So the key points to note here is 1, the formation of AGOA. Number 2, the countries forming AGOA. And 3, the key objective of AGOA. So let me pick it again, as you may be noting. Number 1, I've said that AGOA is a piece of legislation that was formed and approved by the U.S. Congress on 18th May 2000. The objective of the legislation is to promote and assist the economies of sub-Saharan African countries and to improve their economic relations with the United States. Then AGOA completed its first 15-year period of validity in 2015 and was further extended by 10 years to end in 2025. Then each year, the U.S. President determines the eligible countries from the sub-Saharan Africa for the AGOA. Then how does AGOA benefit such countries? So lastly, I've said that AGOA provides duty-free treatment to goods of designated sub-Saharan African countries to promote economic growth through good governance and free markets. In other words, if such a country exports to the U.S., then the U.S. government will not be imposing duty, that is import duty, on such goods from such countries. And therefore, this will make these goods to be cheaper in the U.S., and therefore such countries will be able to export more and sell more, and therefore benefit more from such a trade. 2, still on that, is conditions to be considered as an AGOA beneficiary country. Remember, we have just mentioned in the first part that every year the U.S. President has the authority to determine which sub-Saharan African country joins AGOA. Now, you could say this in response to this. You say, AGOA authorizes the U.S. President to designate countries as eligible to receive the benefits of AGOA if they are determined to have established or are making continual progress towards establishing the following. In other words, the U.S. President looks at this for a country to qualify as a member of AGOA. 1 is market-based economies, that is, economies based on trade and economic growth. Number 2 is the rule of law. Such countries must be following the rule of law to the letter for purposes of promoting welfare of citizens in such countries. 3 is political pluralism, that is political inclusion, a case where every single citizen in such countries has the political right to do as they wish politically, of course within the limits. And 4 is elimination of barriers to the US trade. That is, such a country must not be imposing any trade barriers between it and the US government. 3 is trade benefits provided under AGOA. That is, what does a country benefit to be, from being a member of AGOA? So you can say the following are the trade benefits provided under the African Growth and Opportunity Act. 1 is promotion of economic growth, of course through trade or increased trade between the country and the US government. Number 2 is promotion of political reforms. Remember, one of the conditions to be met by a country to qualify as a member of AGOA is political pluralism and the rule of law. And so through AGOA agreement, there is promotion of political reforms in such sub-Saharan African states. 3 is improve U.S. economic relations in the region. Remember, one of the conditions again that must be met by a country to become a member of AGOA is elimination of any barriers to the U.S. trade. And so, by eliminating such trade barriers, such countries are able to have improved U.S. economic relations with themselves, which further promotes their economic well-being. That was part B of the question. Part C, still a theory, is saying alternative dispute resolution ADR is a method of handling tax disputes outside the judicial process. All applications for ADR should be through a suitability should go through a suitability test before the application is submitted for ADR. Let me pick that again. Alternative dispute resolution ADR is a method of handling tax disputes outside the judicial process. All applications for ADR should go through a suitability test before the application is submitted for ADR. Required: 1. Summarize the disputes that may not be suitable for the ADR mechanism. And 2. Describe the documents that must be submitted to support and facilitate the ADR discussions. Now, this is one of the emerging trends in taxation again, alternative dispute resolution mechanism. Now, as a measure to promote faster delivery of justice by the judicial system in Kenya, the government introduced what we call alternative dispute resolution mechanism, ADR. Now, this is basically any mechanism of solving or resolving tax disputes outside the normal court process, outside the normal legal process. So the question is, part A, summarize the disputes that may not be suitable for ADR mechanism for 3 marks. So you could say this, you could say the following are disputes that may not be suitable for the ADR mechanism. The following are disputes that may not be suitable for the ADR mechanism. This is as per the ADR framework in Kenya. 1 is disputes or suits which involve interest of the public or interest of several persons who are not parties before the court. In other words, ADR mechanism may not be applied in case a party to a dispute is not before the court. In other words, for ADR to be applicable, all the parties involved in such a dispute must be able to present themselves before the court, and if such a dispute involves the interest of the public, then such a dispute cannot be resolved through ADR. Number 2 is election disputes as to public offices. That is, disputes involving election issues that entail election of individuals to public offices, because that again is has public interest in it. And so any party any dispute that involves or touches on the interest of the public cannot be resolved through ADR. 3 is proceedings which involve prosecution for criminal offenses. So criminal offenses cannot be resolved through ADR. In criminal offenses, it is the state that resolves the disputes, and so the individuals will have to go through the normal court process. 4 is special cases which involve protection of courts, such as claims against minors, deities, and mentally challenged. Remember, these are special groups which may not be able to participate effectively in the ADR process. So such special cases which involve protection of the minors, protection of the courts, such as claims against minors, deities, and mentally challenged, must go through the normal court process facilitated by the government itself. 5 is cases which are related to serious specific allegations of fraud, fabrication of documents, forgery, and even impersonation. So such cases or disputes must go through the normal court process or the normal legal process, and therefore ADR is not applicable in such cases as per the ADR framework in Kenya. Part 2, the same, is asking, describe the documents that must be submitted to support and facilitate the ADR discussions. Documents that must be submitted to facilitate and support the ADR discussions. 1 is a summary of the issues in the dispute. That is, the particular issues which are being disputed in that particular case. So then the parties involved in the dispute must present to the a summary of such issues that are in dispute. Number 2 is the relevant assessments, of course, in this case by the legal system. 3 is a notice of objection and all documents submitted to the commissioner. If there is any party in the dispute that is objecting any of the issues presented in the dispute, then a notice of such an objection must be submitted to the process. 4 is the objection decision, that is the decision arrived at as a result of the objection. Another one is a settlement proposal with basis in the law as may be appropriate, if any. That is any proposal by the parties on how to settle the dispute before the ADR process. And lastly, any other documentation as may be required during the ADR discussions. The court may require or order the parties in the dispute to submit any further documentation. So in that case, such documentation become part of the requirement to process and facilitate the ADR process or mechanism. That answers question 1 of the December 2021 paper. Remember, in the current setting, I said question 1 is all theory, and in most cases it will test you on 2 or more topics at the same time. So be keen, especially on the issues of current trends in taxation and any other tax theory. That answers question 1.
Hi candidates, welcome to another session of Manifested Online Classes. We are still continuing the topic of group accounts and in our previous session we discussed on how to consolidate the asset, liabilities, revenue and expenses of the foreign subsidiary or the overseas subsidiary with those of the parent company, and actually we looked on the rules or the procedures to be followed in the translation, and also how to determine the exchange gain or loss arising from the translation of 3 items: goodwill, the opening net asset or opening equity, and also the profit for the year. So in this session, I want us to look on an illustration question regarding how to prepare the group account whereby the parent company has acquired a foreign subsidiary. So we go through the illustration and we see what we are told and equally what is required. So the illustration reads, P Limited is a public limited company listed in the Securities Exchange. It has diversified its activities by acquiring S Limited, a company domiciled in a foreign country. Both companies prepare their financial statements in accordance with international financial reporting standards. The presentation currency of the group is Kenyan shillings, while S Limited functional currency is a franc. Then you're told the draft financial statements for the year which ended 31st of December 2021 are set out below. We have the statement of profit or loss for the two entities, the parent company, which is P Limited, and S Limited, which is a foreign subsidiary. So we have the and actually it is important for you to note that the figures given in the income statement for the parent company, which is P, are in Kenyan shillings, which is actually the presentation currency used by the parent company in preparing the group account, and then the figures for the foreign subsidiary are in franc, which is now the functional currency of the foreign subsidiary. So we have revenue, cost of sales, gross profit, distribution cost, administrative expenses, operating profit. We have investment income, finance cost, profit before tax, income tax expense, and then profit for the period. We then have the statement of financial position as at 31st of December 2021 for P Limited and also S Limited. We have non-current assets which include PPE, property, plant and equipment, and then we have investment in S. We have the current assets which include inventory, trade receivables, cash and cash equivalents, and then we have equity which comprises of ordinary share capital, share premium, and then we have the retained earnings, and then the total equity. And then we have non-current liabilities which include 10% bonds, deferred tax, current liabilities which include the trade payables, and then we have the current tax, and then we have some additional information. Number one, where we are told on 1st of January 2021, P Limited acquired 80% of the of S Limited for S Limited 1,000 million 1 franc ordinary shares for a cash consideration of 35.50 million franc. 2, as at the acquisition date, the carrying value of S Limited net asset was 2,600 million franc, but the fair value was 3,200 million franc. The excess in fair value over the carrying amount was due to unrecognized brand with a remaining useful economic life of 5 years as at the acquisition date. 3, the non-controlling interest in S Limited as at the acquisition date was valued at 1450 million franc using the fair value method. So basically what that means is that the policy of the group here is to measure the NCI at fair value. And actually, once you come across that information, it's important for you to note that when computing the goodwill, then you have to use the full goodwill method. And that's why you can see we also given the NCI at fair value. So number 4, you're told as at 31st of December 2021, which is now the end of the year, the date of consolidation, it was determined that the goodwill arising on acquisition of S Limited was impaired by 10%. Number 5, we are told the foreign exchange rate are relevant. So we are given the exchange rate there, which are franc to 1 Kenya shilling. On 1st January 2021, 1 Kenya shillings was equal to 5 franc. On 31st of December 2021, 1 Kenya shillings was equal to 4 franc. And then the average exchange rate during the year was 6 franc, which was equal to 1 Kenyan shilling. So what are we required to do in that question? Number 1, or part A, we're required to determine the exchange difference, which is an exchange gain or loss arising on retranslation or basically translation of the net asset and goodwill on acquisition of the foreign subsidiary. B, we are required to prepare the consolidated statement of profit or loss and other comprehensive income for the year which ended 31st of December 2021. And part C, we are required to prepare the consolidated statement of financial position as at 31st of December 2021. So basically this is a question for group account, and therefore the first thing we need to do here is to come up with a group structure, to have the group structure. So these are the workings. So the first working here is to come up with the group structure, and we're given the information about group structure in additional information number 1, where we are told P Limited acquired 80% of S Limited on 1st of January 2021. 1st of January 2021. So 1st of January 2021, this is the date of acquisition. Now if you go to the requirement, or basically if you go to the requirement specifically in part B, and also part C of that question, we are required to prepare the group account or the consolidated financial statement on 31st of December 2021. So this therefore is the date of consolidation, and then the date of acquisition is 1st January 2021. So therefore it is important to note that this particular subsidiary here was acquired exactly at the start of the year, and therefore when preparing the consolidated income statement, we take into account its revenue and expenses for the whole year. We consolidate with those of the parent. We consolidate with the revenue and expenses of the parent company. Yes. So I think that is the information which are given there first of all. And then still in note number 1, we are given the amount or the purchase consideration paid by the parent company when acquiring the shares of the foreign subsidiary, which is 3550 million. So in actually you can see that amount is given in foreign currency, but automatically when the parent company is accounting for this, the parent company is supposed to translate that into Kenyan shillings. And actually that's why if you go back to the statement of financial position of the parent company, specifically under the non-current asset, you'll be able to see that the amount invested in S Limited is 710 million, because this one has been translated. This, remember, is franc, which is now the currency of the foreign subsidiary. This one has already been translated into Kenyan shillings using which rate? The rate on this date, which is now the opening exchange rate. And actually, if you go to the additional information number 5, we are told the opening exchange rate or the exchange rate on 1st of January 2021 was 5 franc. 5 franc was equal to 1 Kenyan shilling. So how do we translate this? How do we translate that 550 franc to Kenyan shillings? So we just take cross multiply and then we divide 550 times 1 divided by 5, and basically this will give us 10 Kenyan shillings. So this is basically the figure which is recorded in the statement of financial position of the parent company. But recall what we have said is that on the date of acquisition, once the a parent company acquires a foreign subsidiary, then when computing the goodwill on acquisition, we compute it using the foreign currency. Like in this case, we are going to use the franc, and then we are going to translate that particular goodwill into the presentation currency or into Kenyan shilling. So we are going to use that information in note 1, the purchase consideration. Let's go to note number 2, where we are told at the acquisition date, which is now 1st January 2021, the carrying value of S Limited, which is now the foreign subsidiary, net asset was 2600 million franc, but the fair value was 3200 million. So therefore, in that case, you can see the subsidiary devalued the assets, and the fair value was 3200 million. The carrying amount was 26, automatically there is a revaluation gain there. So we are told the excess in the fair value of the carrying value or the excess in fair value over the carrying value is due to an recognized brand with a remaining useful economic life of 5 years. Now, this unrecognized brand, this in accordance with the International Accounting Standard number 38 should be recognized as an intangible asset in the books of account or in the financial statements of who? Of the foreign subsidiary. So therefore, I think we can deal with that particular unrecognized brand. Unrecognized brand, which you are saying will be recognized as an intangible asset in the group or in the consolidated statement of financial position, of which the value for that unrecognized brand will be equal to that 200 million franc minus 26, which will give us 600 franc. 600 what? Franc, 600 franc. Now, this particular unrecognized brand, in preparing the consolidated statement of financial position, this one will be recognized as an intangible asset. And then number 2, this one is basically a pre-acquisition revaluation reserve. Is a pre-acquisition revaluation reserve, and then also you can see we are given the economic, the remaining economic life. So the reason why given the economic, the remaining economic life of this unrecognized brand is for us to be able to compute the amortization of this brand. So the amortization in this case will be equal to the value of the brand, which is 600 franc, divided that with the remaining useful economic life, which are 5 years, and then we are computing amortization from the date of revaluation, that is the date of acquisition, to the date of consolidation. We have 1 year. So therefore this will give us 120 franc. So this one will be deducted from the intangible assets because it reduces the value of this intangible asset here. And then number 2, this one will be recognized as an expense in the consolidated income statement. Specifically, it will be added to the administrative expenses. So therefore, that is the adjustment required for that amortization in relation to that brand. So then let's move to point number 3, whereby we are told that the non-controlling interest in S Limited at the date of acquisition was 1450 million franc. This is now the NCI at fair value, which will be used in the computation of goodwill, no working which is required there. And then number 4, we are told as at the end of the year, the goodwill was impaired by 10%. And then number 5, what you are given are the exchange rate. So I think at this point now we can have working 3, whereby we compute the goodwill on acquisition. Goodwill on acquisition of S Limited. And you have to recall what we discussed in our previous session, that when computing the goodwill on acquisition, we computed first of all using the local currency of the foreign subsidiary. So therefore, we are going to compute the goodwill here on acquisition using the franc. And then from there, we translate it now to the presentation currency. It's also important to note that this goodwill will be computed using the full goodwill method as per the information given in note number 3. So we are going to use the full goodwill, the full goodwill method. So let's just have a single column here. We are computing this goodwill using the foreign currency or the local currency of the foreign subsidiary, which is franc. So to compute this, we take the cost of investment. The cost of investment, in other terms, is the purchase consideration paid by the parent company, and we take that in franc, which is given in note 1, 35.50. So to this, we add NCI at fair value, which is given in note number 3. NCI at fair value is 1450. So we add these two figures, 0 0, which will give us 5,000. And then to this we less the fair value of net assets acquired, and that is also given in note number 2, which is 3,200. And because we're using the full goodwill method, that's why we are taking 100% of this. But if we were using the partial goodwill method, we were supposed to take 80%. So this will give us a goodwill on acquisition. Remember, this goodwill is determined on the date of acquisition, 1st of January 2021. So the goodwill on acquisition is how much? Is 1,800 franc. So that is a goodwill. Now, I think having those workings, now we can proceed and answer part A of that question, whereby you are required to determine the exchange difference, which is exchange gain or loss on the translation, or basically the translation of net asset and then the goodwill. So I think we can start by computing the exchange difference on translation of net assets, and actually specifically this should be opening net assets and profit stroke loss for the year. For the year. So remember this, we have looked on how to determine this in our previous session. So we have a number of columns here. The first column here will be for the fractional currency of the foreign subsidiary, which is franc. We have a column here for the exchange rate, and then we have the presentation currency, which is Kenyan shillings. And basically our figures here are in million of shillings. So the first thing we do here is basically to take the opening net assets. So the opening net assets, which is the same with the opening equity, or the opening equity at date of acquisition. At the date of acquisition, that is something already we are given here. In note number 2, the net asset at the date of acquisition was 32. So what we do, we translate this now to Kenyan shillings using the opening exchange rate. The exchange rate on this date here. And the exchange rate at the start of the year was 5. The closing one is 4, but the average for the year is 6. So the opening is 5. So, and actually we have said that to translate this franc into Kenyan shillings, we need to divide that with the exchange rate. So let's divide these two figures. We see what we get here. We have 32 divided by 5, which will give us what? 640. And then to this we add the profit for the year. And actually that is the adjusted profit for the year, the adjusted subsidiary company profit for the year. So the profit for the year for the foreign subsidiary, that is S Limited, is given in its income statement as a figure of 1,500. But we have to recall that this company, that is S Limited, on the date it was acquired, it revalued asset, and basically it had an recognized brand which had a value of 600 franc, and there was this amortization of 120. This amortization, recall, it was not accounted for because we say that anytime the subsidiary company revalue its asset on the date of acquisition, the subsidiary company do not account for this revaluation. It are not accounted for this gain. It are not accounted for that amortization, which is basically an expense, which was supposed to be accounted for as an expense. So we get the amount, the net amount there, which is 1500 minus 120, and this will give us 1380. So remember this now, the profit for the year. The profit for the year should be translated into Kenyan shillings using the average exchange rate. The average exchange rate is what? Is 6. So we divide that with 6, which will give us 230. So basically we add the 230 plus 640, which will give us 870. And then we take this plus this, which will give us now the crossing net assets or the crossing equity. And this crossing equity or the crossing net asset, this should be the same, or actually this will be the same with the amount included in the statement of financial position of S at the equity section. So the equity, the total equity of S is given as a figure of 41, but remember there are some items which should be adjusted to this. Number one, S Limited are not accounted for this gain, for this revaluation gain. So this one should be added there, 600, and then we also less 120. 120. So basically, that whatever you get here should be the same figure we have here. So maybe you can just confirm. Here. So we have 32 plus 1380. This will give us 4580, and basically that should be the same figure we get here. So that is 41 plus 600 minus 120. Yes, that is giving us 4580. Then what we have to do, we have to translate this to Kenyan shillings using the crossing exchange rate, which is 4. So we divide that with 4, and basically we get now the crossing exchange rate. So let's do that. We have 4580 divided by 4, which will give us 1145. So now the difference between these two figures here, the difference between A and B is what we refer as the exchange difference or the exchange gain or loss. So if it's an increase, is a gain. If it's a decrease, is a loss. Like in our case, we can say from 870 to 1145. That is automatically an increase. An increase over 275. So take into account that is an increase. This is an exchange gain. And basically this particular exchange gain on a translation of net asset and also profit for the year, we said it should be allocated to both the parent and also the NCI. So therefore, we can do that allocation to the parent company and to the NCI. The amount which will be allocated to the parent company will be 275 times the parent company shareholding in the subsidiary 80%. The amount allocated to NCI, 275 times percentage NCI. So let's compute those two figures there. Have 275 times 80%, which will give us 220. Now this particular 220, we said it will be included in the consolidated statement of financial position under equity, and it is specifically known as a translation reserve. So this one, we will take it to the consolidated statement of financial position specifically under equity as a translation reserve. And this one, which will be 275 times 20%, which will give us a 55. This will be added to NCI. This will be added to NCI at the end of the year. Will be added to the NCI at the end of the year. So therefore, first of all, that is what was required there. Translation of the net assets and also the profit for the year. Automatically, what is marked are these items here. Those are the items which are marked there. So then let's look on the, or we determine the exchange difference on the translation of goodwill. Still part A, exchange difference, which is an exchange gain or loss on a translation of goodwill. On translation of goodwill. So in terms of how we arrange our work, we do the same. We do the same in terms of how we arrange our work. Yes, so we need to have 3 columns here for franc, which is in million of shillings. We have a column for exchange rate, and then we have the presentation currency, which is Kenyan shillings, which is the Kenyan shillings. So remember, in our case, we have already determined the goodwill on acquisition. So that's what we always start with. Goodwill on acquisition at date of acquisition, at the date of acquisition. So the goodwill at the date of acquisition is what you have determined here, and they call this 1800 franc. So what we do, we translate that to Kenyan shillings using the opening exchange rate. The opening exchange rate in our case is 5 here, is 5. So we take 18 divided by 5, divided by 5, 1800 divided by 5, which will give us what? Which will give us 360. Which will give us 360 and 360. Then there is also some another information which you are given as far as this goodwill is concerned. Note number 4, that as at 31st of December 2021, it was determined that the goodwill arising on acquisition was 10% impaired. So therefore, what we do, we less the impairment loss. We less impairment loss, which will be 10% of this. 10% of that, which will give us 180. And then we translate that now to Kenyan shillings. So because this is an item of expense, we translate it using average exchange rate. That is the rule. The average is what? Is a 6. So therefore we take 180 divided by 6, which will give us 30. And we get a figure of what? A figure of 330. And then here we get the crossing goodwill. The value of crossing goodwill will be 1800 minus 180, which will give us 1620. So this is the crossing goodwill. The crossing goodwill, or basically the goodwill S at the end of the year. And then we have now to translate that to the presentation currency using the crossing exchange rate, which is 4. So we take 1620 divided by 4, which will give us 405. So the difference now between these two figures is the exchange difference. The difference between A and B is the exchange difference. And what is the difference here between 405 and 330? So it is 75. And because it's an increase, from this to this is an increase, this is an exchange gain. And because now here we computed this goodwill using the full goodwill method, then we say that this particular exchange gain then will have to be allocated to both the parent and the NCI. Allocated to parent and NCI. And the reason why we are doing that allocation is because we have computed that goodwill using the full goodwill method. If we had used the partial goodwill method, then the entire amount of exchange gain is attributable to the parent company. So, but because we have used the full goodwill method, we have to compute the amount to be allocated to the parent company, which will be equal to 80% of this, and 20% of this will be allocated to who? To the NCI. So we get 80% of that, which will be 60 million, and this 60 million still, it will be held, or it will be included in the consolidated statement of financial position under the equity section as a translation reserve, together with this one. So therefore, the total translation reserve to be included in the consolidated statement of financial position at the equity section is 220 plus 60, and then this one will be how much? This one will be 15 million, and equally this one will be added to the NCI at the year end. So the NCI at the year end. So therefore, that also what was required there to compute the exchange difference on translation of goodwill. Translation of what? Of goodwill. So basically those are the items which are supposed to be marked, and basically by computing this exchange difference on translation of net asset, on translation of goodwill, the candidates were allocated 6 marks there. So then from there we can proceed and prepare the consolidated statement of profit or loss and other comprehensive income as required in part B, of that particular question, as required in part B of that question. Part B, we are required to compute the goodwill arising on acquisition of S Limited. Goodwill arising on acquisition of S Limited on 1st of April 2019. 1st of April 2019. So first of all, it is important here to recall that in case of a piecemeal acquisition, the goodwill on acquisition is always computed on the date the parent company acquired the control or acquired controlling interest over the investee company. So basically in our case, we know that the parent company acquired the control of the investee company, or basically over S, on this date. That date. And that's why you can see here the examiner was requiring the candidate to compute the goodwill arising on acquisition of S on which date? 1st of April 2019. So what we need to do here is to have 2 columns, and our figures are in million of shillings. So how do we compute this goodwill arising in a piecemeal acquisition? Number one, we take the cost of additional investment. In this case, when we talk about the additional investment, we are talking of the additional 30% shares, the additional 30% shares which were acquired by H in S, and I think we are given the amount which was paid, because that is what we refer as the cost of additional investment. So that one is in note number 1. That on we are told that H Limited acquired a further 30% interest in S on 1st April 2019, paying a cash of 22. So to this, what do we add? We add the fair value of original investment. So in this case, when we talk about the original investment, we are talking of 40% shareholding. 40% shareholding which H Limited had acquired in what? In S. And also we are given that value here. That is the fair value of the original investment in note number 1. Additional information number 1, where you're told the fair value of the previously 40% interest in S had a fair value of 3,000. Yes, 3,000. So that's basically what we add there, the fair value of the original investment. Equally, if for example we were using now the full goodwill method, because here we are using the partial goodwill method, if we were using the full goodwill method, we come and we add the fair value or basically we add the NCI at fair value. We add NCI at fair value. That is when using the full goodwill method, full goodwill method. But take into account we are using the partial, we are not going to add that value there. We get the total here, which will give us 5,200, and then to this would we less the fair value of net assets acquired. So by now we know how to compute this. To compute the subsidiary company fair value of the net asset on the date of acquisition, always we take the ordinary share capital of the subsidiary plus the pre-acquisition reserves, plus the reserves that subsidiary was having at the date the parent company acquired the controlling interest. So what we start with is the ordinary share capital of S. Where do we get that? In the statement of financial position of S, specifically under equity, and its ordinary share capital is 5,000. Then at equity we have the retained earnings of 1660, but that is not the amount which we include here. We include the retained earnings of this company on this date, which is given in note number 1, whereby we are told the retained earnings of S Limited on 1st of April 2019, the date the parent company acquired the controlling interest was 860. Also, we check whether that subsidiary company revalued its asset on the date of acquisition. Actually, revalued the asset on the date the parent company acquired the controlling interest. And we know that the subsidiary, that is S, on 1st of April 2019 revalued two assets as per the information given in note number 2. It revalued plant, this particular plant, which had a revaluation gain of 150, and we said that is a pre-acquisition revaluation reserve, and also it revalued database of customers, which had a value of 90, which equally we said is a pre-acquisition revaluation reserve. So we have the revaluation reserve or gain in respect to plant, which is 150, and also in respect to database of customers, which is 90. Yes, so those are the two revaluation reserve. So what we need to do here is we get the total, and because in our case we are using the partial goodwill method, we are only interested with the net assets which were acquired by the parent company. So let's get this particular total here. So we add this, we have 5,000 plus 860 plus 150 plus 90, which will give us 6,100, and then we get 70% of that, which will give us 4270. So we less it from the figure we have there, up there, 5,200, and that will give us 930. So that is now the goodwill arising on acquisition of S, And actually that what was required in part B of that particular question. The marks allocated there were 4. So automatically the items which are marked in such, or the items marked there include that one, this one, and also all this. So basically, by getting those particular items, a candidate was supposed to get all the allocated marks. Yes, so I think that is it, that what was required in part B. So let's move to part C. Part C is quite simple because we are required now to prepare the consolidated statement of financial position of this group, that is for H group. So in our case here, remember that H Limited, this is the parent company, whereas S at the end of the year is a subsidiary, because we said in preparing the consolidated statement of financial position in a piecemeal all stage acquisition, we should check the status of this investee company at the end of the year. The investee company at the end of the year is a subsidiary. So therefore, basically, in terms of how we prepare the consolidated statement of financial position, we add similar items of asset and liabilities of H and those of S as we make the necessary consolidation adjustment. So let's do that. This is part C, and this is H group consolidated statement of financial position, financial position as at 31st of March 2023 as at 31st of March 2023. So what we start with here are the non-current assets. So remember, we need to have a single column here, and our figures are in million of shillings. So when preparing this consolidated statement of financial position, it is important to note that we use the statement of financial position of individual companies, which is given under paragraph 2. So the first item of PP is, of non-current asset is PP, property, plant and equipment. So we are adding PP of the parent, which is H, and those of S, plus we make any consolidation adjustments. So here we have some adjustments. One of it is this revaluation gain on plant, which we said we add to the group PP. So here we add 150. And then we also have the depreciation other charge, this one of 100, which we said we less from the group PP. Do we have any other adjustment affecting PP? No. So we will get the final figures here. So then from there we have investment in S. Investment in S, remember, is a purchase consideration paid by the parent company in acquiring shares of S. That one we don't include it here. What we include here is any goodwill arising from acquisition, which we have computed here. That is 930. Okay, we don't have any other item, but we also have to recall that this company, on the date it was acquired, it had some database of customer, which you have said in accordance with International Accounting Standard number 38, that one should be recognized as what? As an intangible asset here. So we have intangible asset, which is customers database. Customers data base, and the database we are told had a value of what? Of 960. Not 960, but rather 90. Yes. So I think that basically what we have. Then before we get the final figure here, we can record the current assets. The current assets. So for current asset, we start with the inventory. So for the inventory, we add that of the parent, 27, plus that of subsidiary, 18. And then we check whether we have any consolidation adjustment affecting this. We have this particular goods in transit. So the amount of 100, we said we added to the group inventory. This one, we also have this unreleased profit of 20, which we said we less from the group what? Inventory. Do we have any other? No. So we will get the final figure there. And then from there we have the trade receivables. Trade receivables, equally we add those of the parent, that 120, plus those of the subsidiary, 2180. Do we have any adjustment affecting receivables? Yes, we have this amount of intercompany debt, 600. So that one to be deducted there. And then finally we have cash and cash equivalents. Cash and cash equivalents. So for cash and cash equivalents, this one do not have any adjustment because we don't have any cash in transit. So we just need to get the final figure, and then we get the total assets. We get the total assets. So let's get these final figures here. We start with the PP. We start with the PP here. So for the PP, we have 5550, 5550 plus 4200 plus 150 minus 100. So which will give us 9,800. 9,800. Okay, so we compute the final figure for inventory, which is 27 plus 1800 plus 100 minus 20, which will give us 4580. We're about receivables. We have 3120 plus 2180. That is 2180 minus 600, which will give us 47. And then for the cash and cash equivalent, we have 1130 plus 770, which will give us 1900. And then we get the total assets. The total asset, we add non-current and current. We have 19 plus 47 plus 4580 plus 90 plus 930 plus 98, which will give us a figure of 22,000, which are the total assets. We proceed, we record equity. So for equity, we start with the ordinary share capital. Ordinary share capital. And for ordinary share capital, we only record that of the parent company. So for share capital, we don't combine the share capital of the parent and that of the subsidiary. We only record that of the parent company. So then below that, we have the retained earnings. So this one, we are going to compute it as the last item. And then we will get the total equity. And then we compute something else called the non-controlling interest. The non-controlling interest. And also we include it there. We're also going to compute that together with the retained earnings. Then from there we have the non-current liabilities. Non-current liabilities, we have 10% loan note. So this is an item of liability. We combine that of the parent, that of the subsidiary. We have 1800 plus 12, no adjustment for this. That will give us 3000. And then we have the current liabilities. Current liabilities, we have the trade payables. Trade payables, we add those of the parent, 1560 plus 840 minus now, or basically we have some adjustment here affecting group payables. So one, we have this 100 million, we add it here. And then we also have this amount of intercompany debt, 600. So we less it there. 600, we less it there. These are plus 100 minus 600. Okay, we will get the final figure here. And then finally we have the current tax, or next we have the current tax. So for current tax, no adjustment for this, 350 plus 250. So this one we can get the final figure, which will be 600. 600. And then we will get the total equity and liabilities, total equity and liabilities. So, but before we do that, there are two items which we have not yet computed here, and that is what I want us to compute. That is the non-controlling interest and the retained earnings. So let's start with the non-controlling interest, and then we compute we start by computing non-controlling interest, then we compute the group retained earnings. So I think we can do away with this. Yes, so we start by computing the non-controlling interest. Non-controlling interest. So non-controlling interest, by now we know that these are the net assets, or basically this is the minority shareholders' share of the net asset in this subsidiary, in that subsidiary. So how do we compute minority shareholders' share of the net asset in the subsidiary? Our subsidiary is S. So what we do, number one, we take the net assets of the subsidiary at the end of the year. And basically the net assets of the subsidiary at the end of the year, we take equity, because net assets can be computed using two approaches. You can take assets minus liabilities, or you can just take share capital and reserves. That will give you one and the same thing. So therefore what we do, we take the equity of S, or the net asset of S at the end of the year, which is given as 6660. This one we get it from the statement of financial position of S as the total equity, But we have a number of adjustments to be made to that figure. One of the adjustments is that this company, on the date of acquisition, revalued assets, but it did not account for that revaluation reserve, which arose from the revaluation of asset. If that was accounted for, it was supposed to be part of the this net assets. So, and S Limited revalued two assets. It revalued plant, which had a gain of 150. It also revalued this intangible asset, which was database of customers. So that will give us a total revaluation reserve of how much? Of 240. The other thing which is also important to appreciate is that included in this particular figure here is the retained earnings of S. So therefore, anything to be adjusted in the retained earnings of S must be adjusted in this figure, because retained earnings of S is part of that. And we have a number of items, starting with what we have here. S Limited had a depreciation other charge of 100 million. So we take into account that depreciation other charge of 100, which we said should be deducted from the retained earnings of S. That's what we said. Deduct that from the retained earnings of S. That's what we are doing here. We are deducting that from the retained earnings of S. So here we don't have any depreciation or any amortization. Then we have this particular goods in transit, and we have this unreleased profit. This unreleased profit should be by the selling company, which is H, not S. Amount of intercompany debt, and so on and so on. So I don't think we have anything else other than what you have captured here, the depreciation other charge in note 2, and release profit in note number 4 is for H. Yes, so basically this is what we need to take into account, and then we compute the NCI share of this. NCI share of this will be equal to 30%, because as at the end of the year, the parent company will be having 70% shareholding in S, meaning that the NCI in S at the end of the year is 30%. So let's first of all we compute this figure here, 660 plus 240 minus 100, which will give us 68, and then we get 30% of this. 30% of that, which will give us 2040. Yes. So basically that is the non-controlling interest. So, and then finally what we need to do, let's compute the group retained earnings. The group retained earnings. So for the group retained earnings, this one is equal to 100% of H Limited retained earnings, and then 70% of S Limited post-acquisition retained earnings. So therefore, we have two companies here, our two companies here, H and S Limited. So what we do, we start by taking their retained earnings as given in the respective statement of financial position. Specifically at the equity, the retained earnings of this is 3940. For this one is 1660. But for this company here, that is S, first of all, we need to eliminate the pre-acquisition retained earnings. Pre-acquisition retained earnings is the retained earnings of S on the date the parent company acquired a controlling interest. That is how much? It's 60 as given in note 1, such that we will be left with only post-acquisition. So this remains the same, and then these remain 0, 0, 800. And then we also have a number of adjustments to these retained earnings. So we come back here. So number one, S Limited had a depreciation other charge of 100. Depreciation other charge by S of 100, that should be deducted from its retained earnings. And then we also have this and it is profit by H, and it is profit by H Limited by H Limited, which is 20. So we deduct that from the retained earnings of what? Of H. There is something else we also need to recognize here that when the parent company acquired 40% shareholding in S, the parent company had paid how much? The parent company had paid 2500. But now, if you go to the statement of, not the statement of financial position, but in note 1, on this particular date when the parent company acquired 30% shareholding, this original investment was revalued to 3,000. So this investment was revalued upward with an amount of 500. So this is supposed to be recognized as an income by the parent company. So therefore, because we are not preparing the consolidated income statement, so we come and we add it here. The revaluation gain on investment in S, which is 500. Which is what? 500. Yes. So I think those are the only adjustments which will be affecting that figure here, or which will be made now to these figures for the retained earnings. So we have that 490 minus 20 plus 500, which will give us that 790, and then this will give us 700. It will give us 700. Will give us 700. Yes, so then what we need to do is we get the group share of this. So the group share of this will be 100%, and then the group share of this will be 70%. Will be 70%. So this will give us 3970. What about this one? It will give us 490. That is 700 times 0.7, which will give us 490. So first of all, we add these two figures plus 3970, which will give us 4460. But also there is something else we need to include here, because what we have taken into account as far as the retained earnings of this company here, we have taken into account the group share of its retained earnings from this date here to the date of consolidation. But also remember, the parent company initially had acquired 40% shareholding in what? In S. So therefore, we also need to take now the group share of the post-acquisition retained earnings of S when S was an associate. And actually, that is a figure which we computed here. Because here we took the retained earnings on this particular date and the retained earnings on this date. We got the difference, which was 500, and then we got the group share of that, which was 200. So this figure which we have here. So we also add it here. So the total group retained earnings will be 4660. 4660. So basically what we need to do, we add all that. So first of all, this will give us 14660. and then we add what we have down there. We add 2040 plus 3000 plus 600 plus 600. Yes, and that basically will give us the same figure. Okay, there is something we have not included here. Sorry for that. Yes, so let's compute the payables figure. The payables figure, that figure is not yet included in the last column. 1560 plus 840 plus 100 minus 600. Yes, so we have a figure here of what? Let's take that afresh. 1560 plus 840 plus 100 minus 600. Yes, that will give us 1900. So let's maybe work that afresh. So we have 14660 plus 2040 plus 3000 plus 1900 plus 600. Yes, that will give us the same figure we have up there of 22,000. 22 what? Thousand. Yes, so basically that is it. That what was required as far as that particular question is concerned. And basically what we have been able to do is to illustrate how to prepare the group account, or basically the consolidated financial statement, in case of what we refer as a piecemeal or a stage acquisition. So that brings us to the end of that particular session. See you in the next class as we discuss on a different concept of group accounts.
Welcome back to the lesson. Today we are going to examine the purpose of strategy. You recall that we defined strategy as a well-defined, deliberate, comprehensive plan that is designed to achieve long-term objectives of an organization. So the purpose of strategy is to define a clear direction for an organization, outlining its goals, the methods of achieving it, and the resources that are required to do so. So an effective strategy serves several key purposes, and this is what we are going to examine in our today's lesson: the purpose of strategy. The first purpose of strategy is that strategy provides direction. Strategy provides direction. It sets the overall direction for an organization, acting as a roadmap that guides decision making and resource allocation. A strategy helps everyone within the organization to know what each and everyone is required to do. It helps ensure that everyone in the organization is working towards a common set of objectives. It gives the direction. This is where we are moving, right? That is the direction. So everyone works towards achieving the objectives. So it helps the members within the organization to work towards a common set of objectives. That is the first purpose of a strategy. A strategy can also create what we call a competitive edge. Creates a competitive advantage. Creates a competitive advantage. Strategy helps organizations identify and develop unique strengths, unique capabilities that differentiate them from competitors. And that then enables an organization to create a competitive advantage that allows them to outperform rivals in the industry. That's the second purpose, creating a competitive edge. A strategy also aligns resources. It can help in the alignment of resources towards achieving the intended objectives. It helps to an organization allocate its resources, and these are financial resources, technological resources, human resources, capital resources, in a way that maximizes their impact and supports the achievement of strategic goals. A strategy can also help to manage risks, manage risks. Now, strategy involves assessing and mitigating potential risks that could threaten an organization's success, identifying and mitigating potential risks, because you know a strategy is a predetermined course of action. It is essentially a plan. So an organization is able to identify potential risks, then put in place mitigating measures to ensure that the organization succeeds. And by proactively addressing risks, organizations can increase their chances of achieving their goals. That's the fourth purpose. 5, a strategy can help the organization to adapt to change. Adapting to change. Now, in today's dynamic business environment, strategy is crucial for adapting to changing circumstances because it allows organizations to anticipate and respond to emerging trends, contemporary issues, technologies, emerging technologies, market conditions, and so on. Adapting to change. Strategy can help create value, can be key in creation of value. Ultimately, candidates, the purpose of strategy is create value for the organization's stakeholders, including employees, the shareholders, customers, lenders, and the broader community. And such value can be financial. This value can be, it can be social. The value can also be